professional background. Prior to your current role, could you just talk us through what your career has been like and what sort of work you've done?
Sure. I have been employed with the state hospital or the state of Colorado since March of 1997. I started as a teacher's aide with a bachelor's degree and worked up to a mental health clinician position, at which point I was completing my doctorate. Then in September of 2006, I started my internship also at the state hospital. In August of 2007, I graduated. In January of 2008 through October of 2008, I worked as a psychologist candidate at the Department of Corrections. And then I returned to the state hospital in October of 2008 and worked as a unit psychologist until June of 2010, when I moved to the sexual treatment and evaluation program as the psychologist for that program. February of 2014, I was promoted to the director of the sexual treatment and evaluation program. And then in May of 2022, I became the NGRI Disposition Committee chair.
So it sounds like in terms of your work background, a large piece of that has been working with individuals at the state hospital.
Yes.
And then there's also been sort of a period where you've worked with incarcerated individuals at the Department of Corrections.
Yes.
Okay. And you've been focused as a clinician, it sounds like, for a lot of your career, right?
Yes, clinician and evaluator.
And have you testified before in court?
I have.
Okay. Where have you testified?
I have testified in Weld County, Denver, Arapahoe County, Adams County, I think Garfield County, and Eagle County.
And has that been as an expert witness?
Yes.
And has that been in the field of psychology?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move to qualify Dr. Colarelli as an expert in forensic psychology.
I didn't hear anything about forensic background. I heard clinical psychology.
I agree.
I can lay further foundation in forensic. And Dr. Arriaga, when we talk about forensic psychology, that's sort of the marriage of law and psychology. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in these courts, have you testified before as a forensic psychologist?
I have.
Okay. And again, with your work in the state hospital, you work with people that often either, have sort of, I'll call it generally court cases, whether it's criminal or civil. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And how many times have you testified before? Just a rough estimate as a forensic psychology expert.
Probably between 15 and 20 times.
The objection's overruled. Should be qualified as an expert in forensic psychology.
Thank you, Judge. So, Dr. Colarelli, during your career in sort of, this pretty specialized field, how many patients have you met with and evaluated?
Probably over 250.
And the vast majority of these patients, if not all your patients you met with, are due to some sort of court order. Is that fair?
Yes, that is correct.
So when I say court ordered, you weren't hired by the defense or prosecution, right?
No, I was not.
And that's true in this case as well.
That's correct.
Okay. You were assigned to meet with Mr. Alissa by the state hospital.
I was, yes.
And when did you begin meeting with Mr. Alissa?
I met with him initially at the beginning of March in 2023.
And then when was the last time that you met with Mr. Alissa?
I believe it was June or July of 2023.
Okay. So we're talking about you visiting Mr. Alissa and meeting with him for roughly a 3 or 4 month period in 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And with Mr. Alissa, your role was not to be an evaluator. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your role was to provide him individual therapy as part of a larger court-ordered evaluation.
That's correct.
So prior to this first meeting that you had with him in March of 2023, what information were you provided regarding his treatment?
The only thing that I was told was that he was not attending treatment groups, and they were hoping that individual therapy would help engage him in treatment more.
And after meeting with him for this first time, then what was your impression about his sort of, failing to attend these treatment groups? Did you think it was willful?
I'd say after the second time I met with him, the first time was quite brief, but after the second time I met with him, I noticed that he had a lot of what we call negative symptoms of mental illness, meaning he had low motivation to do anything really. His speech was quite limited. No expression, no facial expression changes. So I did not perceive it as being a willful avoidance of treatment. I perceived it more as just no motivation to change anything.
And based on your observations, did you come to some sort of belief or opinion regarding him responding to internal stimuli?
That I never observed him talking to himself or any other kind of behaviors that would imply that he was experiencing auditory or visual hallucinations.
And he never endorsed with you experiencing those hallucinations?
No, but I don't think I asked him that directly.
And you talked about him sort of not being communicative, particularly in these first meetings with him. But over the next 4 months, did you observe a change in his responsiveness?
I did. It was still quite limited, but he was more responsive. He wasn't answering in monosyllabic terms. He demonstrated some reciprocal interest. For example, I asked him, I would ask, how are you doing? And he would say, good, how's your day going? So a little bit more interest in other people's behaviors, that sort of thing.
And sort of in observing that change, what did you attribute that to?
So around the time that I started meeting with Mr. Alissa, he was prescribed clozapine. And that was the, besides me meeting with him, that was the only other major change that had occurred in his treatment. So I have to assume that the clozapine had a role in his change.
And again, you started meeting with him. And if I said March 15th, 2023, would that sound like the first meeting date that you had with him?
Other than a brief introduction, yes.
Okay. In March 15, 2023. And then your understanding was that's around the time when he also was prescribed clozapine, correct?
Yes.
And when we talk about sort of this change, we're talking about this is a gradual change, and you're seeing more pronounced development, so to speak, towards the end of this 4-month period that you met with him.
Yes.
Okay. Now, he still presented with negative symptoms, though, correct?
He did, yes.
Okay. And what observations did you make outside of the communicative or non-communicative behavior that we talked about that suggested his negative symptoms persisted?
He demonstrated a pretty flat affect. He was able to, let me explain flat affect. That means that in general, he doesn't demonstrate a wide range of emotion. So sometimes I tend to be kind of goofy in individual therapy just to try and engage clients, especially if they have a flat affect. He would occasionally giggle a little bit when I did something or said something goofy, but otherwise his demeanor was very flat and passive. His clothing often was dirty with sometimes what looks like drips of food on his t-shirts. His clothes were ill-fitting. His hygiene was not great as far as his hair often wasn't combed. He yawned a lot, especially at the beginning. he didn't appear tired, but he yawned a lot, just suggesting complete disinterest in really interacting with anybody.
Did he still present sort of with that low energy or motivation?
Yes, throughout our sessions together, it was very difficult to engage him for even a half hour.
And in your opinion, did he present with some signs and symptoms of disorganized thinking?
Yes.
Would you describe some examples that you observed?
Um, so I think the easiest way to explain it is I would ask him a question and how he would respond to abstract thinking types of questions. And his response would change just depending on how I presented the question, suggesting that I don't know that he really, I'm not sure if he didn't understand the question or if he just didn't have the capacity to really think through possible answers to those questions. That's probably the best example that I can give.
Okay, so it sounds like sort of when you're doing individual therapy with him, responses that you would receive to questions you pose would often depend sort of on just the way you ask the question.
Yes.
Okay. Doctor, if I sort of understand your clinical experience, it sounds like you've had clinical experience in psychology for over 2 decades. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And with that in mind, were you able to sort of form an opinion as to the severity of Mr. Alissa's form of schizophrenia?
Yes. I would say that he exhibited a high number of negative symptoms of schizophrenia when compared to other patients that I worked with.
And again, when you're seeing him, that's when he is being prescribed and has been prescribed clozapine. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. There's just a few points that I wanted to discuss, data points, so to speak, about your meetings with Mr. Alissa. Okay. So you met with Mr. Alissa June 8th, 2023 as part of your individual therapy, right?
Yes.
And during that meeting, you observed him drooling.
Yes.
Okay. What significance did that have to you?
Drooling is one of the possible side effects of clozapine. It produces excess saliva in the mouth. And so that was, since I had not seen it before that, that was my assumption, was that it was due to the clozapine.
Okay. And we talked earlier about internal stimuli. Okay. One of your last meetings with him was July 19th of 2023. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And during that meeting, you make a note about him denying hallucinations when meeting with you. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. But you also note that you notice him responding to internal stimuli.
Okay.
Okay. Is that, if that was placed in your treatment notes, would that be an accurate reflection of your observations of Mr. Alissa?
Yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And if you also observed his eyes darting, would that sound consistent with your recollection of meeting with him?
Yes.
Okay. And if you also observed his mouth moving sort of at the same time, would that be consistent with your recollections of meeting with him?
If it's what I documented, then yes.
Okay. And that was in a note that you had from July 19th, 2023.
Okay.
Okay. Now, where we started was I asked you what your position is, right?
Yes.
And I don't want to mess this up, but I believe you're the NGRI disposition chair at the state hospital.
I am.
Okay. And what do you do in sort of your role in your job?
Section relevance. And for.
Why don't you approach, please? The objection is sustained in part.
Dr. Colarelli, could you describe for the jury what your duties are in your role and with your job as the NGRI disposition chair?
Yes, I am the head of the disposition committee, which is a committee comprised of myself, a psychiatrist, and a social worker from the hospital. We are an objective third party when treatment teams believe their patients are ready to progress to higher levels of what we call privileges at the hospital, primarily when the treatment teams are ready to progress their patients to temporary physical removal, meaning that they can leave hospital grounds either supervised or unsupervised.
And do you have any role as it relates to the courts?
Yes. So if the disposition committee approves the progression of privileges, I write a report to the court regarding our reasoning for approval of the privileges, and then that gets sent to the court.
Okay. One moment, Judge. Thank you, Dr. Colarelli. I have no further questions at this time.
Doctor, have you performed sanity evaluations during your career?
No,
And you certainly didn't perform a sanity evaluation in this case.
no, I did not.
You didn't meet with Mr. Alissa until almost 2 years after the date of offense in March of 2023.
That's correct.
And you met with him roughly one time per month between March and July of 2023.
I believe it was a little bit more frequently than that, but yes, I met with him from March to July.
There were 2 meetings in April.
I believe so, yes.
Each of those meetings was about 30 minutes.
Yes,
And you have not met with him in more than a year. It's been more than a year since the last time you met with him.
that's correct.
With respect to the meetings with Mr. Alissa, Mr. Dunn was referencing meeting dates. Are your notes, when you electronically sign your progress notes, is there a delay? Is it typically the next day, or the dates of the progress notes are like a day or two off from what Mr. Dunn was talking about?
That's correct. So if I met with Mr. Alissa towards the end of the day, I sometimes did not document it into the electronic health record until the following day.
So if I refer to the date that the note was made, we may be referring to an actual meeting with him the day before.
That's correct.
I want to start with March 8th, 2023. That was the first brief meeting that you described on your direct examination.
Yes,
And that was at least a week before he started the involuntary medications of Clozaril.
I'm not exactly sure of that date.
I think on direct examination, you told Mr. Dunn that the involuntary medication order for the clozapine was sometime around the middle of March when you met with him on the 15th.
I know that I was informed that he had recently started clozapine when I started meeting with him. So I don't know the exact date of when he started the clozapine.
How long does clozapine take to start to have an impact?
I'm not a prescriber. I can't answer that specifically.
Is it something that's immediate?
Judge, objection.
can't answer that.
Outside the scope.
Sustained.
Calls for speculation.
With respect to that first meeting, which would have either been before or right around the time he was prescribed the clozapine as an involuntary medication, that was the first time you ever met with the defendant.
March 8th. Yes, that was the first time.
And that was just for purposes of introducing yourself to him.
Yes.
During that meeting, he appeared alert.
I mean, he interacted with me. He responded to me. Yes. I don't know what you mean by alert.
Well, your progress reports from that day say, I met with Mr. Alissa to introduce myself, explain what the meeting was going to be about. Mr. Alissa appeared alert when meeting with me.
Yes, he was awake and interacted with me to some extent. Yes.
He volunteered the correct day of the week.
Yes.
He did not appear to be responding to internal stimuli.
Yes,
He was able to follow the conversation with no difficulty.
that's correct.
His mood appeared happy.
Yes.
The next meeting or the next document in the progress reports was from a documentation of you noting it on April 12th of 2023.
No. I had met with him a couple times in March.
You met with him on the 15th as well.
Yes.
On April 12th of 2023, there was another meeting or there was a documentation of another meeting.
Okay.
During that meeting, you indicated that Mr. Alissa did well focusing.
Yes.
He was-
Briefly.
He was able to maintain the focus.
Briefly, yes.
Well, for most of the 30 minutes you spent together is what your note says.
Was that a 30-minute? It's hard for me to remember given that it's been over a year. If that was a 30-minute meeting, yes.
So if your progress note said, Mr. Alissa did well focusing on the topic discussed today, and he was able to maintain focus for most of the 30 minutes we spent together, that would be accurate.
Yes.
You had another entry in the progress notes on April 19th of 2023 about meeting with Mr. Alissa.
Yes.
During that meeting, he opened up and he talked a little more about the offense.
A little more, yes.
He explained he had been thinking about committing the offense for approximately a month before engaging in the behavior.
Yes.
He explained that he lived in Arvada and had to drive to the site of the attack.
Yes.
He estimated the drive time to be about 30 minutes.
Yes.
He also indicated that he had visited the site of the attack 2 days prior.
Yes.
When you asked him why, he couldn't or wouldn't answer your question.
That's correct.
You asked him about whether he chose the type of building, being a public building or grocery store, to commit the offense and the particular reason.
Yes.
And he said he just chose a public place.
Yes.
During that meeting, you asked him if he had shame about what he had done.
Yes.
And he said he did.
Yes.
You asked him if he had guilt regarding the offense.
Yes.
And he responded that he did.
Yes.
He told you that the shame and the guilt made it very difficult to discuss what he had done.
I believe I asked him that question and he responded yes.
He responded yes to your question about the shame and the guilt making it difficult to discuss what he had done.
Yes.
Moving on to May 11th of 2023, you made note in the progress reports that his effect was different that day.
Yes.
You indicated he was much brighter,
Yes.
seemed more alert,
Yes.
not yawning,
Correct.
interacting more during the session.
Yes.
He didn't ask you a single time if you were done yet.
Not on that date. He did not.
Your notes indicate vast improvement over prior sessions.
Yes.
And on that particular day, you were in the group room for your meeting,
Yes.
and a staff member who was passing by stopped to congratulate Mr. Alissa.
They did. Yes.
And the congratulations was based on him attending 2 groups that day.
Yes.
You asked him about the groups he attended.
Yes.
He told you that he attended karaoke
Yes.
and that he sang a song.
He did.
He told you he gets points for each group he goes to,
Yes.
and that he can use those points to buy snacks from the point store.
Yes.
Moving to June 9th, 2023, your notes on that day, or the notes that you made on June 9th, 2023 indicate that during that June meeting, his eye contact was appropriate.
Yes.
His gait and posture were normal.
Yes.
His mood was calm.
Yes.
And his effect was appropriate to the discussion.
Yes.
During that meeting, he smiled,
Yes.
he laughed,
Yes.
and he laughed at appropriate times.
Yes.
Moving to your notes from July 27th, 2023, you met with Mr. Alissa on that day.
Yes.
When you showed up to meet with him, he was actually participating in the karaoke group.
He was. Yes.
That's one of the only groups he chooses to attend.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
So you kept your meeting brief so he could get back to karaoke.
That's correct.
And again, he appeared to be in a good mood.
Yes.
You indicate he was slightly fidgety during the session,
Yes.
but you indicated that it could be due to the fact that he just wanted to get back to karaoke.
Correct.
He participated in the session that day despite the fact that he was reluctant to leave karaoke.
Yes.
You indicated that he was dressed in his usual long sleeve t-shirt and shorts that day,
Yes.
but that his clothing appeared cleaner than other times.
Correct.
During that meeting, his voice and tone were appropriate for the setting and discussion.
Yes.
He did not demonstrate any behaviors suggestive of responding to internal stimuli.
Correct.
His behavior was appropriate at all times that meeting.
Yes.
And you noted that he seems to retain information quite well.
He did. Yes.
And that was evidenced by discussion of prior topics that you had touched on in earlier meetings.
Correct.
Judge, I don't have any further questions for this doctor.
We just have a minute, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
So Doctor, Mr. Kovner asked you questions related to retaining information.
Yes.
Okay. Now, those were on topics specifically related to the court-ordered evaluation that you ordered to meet with Mr. Alissa about, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you were meeting with him because he had an evaluation fast approaching for the court-ordered evaluation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And normally for this type of court-ordered evaluation, a hospital patient simply attends group therapy, right?
Judge, I'm going to
That's
object outside the scope and based on the court's previous rulings.
Mr. Kovner directly asked about information retained. I'm simply asking, what information are we discussing?
Give me a minute. Going to overrule the objection as to the question about patient simply attends group therapy, right?
For these sort of court-ordered evaluations, normally a patient attends just group therapy, correct?
In general, yes.
But you were assigned to give Mr. Alissa individual therapy for this court-ordered evaluation, right?
I was.
And your understanding of why you were assigned was because he was making little progress with the normal treatment regimen.
Correct.
So Mr. Alissa has made little progress over, the 2 or so years of being at the state hospital. And SimHub says, you go do individual therapy with him to help him with this next court-ordered evaluation. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Kovner asked you about certain points you noted in your treatment notes, okay? So I want to ask you about one in particular.
Okay.
In your treatment note from the middle of May, so this was dated May 13th, okay?
Okay.
You state that at the time of the offense, Mr. Alissa reported he was hearing yelling voices in his head.
Yes,
Okay. And you noted and had some strange beliefs. Is that correct?
yes.
Judge, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. May she be released from the subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, you are free to go and you're released from that subpoena.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness, Mr. Dunn?
Judge, the defense next calls Mr. Mustafa Alisa.
Good morning, sir. All right, if you could have him. Sir, if you'll please face me, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay. Have a seat, please, and make yourself comfortable.
Good morning, Mr. Alisa.
صباح الخير سيد عيسى. Good morning.
Could you state and spell your last name for the court?
ممكن تسرد تقول اسمك وتهجئ اسمك للمحكمة والاسم العائلي من فضلك. ممكن تستعمل الميكروفون.
My name is Mustafa. The last name Alisa. Alissa.
And Mr. Alisa, how old are you?
سيد عيسى كم عمرك؟
I'm so sick.
65 years old.
And where are you from?
ومن أي دولة أنت؟
Syria.
Syria.
And when did you come to the United States?
بأي سنة جيت لأمريكا؟
1988.
1988.
And how do you know Ahmad Alisa?
ما هي علاقتك بأحمد العيسى؟
He's my son. ابني.
My son.
Okay. So fair to say you've known Ahmad for a long time.
يعني يمكن تقول أنك تعرف أحمد لمدة طويلة.
Yes.
Yes.
I'd ask you to just start by describing what Ahmad was like as a child.
أولا أريد منك أنك توصف كيف كان أحمد يعني في صغره.
كان مرح وعاقل ومهذب ومطيع وخلوق وإنسان جيد محبوب.
He was fun. He was intelligent. He had good manners. He was obedient, and he was a good son.
And I want to talk to you about towards the end of Ahmad's high school years, okay, when he was a teenager.
أنا عايز أتكلم معك على السنوات الأخيرة لما كان في الهاي سكول هناك.
كان يعمل جيد بس صار بعض المضايقات من زملائه بالمدرسة يتنمروا عليه على اسمه وعلى دينه بس.
Yeah, he was good, but he had some issues with the classmates. They were bullying him because of his name, of his religion.
And towards the end of his high school years, did you begin to notice changes in Ahmad's behavior?
وفي أواخر السنوات التي كان هو في الهاي سكول أنت بديت تحس بأن هناك شيء متغير بالنسبة لسلوكات أحمد؟
بعد المدرسة يمكن بسنة أو سنة ونص 40 سنة كثير. صار يتغير شوي شوي، صار يحب الانعزال، يقعد لحاله.
Yeah, like a year or two before he finished high school, I noticed this change. He like to be isolated, be by himself
أكثر
after high school. After high school, my apologies.
So after high school, you started to notice Ahmad isolate more. Is that correct?
بعد الهاي سكول نزلت شفت ان احمد كان بيتفرج.
No.
Yes.
Okay. Was he talking as much as he did before?
هل كان بيتكلم اكثر في هذه الفتره على الفتره اللي سبقت؟
كلامه قل كثير.
His words start diminishing. He start talking less.
And after high school, did Ahmad go on to college or did he start working full time?
بعد
أظن سجل بالكوليج بس ما راح الكوليج بدون go.
I believe he did register in college, but he never went there.
And did he start working full time?
وهل بده يشتغل وقت دائم؟
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And where did he start working?
أي مكان كان يشتغل.
بالمطعم تبعنا.
At the restaurant that we have.
Okay. And you say the restaurant that we have, your family, including yourself and your children, own various restaurants sort of in the metro Denver area. Is that correct?
المطعم نتكلم عليه هو أنت وعائلتك عندكم عدة مطاعم في محيط مدينة دنفر، صحيح؟
أول مطعم عندنا سلطان جريل بارفادا.
The first one we had was a Sultan Grill in Arvada.
And is that the restaurant where Ahmad started working?
هذا هو المطعم اللي كان أحمد بيشتغل
نعم.
فيه. Yes.
And when he started working, would you try to engage with Ahmad in conversation about the business?
لما كان بيشتغل معك كنت بتحاول تتحدث مع أحمد بالنسبة للشغل.
بالبداية كان يتفاعل معنا.
Yeah, in the beginning he was dealing with the conversations.
And then over time, did that change?
وبعد مدة تغير هذا الوضع.
No.
Yes, yes.
And when you try to gauge him then later in time to discuss the family business, would he engage at all?
ولما كنت تحاول تخضع وتتكلم معه بالنسبة لهذا المطعم والبزنس تاع العائلة، هل كان هو عنده قابلية اللي يتكلم معك؟
ما عنده اهتمام.
He wasn't interested.
At some point around this time when he started working, did he start saying things or talking about people following him that was strange to you?
No.
هذا الوقت اللي كان هو بيشتغل معك،
نعم.
هل كان بيقول إن أشخاص بيتعقبوه بيراقبوه؟
No.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And what sort of things would Ahmad say about people following
ما
him?
هي الأشياء اللي كان أحمد يقول إنها إياها اللي مثل اللي كان بيتعقبوه ويراقبوه؟
إحدى المرات أنا بالمطعم وهو ما أعرف وين كان.
One time I was at the restaurant and I wasn't aware where he was.
And he came and he opened the door and he came running. يعني يركض بسرعة.
So he came in, opened the door, and start running towards the inside the restaurant.
قلت له شو قصتك؟ ليش عم تطلع؟
So I told him, "What's wrong with you? Why are you running?"
He said there are people follow me. They want to kill me.
He said, "People are following me. They're trying to kill me."
سألته منو الناس هذه؟
I asked him, "Who are these people?"
He looked at the parking lot. He said, "This is a red car. They have people. They want to kill me."
He looked at and pointed outside. He said, "This car, these people, they're trying to kill me."
Objection, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
That's what outside that car.
So we need to utilize the interpreter. I can't have you speaking English and your native language. Please just utilize the interpreter.
Your Honor. I'm sorry, my objection is what the court just said. He either has to use the interpreter or not if he doesn't need an interpreter.
Correct.
Judge.
Hold on.
أنا أحتاج إني أترجم لأنه ماني حافظ الكلمات كلها تبع اللي يحكوها بالتليفون.
I need an interpreter because I'm not aware of all the language used in the court setting.
Great. So we'll just have you utilize the interpreter and not use English.
إذا حاب طلب منك انك تستعمل المترجم ما تستعملش ما تتكلمش الا بالعربي.
ماشي.
Okay.
And Mr. Alisa, you were describing your son talking about people following him, killing him one time at the restaurant, and that's sort of where you left off. So if you could go on, please.
ليس انت قلت مرة ان ابنك لما كنت انت في المطعم جاء بيركض وقال ان اشخاص بتعاقبوه واشار اليهم. ممكن تكمل؟
قلت له مين اللي لاحقك؟ قال لي اشر على الباركنج لوت طبعا على الموقف. قال السيارة الحمراء.
Yeah, so I told him who's following you, and he pointed outside, obviously to the parking lot, and he said the red car.
رحت على السيارة الحمراء ما في أحد والسيارة الحمراء واقفة يمكن ساعتين ولا 3.
So I went outside to look into the red car. No one was inside, and that car probably was parked there for 2 hours at least.
Were there other instances where Ahmad essentially had behaviors consistent with being paranoid?
هل كان هناك حوادث أخرى كان أحمد فيها عنده مذعور، كان في حالة ذعر؟
نعم.
Yes.
Were there instances where he taped up electronics, for example?
كان هناك يعني حوادث اللي قام بوضع لصاق على الأجهزة الإلكترونية.
حط لصاق على تلفونه.
He put a tape on his phone.
قال هذول اللي بدهم يقتلوني عم يراقبوني من التلفون.
He said the people who are trying to kill me are watching me through my phone.
ومرة ثانية كسر مفتاح السيارة. قال حاطين شيبس بالمفتاح مشان يسمعوا علي ويشوفوا أنا وين.
And one time he broke the car key because he said there's a chip inside the car key that these people are trying to listen to me. Really.
يحددوا موقعي ويجوا يقتلوني.
And also to track my location and come and kill me.
And how did you react when he sort of did these strange behaviors?
ما هي كانت ردة فعلك لما كان بيعمل بهذه الطريقة؟
ردة فعلي قلت هذا مجنون.
My reaction, I said, he's crazy.
لا يفهم. منو بده يلحقه؟ منو هو لحتى يقتلوه؟
I mean, who is he so they can kill him?
When Ahmad would be at home, would he isolate then from the family?
لما كان أحمد في البيت هل كان بينعزل عن بنفسه على العائلة؟
على طول.
Always.
Describe that.
ممكن توصف هذه الوضع.
تجتمع العائلة البنات والأولاد والأحفاد.
So the family. So
إلا أحمد غايب.
So the whole.
يسألوا عنه. نقول هو بغرفته.
So all the family get together, the kids, the grandkids, and everyone when they ask for Ahmed, we just answer he's in his room.
النادي عليه نقول له تعال نصيح عليه يجي يقعد معنا دقيقتين 3 نتكلم ويرجع.
So when we call him up and he comes down, we sit with us for a minute or two, and he go back.
Would he talk at all when he would come sit?
لما كان بيجي يسمعكم كان بيتكلم.
قليل جدا.
Minimum to the minimum.
Would you have to ask him questions to get him to talk?
كان لازم انك تسأله أسئلة علشان يتكلم.
يا نسأله نقول له أحمد كيفك؟ يقول أوكي بس.
Yeah, we asked him, Ahmed, how are you? And he said, okay, that's it.
You mentioned having grandkids come over to the home.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
You mentioned having grandkids come over to the home.
لا، أنت قلت إن أحفادك كانوا بيجوا للبيت. Yes.
Would, when Ahmad was not in his room, would the grandkids go into his room?
لما أحمد ما يكونش في غرفته، هل أحفادك كانوا بيروحوا لغرفته؟
نعم.
Yes.
And what would they do in his room?
وكانوا بيعملوا إيه في غرفة نوم؟
يخربوا الدنيا، ياكلوا تشيبس، ياكلوا ساندويتش، يشربوا كوك، يوثقوا هذا وما يحكي ولا
Yeah, they used to make a mess, basically eating chips, sandwiches, drinking Coke, and when he comes back, he doesn't say anything.
So the grandkids go in the room, they make a mess, and he has no reaction to that.
كان بيدخل غرفته ويعني يسبقوا المكان وما كانش عنده أي ردة فعل.
ما يعمل أي شيء.
He doesn't do anything.
I want to talk to you about late 2020, okay?
أنا عايز أتكلم معك في أواخر 2020.
Now, during that time, the family, including Ahmad, got COVID, right?
في هذا الوقت العائلة كلها أحمد كان عندهم كورونا.
No.
Yes.
And after Ahmad had corona, did these observations that you've already described for the jury continue?
ولما أحمد كان عنده الكوفيد في هذا الوقت، هل هذه الملاحظات التي قلت إياها كانت لازمة أحمد في هذا الوقت أيضا؟
قسم منها مو كلها.
Part of
لكن
it.
بعد الكورونا تغير ب100.
Part of it, but post-COVID, completely changed 100%.
And describe what you mean when you say he changed post-COVID.
ممكن تفسر كيف أنه تغير بعد الكورونا؟
سمن صار سمين.
He became fat. He picked up weight.
روح شعره صار يكبر.
He let his hair grow.
And his head is getting bigger. عربي. راسه ضر. دوده كبرى.
And his face got chubby and his cheek got chubbier.
انعزل بالأكثر بعد الكوفيد انعزل بالأكثرية يعني صار ما عاد يقابلنا نهائي.
And after COVID, he became more isolated. He stopped completely meeting with us.
Did you ever observe Ahmad around this time looking like he was talking to someone that wasn't there?
هذا الوقت هل لاحظت بأن أحمد كان بيتكلم مع الشخص الذي ما كانش حاضر هنا؟
No.
Yes.
Describe that.
ممكن تفسر هذا الوضع؟
أنا شفت شغلتين. أول شغلة أول حادثة صارت معي الساعة 3 بعد منتصف الليل استيقظت بدي أروح على الحمام.
So I saw two things. The first one, the first accident that I saw was when I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to the bathroom.
إن غرفتي في حمام لقيت زوجتي هنا.
In my room, there's a bathroom in my room, and my wife, she was there.
فقلت أروح على الحمام الثاني لقيته مسكر فانتظرت شي 5 دقائق.
So I went to the other bathroom, and it was locked. So I wait there for like 5 minutes.
أنا أحمد طلع من الحمام.
Ahmed came out of the bathroom.
فسلمت عليه وسلم علي. قال لي ايش عم تعمل؟ انا قلت له بدي افوت على الحمام. امك مستلمه هذاك وانت مستلم هذاك. قال ليش ما فت على غرفتي حكيت مع الزلمه اللي عندي في الغرفه.
So he told me, what are you doing out here? I told him, your mom is using the other bathroom, and I want to use that one. And he told me, why didn't you go to my room to talk to the guy who's in my room?
No. فقلت له ما في حدا غرفتك مفتوحه وما في حدا.
I told him your bedroom, no one is in your bedroom. Your bedroom door is open and no one is in there.
فدخلت انا وياه على الغرفه ونقول لي كان هنا. شو وين راح؟ قلت له ما في احد انا موجود هنا ما في احد.
So we walked together to his room, and he told me he was here, and I told him there's no one here.
حكيت وتركته ومشيت. قلت هذا عم يتخيل وعم يتهيأ له.
I laughed and I laughed and I laughed. I thought probably he's just seeing things. He's just imagining things.
And this was at the end of 2020, roughly, when this bathroom incident occurred.
وهذا الحادث اللي وقع في أواخر 2020
بعد الكورونا.
after COVID.
Okay. And around this time too, you're noticing other sort of strange behaviors that Ahmad is doing, right?
وفي هذا الوقت لاحظت أي شيء غريب كان أحمد بيقوم به.
مرة دخلت لقيته بالصالون جيت أنا من برا لقيته بالصالون، لقيته عم يكلم ويشوف الفيديو ويحكي كأنه في واحد جنبه، ما في أحد، فقلت ممكن عم يسمع على التلفون تبعه وكذا. طلعت على أذاني ما في شيء، ولقيته عم يحكي مع حاله.
Yeah, one time I walked into the living room and he was talking to, he was engaging in this conversation. I thought probably he's using an earpiece or something, but I looked around his ears and nothing was in there, so he was talking to himself.
So, Mr. Alissa, I think a very natural question is you're seeing all these strange behaviors with your son, and you never took him to a doctor.
إذن السؤال الطبيعي سيدة العيسى هو أنك لاحظت هذه الأشياء الغريبة، عمرك ما أخذت ابنك لطبيب؟
ما نحن عندنا عيب تقول عن ابنك انه مجنون مثلا، تاخذ بعض الدكتور ينشهر بالجاليه وتصير يعني شغله معيبه، بس ما يعني ما ظنينا انه كنا ممكن نعمل، يعني كنا نتلبسه جن، ممكن جني نتلبسه، هاي حسب عقيدتي. ما نعتقد شيء.
It's it's shameful in our culture. If we say that our son is crazy, it's going to have a negative feedback in our community. And also, we were thinking probably, and this is just our background and our culture. We thought probably he was possessed by spirits or something.
Mr. Alissa, so you're observing sort of your son really have a lot of changes, it sounds like. And it sounds like you're attributing this possibly to him being possessed. Is that a correct understanding?
سيد عيسى، قمت بملاحظة هذه التغيرات في ابنك والجواب على هذه الأشياء قلت أنه ممكن يكون مسكون جني ولا شيء؟
إيه.
Yes.
دكتورنا بقول إنه ممكن مسكين جني.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Probably he was possessed by spirits.
So, Mr. Alissa, fast forwarding then to the day of the shooting, okay?
سيد عيسى، الآن سوف نتقدم إلى يوم إطلاق النار.
You were at the family home that morning, correct?
إذا كنت في بيت العائلة في هذا الصباح؟
No.
Yes.
Your wife had made breakfast, right?
زوجتك قامت بتحضير الفطور؟
No.
Yes.
Ahmad was there?
أحمد كان هناك؟
No.
Yes.
And then you went to run errands with your wife, correct?
وأنت رحت أنت وزوجتك تشتري أغراض؟
No.
Yes.
And that was the last day that you've seen Ahmad since sitting here today in court. Is that right?
كانت آخر مرة تشوف أحمد إلى غاية اليوم اللي هو جالس هنا في المحكمة. That is correct.
Mr. Alissa, based on the observations that you had made of your son, in your opinion, could he tell the difference between right and wrong on March 22nd, 2021?
سيدة العيسى، بالاستناد على الملاحظات التي شفتها على ابنك، هل ممكن تقول أن كان ابنك ممكن يعرف الخطأ من الصواب ولا لا؟
ما يعرف.
He doesn't know.
And why do you say that?
ليه بتقول هيك؟
في حدا يكره يكون عندك فلوس أو رابطين سنة ما حدا يكره، صح؟
Is there anyone who doesn't want to have money, property? I don't think so.
I told them I wanna قلت له أنا بدي أعطيك مطعم نص لك أنت وأخوك محمد، ونقول أنا ما بدي، وأنا صغير، أنا لسه صغير، أنا عمري 10 سنين.
I told him I will give you half of the equity in the restaurant. I gotta have to your brother. And he said he's still young. He was only 10 years old.
Yeah.
Yes.
حكيت البيت خلاص.
So I laughed and I said he doesn't want to have them.
لو يفهم كان الله أعطيني.
Yeah, if he was thinking right, he would definitely say yes, give me that equity.
And the other things you described, your observations that made you think that he was crazy, that made you think that he was possessed by a jinn.
هل هناك أي ملاحظات أخرى التي خلت تقول بأنه مجنون، أنه مسكون بالجن؟
يعني الأشياء هذه انفصاله عن العائلة وما يحكي مع أحد، هذه كلها يعني أعطينا إشارة من الموضوع يعني.
Yeah, just excluding himself from the family. It was something not normal.
And that's how he appeared to you leading up right to the last time you saw him. Is that right?
وهذه هي كانت الملاحظة التي كنت نشوفها حتى يوم الحادث، صحيح؟
نعم.
Yes.
Just one moment, Judge.
دقيقة سادة القضية.
Thank you, Mr. Alissa. I have no further questions right now.
ليس لدي أي سؤال إضافي.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
صباح الخير.
Good morning.
My name is Michael Doherty. I'm going to be asking you a number of questions, okay?
أنا اسمي مايكل دوري رح أسألك عدة أسئلة.
تفضل.
Go ahead.
You moved to the United States in 1988, am I right?
انتقلت لأمريكا 1988 مظبوط؟
نعم.
Yes.
And the rest of your family came to the United States in 2003, is that right?
وبقية عائلتك اسمح لي أترجم. بقية عائلتك انتقلوا لأمريكا في 2003 مظبوط؟
نعم.
Yes.
And some of your kids have been born in the United States, is that right?
وبعض من أولادك ولدوا في أمريكا مظبوط؟
نعم.
Yes.
And your son came to the United States at a very early age in his life, is that true?
وابنك إجا لأمريكا في وقت مبكر من حياته مظبوط؟
عمره شيء 3-4 سنين.
He was about 3 or 4 years old.
Did you send him back to Syria from 2008 through 2010?
رجعته أو أرسلته لسوريا بين 2008 أو من 2008 ل 2010؟
نعم.
Yes.
What's the reason you did that?
شو كان السبب؟
تعلم اللغة.
To learn the language.
Then he came back to the United States, right?
وبعدها رجع لأمريكا مظبوط؟
نعم.
Yes.
And he went to high school in this area.
والتحق بثانوية بهاي المنطقة؟
نعم.
Yes.
He graduated from high school on time, is that correct?
وتخرج من الثانوية بالوقت اللي كان المفروض يتخرج؟
نعم.
Yes.
You mentioned, counsel asked you about a bullying incident that happened when he was in high school. Do you recall that question?
المحامي حكى عن
401, 403. I never asked the question.
بس لحظة على المحترم.
I believe it was raised during your direct. I can go back and look. It'll take me a minute.
I could rephrase the question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you recall discussing a few minutes ago an issue with his classmate where he was being bullied?
تمام تتذكر قبل شوي حكيت انه كان في مشكلة بينه وبين اقرانه او زمايله في المدرسة وكان في تنمر ضده.
يا واحد منهم.
Yes, one of them.
Yes. Can you tell the jury what happened with that, please?
تمام ممكن تقول لهيئة المحلفين شو صار في هاي الحادثة؟
اجى احمد عدة مرات يشتكي منه، يعمل فن عليه، يتنمر عليه، يقول اسمه ويتمسخر قدام الطلاب والطالبات.
بس لحظة. Yeah, Ahmed came back once, a few times complaining that his peers were making fun of him, bullying him. They would say his name and make fun of him, make fun of his name in front of his peers.
واحمد يعني اشتكى كثير منه، قلنا له روح على المدير، احكي له للمدير، احكي للتيتشر مثلا.
So Ahmed complained a lot. We told him to go to the principal, complain to the principal, or inform your teacher.
راح للبرنسبل وقال للتيتشر ما حدا عمل له اي شيء.
He went to the principal, he went to the teacher, and no one did anything for him.
Okay. I have a follow-up question for you, but before I ask, can we approach her?
Yes, sir.
عندي سؤال متابعة بس قبل ما أسألك السؤال بس أحكي مع القاضي.
there's no ruling. We just needed some clarification.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, isn't it true that your son retaliated against the bully and took action against that young person?
تمام يا سيدي، أليس كذلك؟ مش صحيح أنه ابنك أخذ تاره من هذا اللي اتنمر عليه، ضد هذا الشاب؟ Yes.
Your son graduated from which high school?
ابنك تخرج من أي ثانوية؟
اللي بعرف ما اعرف شو اسمه.
The one that is in Arvada. I don't know what the name is.
He graduated from Arvada West High School on time.
تخرج من ثانوية أرفادا ويست في الوقت المناسب.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And during that time, he was also a member of the wrestling team, am I right?
No.
وعفوا، أثناء هاي الفترة كان كمان هو عضو في فريق المصارعة، مظبوط؟
No.
Yes.
And I see you, I believe, answering my questions before the interpreter talks. So if you need the interpreter, I would just ask you to wait until after the interpreter translates what I'm saying before you answer.
أشوف إنه بتجاوب على أسئلتي قبل ما المترجم بيترجم لك، فإذا تحتاج المترجم انتظر لحد ما يكمل الترجمة وبعدها بتجاوب.
You're,
Okay.
thank you.
شكرا.
You're aware that your son, after high school, applied to CU Denver?
تمام، أنت عارف إنه ابنك بعد تخرج الثانوية قدم لسي دنفر؟
اعرف انه سجل بالكوليج بس ما راح.
I know he registered at college, but he did not go.
You're aware that he also later, a couple years later, applied for and was accepted to community college?
عارف إنه بعد فترة، بعد كم سنة قدم للكلية المجتمعية وتم قبوله.
ما اعرف، هو راح بده يروح على الكوليج بس ما راح، اللي اعرفه ما راح. وين قدم وين راح ما اعرف.
I don't know. I don't know if he has went to college. He has applied, but where did he go? Where did he apply? I don't know.
Well, do you know that he didn't go to college because he was told to work at the family restaurant?
عارف إنه ما راح للكلية لأن تم إخباره إنه لازم يعمل في العمل العائلي.
العمل تبعه كان اختياري، هو قال انا راح اشتغل.
His work was optional. He's the one who said, I want to work.
And as of March 2021, your family owned 5 restaurants, am I right?
وخلال شهر مارس شهر 3 2021 عائلتكم كنتوا يعني عندكم 5 مطاعم، مظبوط؟
4.
4.
And what are the names of those 4 restaurants?
شو أسامي المطاعم ال4؟
سلطان جريل،
سلطان جريل،
امير جريل،
أمير جريل،
وبيتا فريش.
2 Pita Fresh,
بس.
and that's it.
And you mentioned on direct, you wanted your son to go into the restaurant business with the rest of the family.
وذكرت بالاستجواب المباشر إن كان بدك ابنك بيروح مع العائلة بالعمل المطعم مع العائلة، يعني في العمل العائلي.
No.
Yes.
In fact, one of the things you pointed to in telling the jury that your son was mentally ill was that he didn't want to go into restaurant business.
حقيقة أحد الأشياء اللي أشرت لها وخبرت هيئة المحلفين إنه ابنك مريض عقلياً، إنه ما كان بده بيروح للعمل العائلي.
لا، بده هو يشتغل بالعمل العائلي بس ما بده شيء باسمه، يملك شيء هو، يقول أنا صغير.
Okay. No, he wanted to work in the family business, but he did not want to own anything or anything in his name. He said, I am still young.
But you testified just a little while ago to the jury that that's a sign that he was mentally ill.
بس أدليت بالشهادة لهيئة المحلفين قبل شوي إنه كان هذه علامة إنه هو مجنون عقليا أو مريض عقليا.
طبعا واحد يرفض يكون عنده نص مطعم وعنده دخل ويرفض، شو هذا؟
Of course, I mean, one that refuses to have half a restaurant and have an income and refuses that, what is that?
Well, it sounds like you're saying it's mentally ill.
طبعا.
اسمح لي، يبدو إنه أنت بتقول إنه مريض نفسيا، مريض عقليا. Of course, of course.
So choosing not to go into the restaurant business was one of the signs that you determined your son was suffering from a serious mental illness.
الاختيار انه ما بده يدخل في العمل العائلي، هذه احد العلامات اللي خلاك انه بتشوف انه هو يعاني من مرض نفسي.
هو داخل بالعمل العائلي وحاب العمل العائلي، بس مو حابب يمتلك شيء باسمه.
He was in the family business. He liked being in the family business. He just did not want to own anything or anything in his name.
You also pointed to the fact that in his late teens and early 20s, the defendant, bless you, defendant didn't want to spend a lot of time with his family as a sign that he was mentally ill.
وكمان أدليت بالشهادة في أواخر المراهقة، سن المراهقة وبداية سن العشرينيات ما كان بده بيقضي وقت مع العائلة، وهذه كمان علامة إنه هو مريض عقليا. Yes.
At the time, before the shooting happened, sir, he was also working out at the 24-hour fitness center in Arvada. Am I right?
وفي وقت إطلاق النار كان كمان بيشتغل في 24 hour مركز الرياضة في أرفارا، مظبوط؟
مو يشتغل، هو عضو يروح هناك يتدرب، يدفع اشتراك شهري.
He was not working. He was a member there. He would go there and attend. He would pay membership.
But so he would go to the gym?
وكان بيحضر النادي الرياضي. Yes, yes.
He would also go to hookah bars with his brothers, right?
وكمان بيروح للبارات الشيشة مع أخوانه.
No.
Yes.
Fair to say that after you learned your son had committed the mass murder, it was very upsetting for you?
من العادل نقول إنه بعد ما تعلمت إنه ابنك ارتكب جريمة قتل جماعية كان منزعج لك.
شديد الانزعاج، وحتى لأنه عاني ألم شديد، ألم شديد. أمه كل يوم تبكي، كل يوم.
Very disturbing. We have been suffering severely. It has been very painful. His mom have been crying daily.
And fair to say you'd be looking for answers after one son commits a mass murder.
من العادل نقول إنه بتدور على إجابة بعد ما ابن أو أحد الأولاد بيرتكب جريمة جماعية.
أقول الله يرحم اللي ماتوا، والله يشفيه لأنه مريض.
I will say, may God rest the soul of the victims, and may God treat him because he is sick.
And that's one of the things that you've talked about here today.
وهذه أحد الأشياء اللي حكيت فيها اليوم هون. Yes.
So we've covered the restaurant business and him hanging out by himself as signs of mental illness. And now I want to talk about the other things you referenced, okay?
تمام. غطينا العمل العائلي أو المطعم والوقت اللي بيقضيه هو وحده. هلا بدي أحكي عن الحاجات الثانية اللي حكينا فيها للصحة العقلية. Go ahead.
You explained that he was seeing people who were not there, right?
وضحت إنه هو كان بيشوف أشخاص ما كانوا موجودين.
No.
Yes.
That he was talking to himself.
كان يحكي مع نفسه. Yes.
وأحيانا يضحك.
And sometimes laugh.
And that he was possessed by a spirit, you believed.
وإنه كان ممسوك من قبل جن أو روح.
والله نحن ما لنا دكاترة، ما نعرف بالضبط، لكن نقول أسهل شيء أن عندنا بلادنا لما يكون واحد بالشكل نقول هذا لابسه جنين، بس لا أكثر ولا أقل.
Okay. Honestly, we're not doctors. We don't know exactly, but the easiest thing we say in our country, such person is possessed by a jinn. Only that.
But you didn't take him for counseling, as Mr. Dunn pointed out, right?
بس ما أخذته للعلاج كما أشار السيد دان. مظبوط؟
ما أخذته لأنه يعني مش أقول لك راح تكون يعني بهدلة لعائلتنا، سمعتنا، عندهم ولد مجنون، مصيبة عندنا.
I did not take him. What can I tell you? It will be very hard for the family, our reputation, that they have a crazy son. It will be very difficult.
بعدين هو ما يوافق، هو يقول لك أنا ماني مجنون، أنتم مجانين.
In addition to that, he did not agree. He said, I'm not crazy, you're crazy.
You mentioned it would be very hard to take one's family member for counseling, treatment, medication because of your culture. Is that right?
ذكرت انه صعب انه تاخذ احد افراد العائله للعلاج للادويه لدكتور نفساني بسبب ثقافتك، مزبوط؟
نعم. ولما يكون طفل صغير آخذه ما يقدر يقول شيء، لكن لما يكون عمره فوق 20 سنة ما أقدر أجبره.
Okay. Yes, I mean also when he's young, he won't say anything. I could take him, but when he's older than 20, I can't force him.
Your wife earlier had been for counseling, treatment, and medication after losing a sibling. Do you recall that?
بس زوجتك راحت في وقت سابق للعلاج للأدوية بعد ما خسرت أحد أخوانها، تتذكر؟
نعم.
Yes.
And your daughter, one of your daughters, had also been for counseling, treatment, and medication for the issues she was struggling with. Am I right?
وكمان بنتك، واحد من بناتك في وقت سابق كانت بتروح للمواعيد الاستشارة طبيب عفوا للأدوية للعلاج بأحد المشاكل اللي كانت بتواجهه قبل، صحيح؟
هذه بنتي متزوجة ولها زوج، وأنا ما لي علاقة فيها، هي تسوي اللي بدها إياه هي وزوجها.
That daughter of mine, she's married and have a husband. I don't care what they decide to do. She have a husband.
Okay, but my question is, you were aware that she had gone for counseling, treatment, and medication at some point in her life. Am I right?
تمام، بس سؤالي أنت كان لك علم إنه هي كانت في وقت سابق بتروح تحصل على أدوية ومواعيد الاستشارة.
مو حدا يقول لي شيء أنا خالص، ما أعرف شو عرفني.
No one tells me anything. I don't know. How would I know?
But you knew before the mass shooting that you believed your son was possessed by a spirit, actually possessed by a spirit at that time.
هذا اللي
Sorry, عفوا. Counsel, do you mind repeating that?
Sure. You genuinely believed that your son was possessed by a spirit before the mass shooting took place.
يعني أنت حقيقة تعتقد أو تؤمن إنه ابنك كان منحاز من قبل جني في وقت إطلاق النار، وقت إطلاق النار الجماعي عفوا.
قلت لكم أنا ماني دكتور، أنا ما أعرف. نحن الشخص اللي مثله يعمل عمله نقول لابسه جني. فهين ما أعرف.
Okay.
أنا ما أعرف شو معناه الشيزوفرينيا، حتى الآن ما أعرف شو معناها.
Interpreter can inquire just with your permission. عفوا أستاذ، بالأخير قلت شو؟ ما أعرف شو.
ما أعرف شنو هذه المرض اللي يقولوا لها شيزوفرينيا.
Schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia. I don't know what is it. ما أعرفها.
Okay. I told you I'm not a doctor. I don't know. But when a person does behave like him, we say he's taken over or by a jinn. I don't know. I don't even know that term that they're using, schizophrenia. I don't know what that is.
انفصام الشخصية هذه schizophrenia.
He's defining it in Arabic. Sorry.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a few more questions, okay?
بسألك بس كم سؤال إضافي.
So during that time period, did you check or look to see if your son had any guns?
أثناء هاي الفترة هل فحصت أو تفقدت حتى تشوف إذا ابنك كان عنده سلاح؟
أولادي كلهم أصغر واحد فيهم حاليا عمره 20 سنة. كلهم بيعملوا أوردرات للأمازون ويعملوا أوردرات من هنا ومن هناك، بنطلونات، جاكيتات، قمصان، أحذية، عطورات. أنا ما أعرف، وحتى كمان زوجتي ما تعرف. يجي الباكج نمسكون نسته بالأرض.
أوكي.
أو لما يجوا كل واحد يعرف الباكج تبعه وياخذه، ما حد يشيل غرض الثاني.
أوكي.
كل واحد له اسم. ما نعرف.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, my sons, all of them, my youngest is 20. All of them do orders on Amazon from here, from there, jackets, pants, clothing, perfumes. I don't know. But even my wife does not know what they order. The packages come and we just throw it on the floor. And then when they come, each pick up their own package. No one takes the other's package. We don't know.
Okay. I hadn't asked you about any packages, so that leads me to a question that I have.
ما سألتك أي شيء عن الحزم أو الصناديق، بس هذه أديني إنه بسألك شيء.
Did you talk to your wife about her testimony from yesterday?
هل حكيت مع زوجتك عن الشهادة اللي أدلته البارحة؟ No.
Strangely, I was going to ask you about packages.
شيء غريب. كان بدي بسألك عن الحزم أو الصناديق.
But before we get into that, so just to be clear, you didn't know, you had no idea that the defendant, your son, had any guns.
بس قبل ما ندخل في هذا الموضوع خلينا بتأكد من نكون واضحين. ما كان عندك أي فكرة، ما كان عندك أي علم إنه المدعي عليه ابنك كان عنده أي سلاح.
أنا اللي أعرفه قبل الحادثة بيومين ثلاث في عنده ماشين كان هذه شو اسمها ما أعرف شو اسمها رايفل بيقولوا وكان فيها طلقة عصيان وكان عم يضربها بالأرض مشان يطلع الطلقة. وجوا أخواته وقالوا له إيش لك فيها؟ قال لهم أعطوني إياها بكرة أرجعها وعلى أساس يرجعها. إذا في عنده سلاح تاني أقسم بالله العظيم ما أعرف.
Okay. What I know is before the incident, about 2 or 3 days, he had a machine gun. I don't know what's called, a rifle. He had a round that was jammed. He was banging it on the floor to get it unjammed. His brothers came and said, "What are you doing?" And then he said, "I will return it tomorrow." If he had another gun, I swear to you, I do not know.
Okay, thank you. So as we wrap up this topic, you swear to the jury that you knew nothing else about guns except for that 2 or 3 days before.
I swear.
عفوا اسمح لي. شكرا. I understand English.
I know.
تمام أستاذ، بس وظيفتنا احنا كمترجمين لازم نترجم كل كلام. بيقول لك تمام شكرا. قبل ما نخلص خلينا نخلص قبل ما نخلص هذا الموضوع. تقسم لهيئة المحلفين ما كان في أي شيء تعرفوا عن الأسلحة من عدا هذا الشيء اللي كان 2-3 قبل الحادثة، مظبوط؟
أقسم بالله العظيم أقسم بالله العظيم أقسم بالله العظيم 3 times. I don't know nothing about that before the accident.
Sir,
probably 2 or
sir.
3 days.
Please, for clarification of the record, I need you to utilize the interpreter or choose not to utilize the interpreter. You cannot do both.
عفوا أستاذ، بس يقول لك للمحضر للتوضيح تقدر تختار تستخدم المترجم.
يلا
بس اسمح لي كمل كلام القاضية. وإذا تختار وإذا تختار ما بدك تستخدم المترجم ما في
لا
مشكلة.
استخدم.
No, I will use the interpreter. I will use the interpreter. Judge, this is the interpreter. I swear to God, 3 times were said, and then the rest were English.
Your next question.
Yeah, sure. So am I right in assuming that if you knew the defendant had guns while he was possessed by the jinn, you would have taken the guns away or done something?
تمام يا أستاذ. هل من الصواب إنه أفترض إذا كنت تعرف إنه كان عنده أسلحة بالوقت اللي كان هو منحاز من جني، يعني كنت حتاخذ الأسلحة منه بالكامل؟
طبعا.
Of course.
أنا اللي سكتني إنه بده يرجعها.
What made me more quiet is that he wanted to return it.
That one time that you saw it, that you learned it was jammed.
هاي المرة الوحدة اللي تعلمت إنه كان الطلقة عاصية فيها.
أقسم بالله.
I swear to God, yes.
I recognize that you've sworn to God a few times, but do you recall telling the FBI that your son used to go practice with his firearms before any of this took place?
اسمح لي.
You have to wait for the interpreter, sir.
نعم، بيقول لك أنا بشوف إنك قسمت عدة مرات، بس تتذكر خبرت ال FBI إنه ابنك قبل كان بيروح عدة مرات بيتمارس مع السلاح الناري قبل ما بتصير الحادثة أو إطلاق النار.
مو بس هو 2 3 من أولادي كانوا وأنا ما أقدر يعني يروحوا يتدربوا عاد البلد هذه مسموح فيها السلاح فيروحوا يطلقوا نار يتعلموا القواس. شو بدي أعمل لهم أنا؟ أقول لهم لا ما يصير، ما أقدر أنا أتحكم بحياتي.
Okay.
نعم كان يروح.
Okay. Not only him, 2 or 3 of my other kids would also go. I can't prevent them to go. They were going and practicing. It's okay in this country. It's okay. It's allowed to go and to learn. What can I say? I can't control their lives. Yes, he used to go.
He used to go to the shooting range with his brothers.
تمام، يعني كان يروح قبل الميدان الرماية مع إخوانه.
على الأقل مرة واحدة. بعدين زرع لحاله، ما أعرف، ما ياخذوا رأيي، ما يقولوا لي إن إحنا رايحين نسوي مثلا هالعمل. شو بدي أعمل لهم؟ عمرهم فوق ال 20 سنة،
Okay.
كلهم مدارس.
Okay. At least once he went. If he has went again, I don't know. They don't take my opinion. I will do this or I will that. I will do that. They're more than 20. They're all adults.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions that call for yes or no answers, and I'm going to ask you to answer yes or no if you're able to, okay?
تمام، رح أسألك كم أسئلة إضافية. هاي الأسئلة تتطلب بس جواب بنعم أو لا. بس أطلب منك إنه بتجاوب بنعم أو لا.
About 3 minutes ago, you told the jury, I swear, I swear, I swear. But in fact, that wasn't true because you knew your son would go practice with his brothers at the shooting range. Am I right?
اسمح لي. عفوا، قبل 3 دقائق خبرت هيئة المحلفين أنا أقسم أنا أقسم أنا أقسم، ولكن حقيقة هذا ما كان صحيح. كان يروح بيتمارس مع إخوانه في ميدان الرماية.
ما سألني عن هذا حتى أجل.
You did not ask me, so I can answer you.
You never took away the guns from your son. Am I right?
أنت أبد ما أخذت الأسلحة من أولادك، مظبوط؟
ما أخذنا.
I did not take it. No.
You didn't even try to take it.
وما حاولت تاخده. عفوا.
صادق معك، ما شفته حتى آخر.
I am honest with you. I did not see it, so I can take it.
Well, you learned he had a machine gun as you described it, right?
وتعلمت إنه كان عنده رشاش أو المرادف استخدمته machine gun.
نعم بس ما شفته.
Yes, but I did not see it.
You didn't call the police to take it.
ما اتصلت بالشرطة إنه بياخذوه.
هو اشتراه قانوني، هو عنده لايسنس. تبع الشرطة ليش؟
He bought it legally and he had a license. Tell the police why.
Tell the police that he's possessed by a spirit and that he's insane and perhaps they should come get the machine gun. You didn't make that call.
عفوا، خبر الشرطة إنه هو يعني انحاز أو جن ماخذ عفوا ماخذه، وإنه هو مجنون وربما إنه بياخذوه حتى ما بيسوي حاجة هيك. لهذا السبب تتصل.
أولاً هو على أساس يرجعها، ياخذها يرجعها، ما عاد بده إياها. أيوة.
First of all, he was to return it. He did not want it, first of all.
So isn't it true though, at the time he was fully functional? He was working and living a regular life.
طبعاً لا.
عفوا اسمح لي بعد ما فهمت السؤال. I apologize, counsel. Do you mind repeating that for the
Sure. Isn't it actually true that the reason you didn't take the gun away or seek to take the gun away is because he was fully functional at the time?
أليس صحيح أنه في الوقت ما أخذت السلاح منه لأنه هو كان فعال بشكل كامل وطبيعي، إنسان طبيعي؟
هو ما هو طبيعي، بس ما توقعنا انه يسوي شغله كالشغله اللي سواها. هو ما هو طبيعي، ما احنا نعرف مو طبيعي، بس اللي سواه ما توقعنا انه يعمل العمل هذا.
Okay. He was not normal, but we did not expect him to do what he did. We knew he was not normal, but what he did, we did not expect it.
Of course, you and your family had no reason to expect that he would commit a mass shooting, right?
بالتأكيد أنت وعائلتك ما كان لكم أي سبب تعتقدوا أنه هو رح يرتكب جريمة جماعية.
At the time, he was working at the Salt and Grill 6 days a week, right?
وقته كان بيشتغل في سلطان جريل 6 أيام في الأسبوع، صحيح؟
هو يعمل 6 أيام بس بال6 أيام ياخذ كل يوم شي 5 ساعات عاف. ما هو شغال 6 أيام، تقدر تقول كل يوم شي 5 ساعات. يروح الصبح الساعة 10، يرجع على البيت الساعة 2 للساعة 6، الساعة 6 يجي.
Okay.
بس.
He worked 6 days, but he worked 6 days, but he would take 5 hours off. You can't really say he was working 6 days. He would take 5 hours off. He would go at 10 o'clock and then come back at 2. And then around 6 o'clock, he would return to the restaurant.
He worked as the chef there, am I right?
كان هو الطباخ هناك مظبوط؟ Yes.
You paid him his salary, am I right?
كمان كنت تدفع له راتب مظبوط؟ Of course, of course.
He never missed a shift, right?
وأبد ما فاتوا شفت عمل.
يحرق اللحم، يحرق الثلاجة، الليمونات، ويقول يلا سووا. كان يحرق ما يعرف يعني. حتى فكرنا إنه نشيله من الشغل.
Okay. He would burn the meat, he would burn the falafel, and he would say, just make another. He did not know. We even thought about removing him from work.
Well, as the owner of the restaurant, you'd agree with me, the chef is a pretty important position, right?
كمالك للمطعم، أنت تعتقد إنه الطباخ بيكون جزء مهم من المطعم مظبوط؟ Correct.
And there are times where he actually ran the restaurant by himself, where he would send text messages to other family members saying, the waitress didn't show up, I need someone else here. He was running the restaurant.
نعم. يعني كان في أوقات إنه هو اللي بيدير المطعم بالكامل وحده. وحصل أوقات إنه بيرسل رسائل للعائلة إنه النادل ما إجا، بدي شخص تاني. يعني هو كان بيدير المطعم بنفسه.
هو كان ما يدير المطعم بنفسه، وعلى طول في معاه حدا من العائلة. بس الشيء اللي أقدر أقول لك عليه إنه لو النائب العام المحامي يطلب الشيكات تبعه، كان يكتب مثلا، أقول له اكتب شكل حالك، يكتب شكل حاله، بيكتب اوردر اوف مين يعمل.
أوكي.
يعني يعمل الشك هذا تومي، يعني مو ما يحط اسمه. فهمت علي؟ فكنت أضحك أقول يعني مليح، بس أهل البند يعرفوه ويعرفونا، فكانوا يجوا يعني. فهذا ما هو مو طبيعي، يعني في حدا يكتب شك بهالشكل هذا.
أوكي.
ومو كل شيء، مو شك واحد، كل الشكات.
Yeah, I mean, he was not running it alone. There was always someone from the family with him. But what can I say? If the district attorney or the attorney wants to see the checks, he would write checks and write order to me or order for me. He would not write his name. I would just laugh and say it's okay. And they knew us, so they would let
They
this
know
go.
him. يعرفونه.
اسمح لي أكمل. They knew us, so they would let it go. They would know him. We thought this was not normal. Is there anyone that writes a check to themselves? And this was not just one check, it was all of the checks.
You would see him play video games in the living room on occasion, am I right?
وبتشوفوا في أوقات إنه بيلعب ألعاب الفيديو في غرفة الردها وغرفة المعيشة.
أنا أولادي غرفهم ما أفوت عليهم، ما يعني ما أقتحم خصوصياتهم. الكل مثلي، كل واحد عنده غرفته وعنده حياته، ما أقتحم خصوصياتهم. صدقني معه، أنا كمان لي خصوصياتي ولي غرفتي ولي الصالون، أقعد أتفرج على الأفلام، أتفرج على المسلسلات.
أوكي.
بس ما، لكن الشيء الوحيد اللي لاحظناه إنه أحمد مو طبيعي.
Okay.
بس.
Yeah, I mean, my kids each are in their room. I don't really go into their room. That's their privacy. Each one of them have their own room and their own life. Believe me, I don't know. I have privacy on my own as well and room. And I would spend time in the living room, watch TV, watch movies, TV shows. But the only thing I have noticed was that Ahmed was not normal.
You've mentioned that, but I do have a few other questions for you, okay?
ذكرت هذا الشيء. عندي بعد كم سؤال إضافي لك.
Do you recall telling the police, and this will be, I'm going to ask you for a yes or no answer. Do you recall telling the police that your son would play a video game called Battlefield, which is a first-person shooter game? And if I, a video game that he would play, and you would see him play this game. Is that what you told the police?
بتذكر خبرت الشرطة، بس بدي جواب نعم أو لا منك. خبرت الشرطة إنه كان بيلعب ألعاب الفيديو، لعبة اسمها باتل جيم أو ساحة المعركة. وهذه اللعبة لعبة إطلاق نار من شخص واحد. تتذكر إنه خبرت الشرطة إنه كان يلعب هاي اللعبة؟
أنا ما خبرت الشرطة عليه أبدا، لكن ممكن لما أثناء التحقيق كانوا يحققوا مع 3-4 بالشرطة منا، زوجتي وأنا، ممكن حدا من الأولاد قبل. أنا اللعبة اللي تقول أنا ما أعرف ولا أعرف أستخدمها أصلا، لا هي ولا غيرها.
Okay. I did not tell the police ever. maybe during the investigation, they were talking to 3 or 4 different one of us. Maybe my wife, someone else maybe have said it. But I myself did not. I don't even know this game or how is it used.
Did you know that your son was buying guns, ammunition, and chemicals for explosives?
لا.
اسمع. عفوا تعرف انه ابنك كان بيشتري اسلحه ودخاير والمواد الكيميائيه للمتفجرات؟ God forbid, no. I don't know.
He hid those things from you.
وخبى هاي الاشياء منك.
ما أعرف. خبر ما أعرف. قلت لك هو يعمل اوردر هو واخوانه وعنده غرفته الخاصه وعنده خزينته الخاصه فيها اغراضه وما حدا يقتحم خزينته الخاصه
Okay.
ولا حدا يعرف عنه اي شيء. تيجي يوم وتنظف له غرفته لانه هو يعمل مس وما ينظف.
Okay. I don't know if he had it hidden or not. I don't know. He does order things with his brothers and puts things in his room, in his locker. No one goes into his locker or know anything of what's in it. His mom comes and cleans his room because he makes a mess and he does not clean it.
Your wife would clean his room?
زوجتك بتنظف غرفته؟
طبعا.
Of course.
Did your wife ever tell you that she saw assault rifles, ammunition, and chemicals for explosives in his closet?
عفوا. زوجتك أي وقت خبرتك إنه شافت سلاح وشافت عتاد وشافت مواد كيميائية في غرفته؟
شافت اي شيء.
Did not see anything.
He worked the day before the mass shooting, am I right?
اشتغل يوم قبل إطلاق النار الجماعي صحيح؟ Yes.
He worked a full shift, is that right?
واشتغل وقت كامل أو شفت كامل؟ No.
It was Arabic Mother's Day, is that right?
كان عيد الأم بالعربي؟
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was the cook at the restaurant for that day.
كان الطباخ للمطعم في ذلك اليوم.
والله ما أذكر بس يعني كان هو واخوه يشتغلوا مع بعض وبنتي معهم على الدور.
Okay.
3.
Okay. Honestly, I don't recall, but he was with his brother working, and my daughter also was running the floor. 3 of them were working.
And no problems came up that day, right?
وما كان في أي مشكلة في ذاك اليوم.
كنا كلياتنا محتفلين ما عدا هو.
We were all celebrating except him.
No, I'm talking about when he was at the restaurant. I'm sorry.
أنا آسف قصدي لما كان في المطعم.
هو لما كان بالمطعم مع اخته ومع اخوي انا ايش عرفني؟ انا اكون بالبيت او اكون بمكان. انا ماني بالمطعم.
Okay.
بس اعرف كل ما اجي على المطعم يشتكوا لي منه يقول لي حرق الفلافل حرق اللحمه حرق هذه حرق هذه سوى هذه.
Okay. He was in the restaurant with his brother and his sister. I don't know, but I would be home or in another place. I was not always in the restaurant, but I know anytime I came to the restaurant, they would complain about him and say that he was burning the meat, he was burning the falafel, he would do this, would do that.
So I'm going to ask a yes or no question, if I may.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how much longer Mr. Doherty's has.
Your Honor, if the witness could be directed to answer yes or no, I have 5 minutes.
Ask your next question and we'll take a break here.
Do you want to take a break now then, Your Honor?
Yeah, why don't we? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Admonition time until the trial is completed. Don't discuss this with anybody. If anyone does try to discuss it with you, tell them to stop and then report it to me immediately. Don't read anything, don't research anything, don't form an opinion, express an opinion, and just keep doing what you're doing because you're doing a great job. Thank you. All right. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. Okay. Thank you. All right, we'll bring the jury in. Mr. Alissa, I'll remind you, you remain under oath.
Yes.
All right, be seated, Mr. Dougherty, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, in the interest of time, I'm going to ask you to instruct the witness that if the question calls for yes or no answer and it's possible to do so, that he answer yes or no.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, he worked a shift as a chef at the restaurant on the Sunday before the mass shooting. Is that right?
نعم أستاذ هو اشتغل بالوقت الكامل كطباخ في يوم الأحد قبل الإطلاق النار صحيح؟
نعم.
Yes.
No problems or issues were reported to you from your other siblings, from your other children, excuse me.
ما كان في إبلاغ عن أي مشكلة، ما تم إبلاغك بأي مشكلة من أولادك الثانيين.
كل يوم في إبلاغ عن مشكلة.
Every day there is a complaint or a report about an issue.
When you spoke with the FBI and then again with the Boulder Police Department, in both of those conversations, you never shared anything about issues or problems from the Sunday before the mass shooting. Is that true?
نعم لما حكيت مع مكتب التحقيق الفدرالي او الاف بي اي والشرطه مركز شرطه بولدر بالمرتين لما عفوا هاي الاماكن الاثنين اللي حكيت معهم ما شاركت معهم انه كان عنده اي مشكله وما تم ابلاغ باي مشكله يوم الاحد قبل اطلاق النار.
لا ما قلت.
No, I did not tell them anything.
The night before the mass shooting, he slept at home. Am I right?
الليله قبل اطلاق النار الجماعي نام بالبيت. Yes.
No issues or problems that night. Is that correct?
ما كان في اي مشاكل تلك الليله، صحيح؟
بس ما احتفل معنا.
Only he did not celebrate with us.
But in terms of him sleeping and being home, no issues or problems.
بس بخصوص نومته انه كان في البيت ما كان في مشكله. No problem.
The morning of the mass shooting, you and your wife had breakfast and tea with him from approximately 10:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. Is that correct?
صباح يوم الإطلاق النار أنت وزوجتك أكلتوا معه فطور وشربتوا معه شاي حوالي بين 10:30 11. Yes.
He did not tell you what he was going to do that day. Am I right?
خبرك. I apologize, counsel. Correct?
Okay, sir. Yes.
ما خبرك شو كان حيعمل ذاك اليوم، صحيح؟
كان شكله مقزز وزوجتي عرضت عليه بطي $20 واحلم وظبط عندها طلع صاير كانه شحات.
Okay. His appearance was just off. His facial expressions looked really bad and his beards. My wife offered to give him $20 to go and clean up because you look like a homeless.
But so you're saying now that his expression looked off as well?
Counsel, this is the interpreter. I made the correction of not facial expression, but facial appearance. I apologize.
Thank you for clarifying. Other than going for a haircut, your son didn't tell you what he was going to do that day.
من عدا انه كان المفروض بيروح بقص شعره بحلق، ابنك ما خبرك شو كان هيعمل ذاك اليوم. No, he did not tell me.
You left at around noon to run errands with your wife. Am I right?
طلعت حوالي نص النهار بالظهر انت وزوجتك حتى تروحوا بتكملوا شغلات. Yes.
You didn't take his guns away that morning.
ذاك اليوم الصبح ما أخذت منه سلاحه.
انا ما شفت عنده سلاح لحتى اخذ منه، وبعدين اذا بدي اخذ منه ما يعطيني اياه.
I did not see him having a gun, so I can take it. And even if I wanted to take away the gun, he would not give it to me.
You didn't take away his car keys that day, am I right?
ما أخذت منه مفتاح السيارة ذاك الصباح، صحيح؟
No.
No.
And that's because although you had mental health concerns for your son, he was still fully functional. Am I right?
نعم. وهذا مع العلم كان عنده، على الرغم من أنه كان عنده أو كان عندك مخاوف عن صحته النفسية، ولكن بشكل كامل كان فعال، يعني بشكل كامل كان منيح.
تقدر تقول كان مصمت.
You can say he was half crazy.
Okay. So half crazy.
يعني نصف مجنون.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you leave and you go to run errands with your wife, right?
طلعت وتروح انه تكمل المهام مع زوجتك. Yes.
And later that day, he then committed the mass shooting that brings us here.
وفي وقت لاحق في نفس اليوم ارتكب الجريمة الجماعية اللي أدى أنه نكون هلا هون.
No.
Yes.
How many times have you visited your son at the jail?
كم مرة زرت ابنك في السجن؟
ولا مرة.
Not even once.
How many times have you visited your son at the state hospital?
كم مرة زرت ابنك في مستشفى الولاية؟
ولا مرة.
Not even once.
How many times have you written to your son to say, I know this isn't your fault and that you were possessed by a spirit and that you had no control over it? How many times have you written to say that?
ولا يحكي.
اسمع. كم مرة كتبت رسالة لابنك بتقول له أنا عارف إنه ذنب مش ذنبك، عارف إنه أنت مسكون بجن أو روح، وإنه هذا ما كان تحكمك.
ولا.
Not even once.
Do you recall speaking with the doctor from the state hospital, sir?
تتذكر حكيت مع الدكتور من مستشفى الولاية والحكومي؟ No.
It was earlier this year, 2024, you spoke with a doctor from the state hospital and shared with the doctor that your son believed he had been followed over time.
نعم. اسمح لي، كان في وقت بداية هاي السنة 2024 حكيت مع دكتور الولاية وشاركت معه إنه ابنك كان يعتقد إنه يتم متابعته أو مراقبته بالوقت أثناء الوقت الكامل.
No.
Yes.
And do you recall also telling the doctor that you and your family had been followed by the FBI due to your ethnicity? Do you recall telling the doctor that?
وتتذكر بلغت أو خبرت دكتور الولاية إنه أنت وعائلتك كنتم متبعين من قبل مكتب ال FBI ومكتب التحقيق الفدرالي بسبب أصلكم العرقي.
حتى الآن يلاحظون.
Until now, they still follow us.
So it's your testimony the FBI is currently, still now, following you and your family.
يعني شهادتك هلا بتقول إنه مكتب ال FBI ومكتب التحقيقات الفدرالية هلا لحد الآن بيتابعوك ويتابعوا عائلتك أو يراقبوا عائلتك؟
No.
Yes.
Okay. So it's one of the signs that made you think your son was mentally ill, but you also believe the FBI was following you and your family during that time.
نعم. فأحد العلامات اللي خلى ابنك بيكون مجنون عقليا إنه أنت كمان تعتقد إنه ال FBI بيتابعوك أنت وعائلتك.
ابني مريض ومرض عقلي. احنا ما لنا مرضانين عقليين، ما عندنا مرض عقلي، هو مريض عقلي. فنحن اذا كنا يلاحقونا ما عندنا شيء نخاف عليه، ما عاملين شيء. فهو كان يتفكر انه هو ملاحق من الاف بي اي او من غيرهم او ناس بدها تقتله لانه عنده شيء بعقله.
Okay. My son is sick and it is mental. We are not mentally sick. He is. If they were following, if they were following us, there is nothing for us to worry about. We have nothing to worry about. He thought he was being followed. He thought that people were out to kill him. He had something inside his brain.
Did you have an interpreter present for the conversation with the doctor from the state hospital?
هل كان عندك مترجم حاضر لما حكيت مع الطبيب مع مستشفى الولاية.
كنت أنا وأولادي يتكلموا الإنجليزية بطلاقة.
I was with my kids and my kids speak English fluently.
So there was no interpreter there when you spoke to Dr. Torres.
ما كان في مترجم لما حكيت مع الدكتور توريس.
ما كنا بحاجة.
We did not need an interpreter.
And you declined to use an interpreter when you spoke with the FBI about this shooting.
About the shooting?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
عفوا. ورفضت كمان انه تستخدم مترجم لما حكيت مع مكتب التحقيقات الفدرالي والاف بي اي عن اطلاق النار.
لأن مكتب التحقيقات كان يحقق معي ومع 2-3 من أولادي مع بعض.
اوكي.
كنا جروب ويحكي معنا الكل.
اوكي.
فإذا أنا في كلمة ما فهمتها أولادي فهموني إياها.
اوكي. Because the FBI interviewed myself and 2 or 3 of my kids. We were all together as a group. They were speaking with us. If there was something that I did not understand, my kids would relate to me.
But the FBI, just to be clear, the FBI had interpreters there when they interviewed, for example, your wife, but you declined to use an interpreter when you met with the FBI. Is that true?
نعم بس الاف بي اي كان عندهم مترجم حاضر واستخدموا مترجم بالمقابله مع زوجتك بس انت رفضت انه بيكون عندك مترجم لما كنت هناك صحيح؟
والله
honestly I do not remember.
Do you remember when you met with the Boulder Police Department detectives and also did not use an interpreter in that conversation?
بتذكر لما التقيت مع محققين شرطه بولدر وكمان رفضت انه تستخدم مترجم؟
لأن محققين بولدر اجوا وحققوا معي مع 3 من اولادي مع بعض.
اوكي.
فقلت لك السبب يعني اولادي يعرفوا انجليزي بالمية.
اوكي.
خارجين هاي سكول وكولج وغيره. انا طبعا ينقصني بعض الكلمات.
Okay. Because Boulder detectives came and met with 3 of my kids, all of us together, as I have stated, and the kids do know English 100%. They are high school and college graduates. There are certain words that I miss here and there.
Fair to say, though, the FBI and also the Boulder Police Department on 2 separate occasions conducted lengthy interviews with you without an interpreter present, sir?
نعم هل من العادل نقول انه الاف بي اي وشرطه بولدر مرتين التقوا فيكم وعملوا مقابلات طويله ومن دون استخدام المترجم؟
معي لوحدي؟
With myself alone?
Yes, sir.
نعم سيدي.
يعني في معنا حياته ما كان معي لحالي.
They were never with me alone.
Okay. You explained that you need an interpreter because you're not used to the court setting. Is that fair?
وضحت انه تحتاج مترجم لانك ما عارف باجراءات المحكمه صحيح؟
ماني فاهم بالمية ايش يقولون المحامين وايش يقولون. يعني لازم افهم بالمية لحتى اعرف اجاوب.
I don't understand 100% what the attorneys and the doctors are saying. I must understand 100% to know how to answer or say something.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. And I just have a few final questions for you as we wrap up, okay?
نعم أقدر هذا الشيء وعندي بس كم سؤال نهائي قبل ما نخلص.
Were you convicted in 2003 of being involved in an interstate crime ring that was brought down by the FBI?
نعم أستاذ، هل تم إدانتك في عصابة جرائم عفوا شرطة الاف بي اي حلت هاي القضية وحققت في هاي القضية؟
2003 قبضوا علي شراء حليب مسروق، حليب أطفال مسروق، ورحت على السجن واي بليد قلبي يعني وطلعت وهذا القصة صار لها 21 سنة.
Okay. The FBI arrested me because I purchased stolen milk, kids' milk or formula, and I went to jail and I pled guilty. And this was 21 years ago.
A long time ago.
21 سنة.
21 years. كان من وقت طويل.
And you were convicted of 2 felonies for receiving stolen property over $15,000 for each count. Is that right?
نعم. وتم إدانتك لتهم 2 جناية للمواد أو الممتلكات المسروقة اللي كان كل واحدة منها أكثر من $15,000 لكل تهمة.
نعم.
Yes.
And after being briefly incarcerated, you were then sentenced to 10 years of intensive supervised probation. Is that right?
نعم. وبعد ما كنت قضيت وقت قصير في السجن أعطوك حكم 10 سنوات تكون تحت المراقبة المشددة برنامج الاختبار.
راقبوني مراقبة شبه سنة وبعدين مراقبة علي.
They monitored me intensively for 1 year. After that, they left me alone.
And that was a case that actually involved the FBI to some extent, am I right?
وهذه كانت أحد القضايا اللي نوعا ما كان في تدخل من مكتب ال FBI صحيح؟
أنا اللي عارفه اللي انسجنت بعربة هو كان وشرطة عربة وكان هي اللي قبضت علي، هذا اللي عارفه. بس في FBI معنا.
Okay. What I know is I was jailed in Arapahoe County, and Arapahoe County arrested me. If the FBI were involved, I don't know.
Talk with your kids over the years about what had happened to you?
حكيت مع أولادك أو أطفالك بمرور السنين على اللي حصل لك؟
أولادي الكبار يعرفوا، بناتي الكبار يعرفوا، لكن الصغار ما يعرفوا أي شيء.
Okay.
أحمد هذا كان عنده يمكن 4 سنوات.
Okay.
محمود وحسان لسه مو جايين.
Okay.
يعني كان أصغر واحد عندي ب 4 سنوات.
Okay. My older kids knew. My older kids knew, but my younger kids did not know. Ahmed was, I believe, 4 years, maybe. Mahmoud and Hassan, maybe they were not even born yet. But Ahmed was young, maybe 4 years.
Okay. And when you met with Dr. Torres, you told her that you believed the FBI was still following you in the years and months leading up to the mass shooting. Is that right?
نعم. لما التقيت مع الدكتورة توريس خبرتها إنه تعتقد إنه ال FBI بعدهم بيلتحقوا فيك لحد ما حصل إطلاق النار.
والله ماني متأكد من 100% بس يعني نحن يعني أظن إنه مراقبين بس هنظن بس لكن ما عندنا شيء خوف عليه. ما عاملين شيء غلط.
Okay.
فخلي يراقب 100 سنة. ما في شيء غلط.
Okay. Honestly, I don't know 100%, but you know, if they're monitoring, let them monitor. We're just thinking that they're monitoring, but there's nothing for us to worry about if they monitor. There's nothing wrong. We're not doing anything wrong. Let them monitor.
I understand that, and just to be clear, I'm not accusing you of doing anything wrong. But I just wanted to make sure I ask the question and get the answer.
No,
Dr. Torres, that you believe the FBI was following you and your family still in the lead up to the mass shooting. All right.
نعم يا أستاذ، أنا فاهم، بس أحب أخبرك أنا ما أتهمك بأي شيء أو بتسوي أي شيء غلط. بس بحب أتأكد إنه تفهم السؤال وتجاوب على سؤالي. خبرت الدكتورة توريس إنه بتعتقد إن ال FBI ما تزال لاحقة فيك أو تراقبك أو تراقب عائلتك لحد ما حصل إطلاق النار، صحيح؟
أنا قلت أعتقد يعني أظن يعني ماني متأكد.
Okay. I said I think. I'm not sure. Only that.
Okay. Your Honor, I have nothing further for this witness.
بأي سؤال إضافي you have a shot.
Very briefly, Judge.
Sure.
Mr. Alisa, English is not your first language, right?
سيد العيسى، اللغة الإنجليزية مش لغتك الأولانية أو لغة الأم، صحيح؟
اللغة الثانية.
It's my second language.
So for this very formal setting, you wanted to make sure that you fully understood everything that was being asked of you, right?
تمام يا أستاذ، فلهذا الإعداد الرسمي أو هذا البيئة الرسمية كان بدك تتأكد إنه تفهم بشكل كامل لكل الأشياء اللي بيقولوها، صحيح؟
لذلك طلبت مترجم أفهم كل شيء.
For that, I requested an interpreter so I can understand everything.
And you also wanted to make sure that you were understood because, again, English is not your first language, right?
وأنت كمان كان بدك تتأكد إنه هن كمان يفهموا كان اللغة الإنجليزية مش لغتك الأم. Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that people whose first language is English, there was no confusion between the two of you because English is not your first language, right?
وكمان كان بدك تتأكد للأشخاص أو الناس اللي اللغة الإنجليزية مش لغتهم الأولى أو لغة الأم إنه ما في أي سوء تفاهم أو عدم فهم بما إنه هاي مش لغتك الأولى صحيح؟
صحيح.
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I have no other questions.
Mr. Alissa, you're excused and you are also released from your subpoena. Thank you.
كمان معذور بالاستدعاء. I'm done. Can I go?
Yes, sir.
No, Ustaz.
Ms. Harold, your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Aziza Alissa.
All right, you will stand right there. I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
Good morning. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name?
تسجيلي اسمك الكامل وتهجئي اسمك العائلي من فضلك للميكروفون.
اسمي عزيزة. اسمي عزيزة. last name تبعيتي العيسى.
My name is Ziza. My last name is Alisa.
Okay. And how do you know Ahmad?
كيف تعرفي أحمد؟
أحمد أخوي.
Ahmad is my brother.
I'm going to have you tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where do you live?
يمكن تحدثي اللي تحدثين على نفسك شوية في أي مكان بتعيش الآن؟
عايش في كولورادو.
In Colorado.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
إيه شغلك؟ عندك شغل؟
أشتغل أم الخمس أطفال وأشتغل عندي محل بقالي.
Yes, I'm a mother of 5 kids and I have a grocery shop.
Now, you told us that Ahmad is your brother. Are you older or younger than him?
قلت أن أحمد هو أخوك. أنت أكبر منه سنا أو أقل منه سنا؟
لا أنا أختي كبيرة.
I'm his elder sister.
Okay. So now I want you to tell the jury a little bit about your family generally. How many siblings do you have in total?
الآن عايزك تحكي للمحلفين على عائلتك كم عندك من إخوة بالمجموع يعني؟
أخوة عندي 3 خوات 6
I have 3 sisters and 6 brothers.
Okay. And did you tell us you're the oldest girl?
وقلت أنت هي الكبيرة فيهم؟
أنا
Yeah, I'm the eldest one.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about your family. Are you close?
تحدثي احكي للمحلفين على عائلتك أن أنتم متقربين من بعضكم؟
يا عائلة تقريبا من بعض.
Yes, a family that is close together.
Okay. How often do you see each other?
كم تقريبا بتشوفوا بعضكم يعني؟
كل يوم يومين 3 أيام حسب أوقاتنا وحسب شغلنا وحسب يعني وقت فراغنا نروح.
Yeah, one time, a day, 2 days, 3 days, depend on our time, our work. It depends.
Do you see your family on a weekly basis at least?
شوفي عائلتك على الأقل مرة في الأسبوع على الأقل.
مرة أو مرتين.
Once or twice.
And you all get together to commingle, to talk with each other, hang out with each other?
أنتم بتجتمعوا مجموعين وبالمجموع وتتكلموا وتتحدثوا بكم.
نعم.
Yes.
And is this something you've always done?
هذا دائما بتقوموا بنفس الشيء دائما.
Yes. No.
Yes.
I want you to tell the jury a little bit about your relationship with Ahmad before you noticed any changes. So when he was a kid, what kind of kid was he?
عايزك تقولي للمحلفين علاقتك مع أحمد قبل ما لاحظتي التغيير الذي حصل له، كيف كان هو كطفل يعني؟
أحمد وهو صغير كويس.
Ahmed, when he was young, he was good.
يسمع الكلام.
He was
هادي.
he listens. He was calm.
يعني بالعامية ولد كويس مطيع، ما هو من الأولاد المشاغبين العنيدين، لا يعني كون أنا أخته الكبيرة.
In general, he was obedient. He was not a troublemaker. That's what I saw as his elder sister.
Were you close with him?
كنت قريبة منه؟
أنا قريبة من كل أخواتي وأخوتي.
I'm close to all my brothers and sisters.
ما عندي حدا محدد إنه أنا قريبة منه جدا. هم كلهم أخوتي وخواتي.
I don't have a particular one that I'm really close to. They're all my brothers and sisters.
With Ahmad, did you sometimes feel like he was almost like your son instead of your brother because of the age difference?
بالنسبة لأحمد، هل كنت بتحسي أنه قريب لك كابن أكثر من أخ بسبب الاختلاف العمري، يعني الفرق العمري بينك وبينه؟
أحمد أنا ربيته وهو صغير.
I raised
أنا
أحمد.
كنت أغير له الحفوضة وأنا كنت أحممه وأنا كنت هو ومحمود أخوي أصغر منه، هم كانوا أكثر شيء يعني أنا كوني الكبيرة في البيت كنت أنا معاهم.
I did raise him. I did change his diapers. I showered him, and him and Mahmoud because they were the youngest one, and I was the oldest one, so I was doing all that.
Your Honor, if I may approach what I've identified as Defendant's Exhibit H.
Yes, ma'am.
ده كان قد يقترب بالدليل رقم H.
يا هاي صورتي بعيد ميلادي.
This is my picture on my birthday.
I'm going to ask you just a couple more questions about that.
بعض الأسئلة على هذا النموذج.
Your Honor, people have no objection to admission.
السعادة القضية المكسب المدعي العام ليس لديه أي اعتراض لإدخال هذه الصورة في
I'll formally move to admit Defendant's Exhibit H.
H is admitted.
رسميا سوف أطالب
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
رخصة للإشهار.
We can all now see what's in this photograph. Who's in this picture?
كلنا نرى كلنا نرى هذه الصورة. من هن في مين اللي في الصورة؟
أنا وأحمد.
مي and أحمد.
And when was this taken?
أي وقت تم أخذ هذه الصورة؟
الشهر السابع 13 2019.
It was July 13, 2019.
Okay. And is this before you started notice any changes with your brother?
وهل أخذت هذه الصورة قبل ما بدأتي تلاحظي تغيرات في أخوك؟
بهذا الوقت كان عنده شوية تغيرات.
At that time, he had mild changes.
So kind of right at the beginning of when you start to see some changes?
يعني تقريبا في بداية ملاحظة هذه التغيرات التي وقعت له. Yes.
I want to talk with you a little bit about some of the changes that you noticed with Ahmad. And did you work with him at one of the family restaurants?
عايز أتكلمك على بعض هذه التغيرات التي حدثت لأحمد قبل ما يوقع هذه التغيرات. هل اشتغلتي أنت معه في إحدى المطاعم؟
اشتغلت معاه بال 2018 و 2019.
Yeah, I did work with him in 2018 and 2019.
And describe to the jury how Ahmad was as a worker.
صف للمحلفين كيف كان أحمد كموظف.
أحمد كموظف أنا كنت معاه بالشغل، اشتغل أنا وياه، وكوني إنه أنا أخته ف في عنده كان شردان سهيان، يعني لازم إنه واحد يكون ينتبه عليه إنه هو شو عمال يشتغل.
So yeah, he was working at the restaurant. I was working with him as well, but as his sister, he had this problem of not focusing. Someone had to always tell him exactly what he needs to do.
So who would tell him what exactly to do?
مين اللي كان يقول له يعمل بالضبط اللي مطلوب منه؟
لما كنا نشتغل أنا وياه مثلا يطلع الأكل محروق، هذا واحد من الأمثلة. كوني أنا شغالة بمكان على الفلوت وهو شغال من الداخل.
So for example, we work together, the food comes out burned because I was working on the floor and he was working inside the kitchen.
فكنت ألاحظ عليه إنه هو مو منتبه، يعني ما في انتباه، يحط الشيء مثلا وينساه.
Yeah, so I did make an observation and that he's not paying attention because sometimes when he puts something, he forget about it.
And is this something you'd notice regularly when you worked with him?
هذا شيء لاحظت يعني اعتياديا لما تشتغلي معه؟
لا لاحظت عليه فصرت انتبه معاه، يعني لو من انا شغالة معاه انه يعني اروح وارجع انه مثلا هذا الشيء لازم يصير، هذا الشيء لازم يصير، هذا الشيء لا، يعني يضل بالي معاه.
When I noticed that, I've been following with him with everything he does. So I keep telling him, you got to do this and do that. My mind was always with him.
It's been insinuated by the prosecution that your brother was running the restaurant, that he was in charge of the restaurant. Is that true?
ادعى المدعي العام بأن هو كان هو اللي بيدير المطعم، هذا صحيح؟
يدير هذا المطعم يعني هو صاحب هذا المطعم ولا كيف؟
Manage the restaurant? What do you mean? Like he's the owner?
Like he was in charge of everything.
هو اللي كان المسؤول الكبير على كل شيء في المطعم، صحيح ولا لا؟
لا، كنا أكثر من شخص، كنا أنا وأخوي الثاني وهو معانا شغال.
No.
يعني مثلا كنا أنا وياه نروح بتايم، محمد يجي بعدنا، هو يطلع مثلا، يعني family.
No, that's not true. We work together. Sometimes we go, me and him, to the restaurants. Muhammad comes in and join us, so we work as a family.
But you told us that Ahmad needed a lot of help when he was back in the kitchen.
ولكن قلت بأن أحمد كان عايز مساعدة كثيرة جدا عندما يكون في المطبخ.
بده مساعدة، بس محمد كان موجود معنا.
Yeah, he needs help, but Muhammad was there with us.
Because he couldn't do basic things like cook food in the fryer.
لأنه ما كانش
Your Honor. Sorry, misstating the evidence and meeting.
Rephrase the statement.
إعادة صياغة السؤال، تفضل.
You told us that he burnt food.
أنت قلت لنا أنه كان بيحرق الأكل.
مرة كان في عنا اوردر، فجيت عليه قلت له أحمد الأكل وينه؟ نوع من الأكل. قال لي أنا إذا هو حاطه نسيان، لو من شاله من الزيت كان أسود محروق.
Yes.
فصرت أنا أنتبه معاه إنه مثلا إذا نزل شيء على الزيت، نزل شيء على مثلا الجريل، على الفلات توب، إنه أنا أكون منتبهة معاه. أنا مالي شغالة معاه بالداخل، بس يعني إنه أحمد انتبه، أضل أذكره إنه أحمد انتبه من هاي النقطة، أحمد يعني كوني شغالة معاه أنا وياه مشتغلين سوا.
One time we had this order, and when I mentioned with this big order, and when I mentioned to him, he totally forgot about it. Things like he keep forgetting pulling food from the fryer. That's why I have to keep an eye on him all the time, and keep asking to pay attention because he lack attention.
If he wasn't your brother, would you have fired him?
لو ما كانش أخوك كان ممكن تطردوه من الشغل؟
سؤال هذا مو عملي فما أنا أقرر.
A question that's not my that's not for me to decide.
Because it wouldn't be up to you. It wouldn't be your job to fire someone.
لأنه مش شغلك إنك تطردي شخص، صحيح؟
إذا واحد مو منتبه لعمله ويظل إنه يعمل شغلات دامج بالأشياء، يعني أحاول إنه أساعده إنه انتبه لعملك أكثر. بس إذا كان هو مو منتبه لعمله، يعني مو بس أنا، أي حدا رح يضل.
Anyone who's not paying attention and making damages, I would try to intervene and try to help and ask to pay attention. Yeah, if it was someone else who do something similar, definitely he should be let go.
But because he was your brother, you'd cover up for him.
ولكن بما أنه أخوك أنت بتغطي على هذه المسائل اللي كان بيقوم بها.
مو أغطي عليه، كنت أساعده إنه ما إنه ينتبه على عمله.
Not cover, but I was helping him so he can pay attention to his job.
I want to talk to you, excuse me, about some other observations you made about Ahmad as he was changing.
أريد أتحدث معك على بعض الملاحظات التي شفت إياها لما كان أحمد بيتغير.
Was there an incident at the restaurant where he believed he was being followed by someone in the parking lot?
كان هناك حادث في المطعم كان يقول بأن كان شخص بيراقبه.
مظبوط، هذا الحادثة صارت 2018. يعني خلينا نقول الساعة 3:30. أنا كنت جالسة، خلص وقت الغداء، كنت جالسة، فات أحمد مسرع فتح الباب وفات، يعني كأنه حدا وراه، كأنه هو في أحد وراه لاحظه. وقفت قلت له أحمد شو صاير معك؟ قام قال لي شايف السيارة هاي البيضة، المطعم والبرجر كينج في مسافة تقريبا شي 500 متر، في سيارات صفات هون. قلت له ايه؟ قام قال لي واحدة من السيارات فيها ناس عم تراقب.
So it was an incident back in 2018 around 3:30 in the afternoon. I was sitting in a restaurant. We just finished the lunch period or lunchtime, and Ahmed opened the door and charged like someone was just following him. And so he started pointing to this white car outside. So in between the restaurants and Burger King, there's a lot of cars are parked there.
قلت له في ناس عم تراقبك بالسيارة هاي؟ قال لي ايه في ناس عم تراقبني بلاحقيني. قلت له اوكي خليك هون. قام قال لي لا تروحي. قلت له لا رايحة اشوف شنو السيارة هاي اللي لاحقة. قمت مشيت، رحت لعند السيارة واقفة بالباركينج ما في حدا فيها. درت حواليها، رحت من هون رحت من هون، مشيت أكثر، جيت لأشوف إنه منو بالسيارة، في ناس بالسيارة، ما طلع في حدا.
So he said, I told him, is there any people who are watching you? He said, yeah, that car's. And so I went outside and he tried to stop me. So I went outside and I looked inside that car. No one was there in that car.
Were there other times when you would drive to work together that he believed people were following you when there was no one there?
كان هناك حوادث لما كنت أنت وياه تروحوا للشغل في السيارة، كان عنده فكرة بأن هناك أشخاص بيتعاقبوهم
أكثر من مرة
more than once.
يعني نطلع بالسيارة نروح للشغل فناخذ الشارع نطلع من الإشارة ناخذ الشارع الرئيسي فيكوني أنا أسوق السيارة فهو يقول لي شايفة الناس اللي ورانا؟ أقول له إيه؟ يقول لي هاي الناس ملاحقتني. ملاحقتك ليش؟ يقول لي ناس ملاحقتني. أركز بالمراية أشوف من الناس اللي وراي ناس عاديين أخسر يمين إذا حدا ملاحقني ياخذ يمين معنا وإذا ناس عاديين يضلوا ماشيين فيضلوا ماشيين.
So when we go out in the car heading to work, I was the one who's doing the driving. So when we get into the main street, he keep telling me, "See, these people behind me, they're following me." So I try to curve to the right to see if they're gonna follow us, or to the right, or to the right or to the left. But you know, when I look at my visor, everyone was looking normal.
Was there an instance when you let him borrow your car and he forgot to bring it back to you for a long time?
كان هناك حادث لما أعطيته السيارة ونسي بأنه يرد لك السيارة لمدة طويلة.
يا كون إنه أنا وياه بنشتغل سوا فهو عنده تايم يروح للجيم يعني أنا أخلص شغل بالتسعة هو يطلع بالسبعة فعنده كان هاي الساعتين يروح للجيم فيسألني معلش آخذ سيارتك أقول له يعني خذها عادي أنا أروح مع أبوي على بيت أهلي تأخذ ابني وهو يجي على 9 ونص أرجع على البيت.
Because we work together, he used to go to the gym at 7 and I'm out and I clock out at 9 o'clock. So that's when he asked me if I can take the car while I'm working. And sometimes my dad give me a ride to pick up my kid and give me a ride back to my place and he will drop the car off.
And in one or more of those instances, did you expect Ahmad to bring your car back to you and he didn't?
وهل كان مرة أنك كنت تتوقع بأن أحمد يرد لك السيارة وما ردش السيارة صحيح؟
فمرة من المرات أخذ السيارة معه وأنا رحت مع أبوي على بيت أهلي فاستنيت أحمد صارت الساعة 9 ونص 10 ونص أنا لازم أقعد الصبح أولادي عندهم مدارس فأتصل عليه أحمد ما يرد على التليفون إجا أحمد الساعة 11 إلا 10 11 إلا ربع بهذا التوقيت فقلت له حبيبي أحمد أخذت السيارة هاي سيارتي تعرف إنه أنا 9 لازم أكون بالبيت أولادي عندهم مدارس لازم يناموا بكير وننام بكير فقال لي ليش هاي السيارة إلك؟ قلت له لا هاي السيارة شنو؟ قلت له أخذت المفتاح مني قام قال لي نسيت فأخذت المفتاح فقلت له مرة ثانية إذا تاخذ سيارتي تجي على الوقت اللي أنا أعطيك إياه يا أما يعني هذا واحد من المواقف صار معنا أنا وياه.
Yes, that did happen before. One time, my dad had to give me a ride to his place, and I had to wait for Ahmed. It was 9:30. He didn't show up. 10:30. He didn't show up. I had to go home, because I have kids that have school the next day. So I called him. He doesn't answer. 10:45 or so, he's showing up, and I asked him why didn't you give me the car earlier? So I just pick up he just give me the keys, and he think that he never was supposed to return the key.
At any point, did you start noticing that he would start laughing at himself?
هل كان أي فترة إنك بديتي تلاحظي بأنه كان بيضحك على نفسه؟
يضحك يا
He laughs.
يشتغل يضحك فنسأله كون إنه إحنا أخوة وقول له أحمد مثلا ليش عم تضحك؟ شو صاير معك؟ فهو كان جوابه جدا قصير وأحيانا ما يجاوب ضحك علينا بس يعني خلص.
Yeah. So yeah, siblings, we were, I was asking him, why you're laughing. So he just give a short answer, and that's about it.
Did it appear that he was laughing at nothing?
هل كان بيبدو أنه كان بيضحك على أشياء يعني معدومة ما عندهاش أي معنى؟
يعني مرة مرتين أشوفه يضحك كأنه في حدا مقابله عم يحكي معه ويضحك هو وياه.
I mean, one time and another time, I saw him that he was laughing like someone was in front of him.
And there was no one there?
No.
ما كانش أي شخص هناك.
لا.
No, no.
What about starting to have a lack of eye contact? Would he stop looking at you when you would talk to him or try to talk to him?
بالنسبة لعدم الحديث معك عين على عين، هل يعني يعني انتهى من هذا يعني النظر إليك لما يتكلم معك بالعين؟
أحمد بطبيعته لما تحكي معاه ما يطلع عليه، يدير بوجهه يا أما عيونه بمكانات تانية.
Yeah, Ahmed, by his nature, he doesn't look at the eye directly. He just talks to you while his eye is somewhere else.
And then did you also start to notice some things about his memory getting worse?
أيضا بديت تلاحظي بأن ذاكرته بدأت يعني تصبح من أسوأ إلى أسوأ.
You told us some stuff about what was going on at work, but was he also forgetting, like, for example, your child's name after you'd tell him?
تكلمتي على بعض المسائل التي وقعت في الشغل، ولكن مثلا كان بينسى اسم واحد من أولادك بعد هل هذا حدث؟
يا ابني مواليد 2020 ف كان بيبي صغير يروح يجي يقول لي هذا من البيبي، أقول له هذا البيبي ابني، يقول لي شو اسمه؟ أقول له اسمه يعني هو اسمه، فيقول لي أوكي. ثالث يوم مثلا رحت أهلي نفس السؤال يسألني إياه، فصرت أقول له أحمد أنت يعني كم مرة لازم أقول لك اسم البيبي؟ خلاص اسمه بيبي وهو ابني بس. هاي كانت نقطة يعني بال2020.
So I had a baby in 2020, and he was walking back and forth, and he kept telling me, "Whose baby is this?" And I keep telling him that it's my baby. And he keeps saying, "What's the baby's name?" And I tell him the name. The next day is the same thing. He keeps asking the same question. So I told him, Ahmed, what's wrong with you? Can't you remember? I just said this to you, and so we came up to the name of a baby. Every time he asked me, I told him it's a baby. That's it.
In November of 2020, did the family get COVID?
العائلة ب 2020 جاها الكوفيد. Yes.
Did you? Oh, go ahead.
أنا صارت فيني كورونا.
I had COVID as well.
And did you start to notice additional changes with your brother after he got sick?
ولاحظت أي تغيرات إضافية لأخوك بعد ما مرض بالكوفيد؟
بعد ما صارت كورونا أحمد سمن والراس عنده صار حجمه أكبر وقلل الكلام، يعني لدرجة إنه هو اليوم كله يمكن يا يحكي يا ما يحكي.
So right after COVID, he became chubby. His head got bigger, and he started speaking less, or sometimes not even speaking at all.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
شكراً، ما عنديش أي أسئلة إضافية.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Michael Doherty, and I have a few questions for you, okay?
اسمي مايكل دوري، بس بسألك كم سؤال. Go ahead, ask.
Thank you. I want to follow up on what Ms. Harold was asking you about the times when you were working at the restaurant.
تمام، شكرا. بس بدي أتابع معك عن السؤال اللي سألتك الآنسة هيرولد عن الوقت اللي كنتوا شغالين مع بعض.
كان شغلنا أنا يبدأ شغلي الساعة 11 أخلص الساعة 9.
Our work was, I would start at 11 o'clock and end at 9 o'clock.
Remember, well, we had the picture on the screen a few minutes ago.
تتذكري الصورة اللي كانت على الشاشة قبل شوي؟
That's from your birthday. I think you said July of 2019.
اللي كان من تاريخ ميلادك أو عيد ميلادك شهر 7 2019. It's this one, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. نعم صحيح هو هذا.
So were you working in the restaurant during that time period?
يعني هاي الفترة كنت شغالة في المطعم؟
Yes. No.
Yes.
That's approximately a year after your brother graduated from high school.
تقريبا سنة بعد ما أخوك يتخرج من الثانوية.
ايه هيك شيء احمد خرج يا 17 يا 18.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Ahmed graduated either 17 or 18.
So a year or two after he graduated from high school.
سنة أو سنتين بعد ما تخرج من الثانوية.
And I know we're talking about 5 years ago, so I recognize it might be hard to remember exact dates.
أنا عارف إنه أنا بحكي عن 5 سنين فاتت، فاحتمال صعب تتذكري بالضبط أي يوم كان.
يعني
Okay.
The behaviors that you've described from the restaurant about your brother's cooking and such, what years was that happening?
نعم، السلوك اللي حكيتي فيه واللي وصفتي فيها أخوك لما كان بيشتغل أو شغال في المطعم، لما كان يطبخ، أي سنة حصلت؟
بال 18 وال 19 انا بهاي السنتين انا كنت شغال.
18 and 19. Those 2 years I was working
At the restaurant.
في المطعم.
And then you left the restaurant after that.
وبعدها غادرتي المطعم، صحيح؟
غادرت المطعم، صارت كورونا وحملت بابني وصار تعب علي يعني كوننا نحن فاميلي فقلت لهم انا رح اوقف عليه.
Okay. I left the restaurant and COVID occurred and I got pregnant and it was a little bit tiring for me. And since we're family, I said I will stop working.
Sure. So 18, 19, for those reasons, you stopped working at the restaurant.
في 2018 2019 لهاي الأسباب وقفتي ما كنتي تشتغلي في المطعم.
2018 و 19 كنت شغالة. بال20 أولها صارت الكورونا وبعدها خلص كنت حامل 4 أشهر وكان معي سكر حمل، فالدكتورة قالت لي لازم ما يكون في يعني اختلاط، طلعوا وفوت لازم تكون جالسة في البيت.
Okay.
هذا واحد من الأسباب الرئيسية.
Okay. 18 and 19, I was still working. 2020, beginning of 2020, when COVID occurred, after it, I left. I was 4 months pregnant and I had gestational diabetes. And the doctor told me it's not a good idea for you to be mixing with people. It's better just to be sitting around at home. So that was one of the main reasons.
Sure. And to be clear, though, the restaurant stayed open during COVID, right?
بس حتى نكون واضحين، تمام، حتى نكون واضحين، المطعم بقى مفتوح بوقت 2020 أو وقت كورونا.
في مطاعم سكرت وفي مطاعم ظلت فاتحة، فهم من الناس اللي ظلوا فاتحين. يعني صاحب المطعم شغلهم هم كعائلة خلوه.
Okay. There were some restaurants that shut down. Some restaurants remained open. We remained open. As a family, we left it and remained open.
Sure. The incident about your brother, the defendant, thinking he was being followed, that was from September or October of 2019. Is that correct?
الحادثة اللي حكينا فيها عن أخوك أو المدعي عليه إنه كان يعتقد إنه الناس تتبعه، كان في شهر 9 أو شهر 10 2019.
كانت الدنيا برد، كنت لابسة جاكيت، فأتذكر الموقف إنه لفيت جاكيتي هيك وحتى هو يعني جرني إنه لا تطلعي في ناس يعني هذا، قلت له خلاص خليك هون وأنا أروح. فكان في برد، فأكتوبر نوفمبر الشهر اكزاكتلي بالضبط ماني بس متذكرة الحادثة.
Okay. The weather was cold. I was wearing a jacket and I recall wrapping myself like this. And I recall him saying, don't go. He said, you stay here, I will go. October, November, exact month, I don't know, but I do recall the incident.
It's definitely in 2019, though, because you were still working at the restaurant then.
بس 100% كان في 2019 لأن كنت بعدك شغالة في 2019 في المطعم.
No.
Yes.
And you did not see any additional paranoid behavior after that.
Counsel, do you mind repeating that?
Yes, I'm sorry. You didn't see your brother doing anything like that after that incident in 2019.
نعم سيدتي، ما لاحظتي أخوك
in terms of thinking people were following him.
نعم، ما لاحظتي أخوك أو أي حادثة تانية بتصير نفس هاي الحادثة اللي صارت في 2019 وإنه بيفكر إنه في ناس تتبعه أو ناس لاحقة وراه.
هو صار الموقف بيني وبينه، لو مني أنا شفته ما إنه أخذت الموضوع عادي، لا رحت شفت ما في حدا، فجيت حكيت له قلت له ما في حدا بالسيارة، فيعني مو انه بس عديت، لا رحت زرت المكان، ورحت من هون رحت من هون تا اشوف انه في حدا موجود، ما كان في حدا موجود. فاتوقع انه هو يعني مثل صار عنده انه ما اعرف يعني ما عاد عادها انه يقول لي مثلا بالسيارة هاي في ناس، بس اطلع معاه بالسيارة نطلع انا وياه الصبح، كان دائما يقول لي في ناس بالسيارة ورانا لاحقتنا.
Okay. I mean, it occurred between him and I. I did not just let that pass. I went and checked it. I went and told him after that there was no one in the car. I did not just go or just look and leave it there, but I went there, I looked around, I turned around it to see if there was anything, and there was no one there. I think he was like, I don't know. He did not say that to me again, that there was a person inside a car. But when we were out driving in the mornings, he would tell me the people behind us in the cars, they're following me.
Do you recall? Sorry, I'm just gonna. Okay. Do you recall telling the investigators that after that incident in September or October of 2019, that there were no other instances of paranoid behavior that you observed by your brother?
نعم يا سيدي، تتذكرين خبرت المحققين بعد هاي المرة اللي صارت سواء كان شهر 9 أو شهر 10 2019 ما حصلت أي حادثة تانية بخصوص هذا السلوك النمطي اللي لاحظتيه من أخوك؟
لا، انه في حدا لا قاعد بالسيارة ومراقبني، بس صارت عدة حالات اطلع انا وياه بالسيارة ماشي على الشارع الرئيسي، فيقول لي السيارة اللي ورانا ملاحقتنا أكثر من مرة. هذا الشيء صار يعني عدة مرات.
أوكي.
وأركز معاه إنه ما في حدا ملاحقنا، آخذ اليمين وأقول له شايف إنه ما في حدا معانا، ما في حدا تابعنا، إحنا ماشيين نظامي رايحين على شغلنا.
Go. No, if there was someone in the car and monitoring us, no. But many times have occurred where we would get in the car and during our driving on the main road, he would say, the car behind us, they're following me. They're following us many times. I would focus, but no, I would take to the right lane and see that no one was following us. And I was trying to tell him, see, no one is following us. We were just going to work.
Do you recall being interviewed by the investigators after the shooting happened?
تتذكرين المحققين التقوا بيكي بعد ما حصل إطلاق النار؟
تاخذ مني مرة واحدة.
They met me once.
After like يومين أو ثلاثة.
After 2 or 3 days.
And you recall telling them that after the incident in September, October 2019, there were no other instances of paranoid behavior? And this was to Detective Richard from the Boulder Police Department and others.
نعم يا سيدي، تتذكرين خبرتي المحققين إنه بعد هاي الحادثة اللي حصلت في شهر 9 أو شهر 10 ب 2019 ما كان في أي سلوك تاني نفس هذا السلوك، يعني سلوك كأنه عنده جنون عظمى عند أخوك. هذا خبرتي المحقق ريتشارد في مركز شرطة بولدر.
أجيب السؤال.
Repeat the question.
لا أنت المترجم.
You, the interpreter.
I'm actually just, go ahead.
Would you like
Mr.
me to repeat it?
Sure. Thank you.
عفوا سيد. سؤاله بيقول تتذكرين أنت خبرتي المحققين عن هاي الحادثة اللي حصلت سواء كان شهر 9 أو شهر 10 ب 2019 عن أخوك إنه ما كان عنده أي سلوك تاني، يعني سلوك جنوني ما كان عنده نفس هذا السلوك، وهذا الكلام خبرتي المحقق ريتشارد في مكتب شرطة بولدر.
أحمد كانت عنده هاي الحركات، مثلا إنه ناس ملاحقتني ناس هذا، بس أنا ما كنت أعرف إنه هو شو صاير معه.
Okay. Ahmed had those type of behaviors. People are chasing me, people are following me, but I did not know what has occurred with him.
Okay. He would borrow your car on occasion, as you said, right?
وكان بياخد سيارتك في أوقات.
بعض الأوقات ياخذ سيارتي يسألني إنه أروح للجيم، معلش تعطيني سيارتك، أقول له أوكي، وأنا أبوي ياخذني على بيت أهلي لأنه ابني مع أمي.
Yeah, sometimes he would take my car. He would ask me, I will go to the gym. Is it okay if I take it? I say, okay. My dad would drive me to my family's house where my son was staying with my mom.
And your brother would go to the gym to work out during this time period.
وأثناء هذا الوقت أخوك كان بيروح للنادي الرياضي حتى يتمرن.
يروح للجيم فأكيد يعني هو رايح يعني يلعب رياضة.
Yeah, I mean, he would go to the gym for sure to work out and do sports.
On direct examination, when Ms. Harold was asking you questions, you said that your brother should have been fired because of how poor he was performing as a cook. Is that right?
نعم يا سيدتي، بالاستجواب المباشر لما المحامية هيرولد سألتك سؤال عفوا، قلتي إنه كان المفروض ينطرد من العمل بسبب طريقة شغله كطباخ، صحيح؟
أنا ما قلت هو ينطرد من العمل، قلت إنه هو يعني واحد ينتبه عليه كون إنه هو مو منتبه العمل، فهذا الشيء يعود له هو لنفسه. إذا انتبه لعمله ضل بعمله، ما انتبه لعمله. مو بس أنا، وأنا أرجع أقول مو بس أنا، أي حدا يطرد الإنسان اللي ما ينتبه لعمله.
I did not say he should be fired from work, but I said that one needs to pay attention to his work. And if you're not paying attention if he was not paying attention to his work, that goes back to him. If you're not paying attention to your work, not just me, anyone would fire you.
Do you recall telling the investigators that your brother was a good worker and a good chef?
تذكرين خبرت المحققين إنه أخوك كان عامل منيح وكان طباخ منيح؟
يشتغل، نحن أخوه وأخوات، يعني ما إنه أنا أدقق عليه ولا هو يدقق علي، ولا هو كويس ولا مو كويس. يعني إذا هو عنده غلط محمد يصلحه، إذا أنا عندي غلط محمد يجي يصلح لي إياه، أنا أصلح لمحمد، لعماد، لأحمد، نفس الشيء. يعني مو إنه بس هو كان يعني كويس، هو مو إنسان سيء.
Okay. I mean, we were brothers and sisters. If there was something that I did not do correctly, another sibling would correct me. Mahmoud would come and correct me. If Mahmoud did something wrong, Ahmad would correct him, or Ahmed, or same thing. He was good. I mean, he was not a bad person.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm just going to follow up on that question if I can. Do you recall telling the investigators that he was a good worker and a good cook?
تمام سيدي، بس رح أتابع معك على نفس السؤال. تتذكرين خبرت المحققين إنه هو كان عامل منيح وكان طباخ منيح؟
هو عامل كويس، مو سيء. يعني ما إنه يتغيب عن عمله، ما إنه ما يجي، لا نحن معاه أخوة وخوات، بنروح سوا ونجي سوا. يعني أحمد سوي هاي، أحمد سوي هاي، يعني good working. طبعا good working، بس لازم إنه أنت تنتبه عليه. فكانت عنده أخطاء أنا حكيتها، إنه هو كان ينسى الأكل. يعني لازم إنه دائما نحن حواليه، يعني مو بس أنا، محمد حواليه، أبوي حواليه مثلا، يعني شغلات الأكل.
Okay. I mean, he's a good worker. He's not a bad worker. He would not miss work. He would not do that. He would not just not show up. We were brothers and sisters. We would go together and come back together. We would instruct him, Ahmed, do this, Ahmed, do that. He was good working, of course, but we had to pay attention to him. He had mistakes, as I have stated before. He would forget the food, but we were always around him. Not only myself, but my brother Mohammed, my dad, when it comes to cooking, especially about things about cooking.
Sunday before the shooting, the day before the shooting was Arabic Mother's Day, am I right?
اسمحي لي، يوم الأحد قبل ما صار إطلاق النار، اليوم اللي قبله كان عيد الأم العربي، صحيح؟
صحيح.
Correct.
You saw your brother that night, am I right?
شفتي أخوك ديك الليلة، صحيح؟
صح.
Correct.
You talked with your brother that night?
حكيتي مع أخوك بالليلة هاي؟
نقاش بيني وبينه لا ما صار.
A conversation between him and I? No, it did not occur.
بس كان موجود معانا بالقعدة. كان عيد فكنا كلياتنا مجموعين.
Okay. But he was with us in that setting. It was Mother's Day and we were all together.
And you had your kids there, right?
كانوا أطفالك هناك كمان معك صحيح؟
أطفال.
My kids, yes.
You seemed normal that night, am I right?
وكان يبين طبيعي بديك الليلة صحيح؟ هاي الليلة؟
ما شفت عنده أي يعني ما كنت مركزة عليه أقول إنه إيه كان طبيعي ولا مو طبيعي.
Okay. I did not see anything. I did not focus on him to say yes, he was normal or not normal.
And you just testified that you didn't talk to him that night, is that right?
وهلا أدليتي بالشهادة إنه ما حكيتي معه بالليلة هاي؟
ما يعني العائلة كنا مجموعين فما يعني حكيت معاه ما حكيت معاه يعني العائلة كنا مجموعين فإنه مو كان نقاش بيني وبينه لا بيني وبينه ما صار نقاش بس كعائلة كنا قاعدين.
Okay. I mean, the whole family was all together. I did not speak with him. It's not that I did not speak with him, but all of the family was there, conversation-wise, between him and I, no. But as a family, we were all there.
So while recognizing, you said you didn't have a conversation with them, do you recall telling the investigators that you spoke with them tonight and he seemed normal, there's nothing different about him?
تمام يا سيدي، أنا عارف إنه بتقولين إنه ما كان محادثة بيناتكم حصلت، بس أنت خبرتي المحققين إنه حكيتي معه هاي الليلة وكل شيء كان يبين طبيعي، ما كان بيبين أي شيء غير طبيعي.
مثلا مو إنه ما حكيت معاه بس مثلا نفوت إحنا نسلم على بعض إنه أنت كيفك أخبارك كيفك مثلا أخبارك كيفك أخبارك نسأل بعضنا إنه كيفكم أخباركم بس قعدت أنا وياه تناقشنا نقاش أنا وياه الموضوع لا كنا أخوة وخوات يعني نقاش عام.
Okay. I mean, for example, not that I did not speak with him. We go and we greet each other. How are you? What's the news? We ask each other, how are you? Ask about what's going on with you. But him and I having conversations or talk about a topic, no. But just conversations like a brother and sister, general topics we spoke about.
So thank you for clarifying that. You had conversations with your brother that night, like brother and sister do, just general topics.
تمام سيدي، شكرا للتوضيح. كان عندك محادثة مع أخوك بتلك الليلة، بس كلام كأنما اللي بيدور بين أخ وأخت.
مو بس مع أحمد، لأنه أنا جيت من بيتي على أهلي، فأشوف أخوي هذا وأشوف أختي هاي، فكل واحد عنده بيته وعنده حياته، فنحن نشوف بعضنا بهذا مثلا المكان هذا، فنسأل إنه كيفك أخبارك، كيف أولادك، كيف حياتك، شو صار عندك شيء جديد، سؤال يعني سؤال عام مع بعضنا.
Okay. Not only with Ahmed, but I came to the family, to get together with the family, you know, just talk to brothers and sisters. We would see each other in this place, all of us together. We would ask, how are you? How are your kids? What's new with you? Just general topics among each other.
Your brother interacted and played with your kids that night, is that right?
أخوك يتفاعل ولعب مع أطفالك تلك الليلة صحيح؟
وأحيانا أطفالنا هم يلعبوا معه، يعني مثلا يشوفوا إنهم يسلموا عليه، يسلموا على محمود، على حسان، يعني مو بس إنه بس أحمد، مع كلهم. مثلا علي يشوف أولادي يبوسهم، عماد نشوف بنات عماد، يعني ما عندنا إنه مثلا إنه هو ما حدا يقرب عليه ولا لا. لا يعني أحمد يروحوا أطفالي عليه بوسوه هو خالهم، نفس الشيء يروحوا على محمود على حسان، يعني يروحون عليهم.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, sometimes my kids would play with him. They would see him, greet him. Same thing with Hassan, Mahmoud, not just greet Ahmed. Ali and seeing seeing my kids as well. They would kiss them. Ahmad, we're seeing Ahmad's daughters. We don't have it that no one goes near him. But Ahmed, my kids would go, Ahmed was their maternal uncle. My kids would go and kiss him. Same thing with Hassan and Mahmoud.
And you didn't notice anything unusual that night. Is that right?
وما لاحظتي أي شيء غير طبيعي تلك الليلة. No.
He interacted and played with your kids. The two of you spoke and everything was normal.
اتفاعل مع أطفالك، لعب مع أطفالك، وتفاعلتوا مع بعض وحكيتوا مع بعض وكل شيء كان بيبين طبيعي.
كان يعني مثل كان بهذا اليوم خلينا نقول يعني مثلا عيد الأم يعني كلياتنا مجموعين إنه عيد الأم ومحتفلين إنه أمنا طيبة ومعانا وقاعدين يعني كعائلة كلياتنا يعني مو بس أنا وأخواتي وأخوتي وأولادهم. فكان يعني يوم عائلي ويوم فيه احتفال يعني عنا. فطبعا كانوا كلهم يلعبوا مع بعض الأطفال ويروحوا ويجوا أكلنا وسهرنا وبعدها.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he was like it was Mother's Day. So we all got together on that day celebrating and that our mom is good with us. As a family, we were all sitting together, not only myself, but my brothers, my sisters, their kids. The family, all of us were together and celebrating. And of course, they were all playing. The kids were there. We ate and we stayed up after.
And after dinner, your brother asked you for dessert. Do you recall that?
نعم وبعد العشاء أخوك سالك للحلا تتذكري؟
يا أمي كانت مسوية حلويات عربية فجبنا وحطينا الصينية فكلياتنا. فأنا من اللي مثلا اللي عبه فأعطيت الصحن هو كان قاعد على الكاوتش وراي. يعني نحن ناس تقعد بالأرض وناس تقعد على الكاوتش يعني عائلة ما في حدا غريب.
Okay.
فتوازعنا الحلو وأكلنا وما.
Okay. Yeah, my mom made some dessert, some Arabic dessert, and we put the pan on all of us. I gave the dish. He was sitting behind me on the couch. Some of the family members were sitting on the floor. Some of them were sitting on the couch. It's just a family. There was no stranger. And we distributed the sweets to everyone.
And then he came back and asked you for seconds. Do you recall that?
ورجع مرة تانية طلب منك أكثر تتذكري؟
يا كانت الصينية حوالي فعادي يعني حتى إذا سألني أنا ولا سأل أختي الثانية
Okay.
يعني نعطي بعضنا ما عندنا مشكلة.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the pan was right around us. It's okay. I mean, if I was there or my sister was there, we give each other and we put it on the dish for each other and give it.
Have you had any contact with your brother since the mass murder?
هل كان لك أي تواصل أو اتصال مع أخوك من الوقت اللي حصل فيه إطلاق النار الجماعي؟ No.
You haven't visited them at the jail or the state hospital?
ما زرتي لا في المستشفى ولا في عفوا مستشفى الحكومي أو الولاية ولا في السجن؟ No.
You haven't written him any letters?
ما كتبتي له أي رسالة؟
And you haven't spoken
No.
to him by phone?
ما حكيتي معه على التليفون؟ No.
Your brother knew that it was wrong to kill, right?
أخوك كان عارف إنه من الخطأ تقتل، صحيح؟
ما.
I don't know.
Do you recall telling the investigators that your brother knew it was wrong to kill when you met with them shortly after the mass shooting happened?
تذكرين خبرتي المحققين إنه أخوك كان عارف إن من الخطأ تقتل بعد ما حصل إطلاق النار؟
أنا مالي بعقل أكون. أنا كشخصي أنا أحكي عن نفسي هذا الشيء غلط. بس هو شو صاير معاه ما أعرف.
Okay. I don't know. I am not in his mind. I speak for myself. It is wrong to do that. But as to him, I don't know what has occurred with him.
Do you recall telling the investigators that he knew it was wrong to kill? And you saying that to the investigators when you met with them?
Objection asked and answered. That hasn't been answered. Overruled.
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 عفوا. تتذكرين خبرتي المحققين انه اخوك كان عارف من الخطأ انه تقتل شخص وخبرتيهم بعد ما حصل اطلاق النار؟
لا، لأنه أنا ما أحدد هذا الشيء.
No, because I cannot determine that.
No, you didn't tell the investigators that?
يعني انت ما خبرتي المحققين هذا
أنا
الكلام؟
بجوز خبرت المحققين إنه هذا الشيء اللي صار غلط، بس أنا ما حكيت لهم إنه أحمد يعرف هذا الشيء غلط وسواه. لا، أنا ما حكيت هذا الكلام.
Okay. Maybe I told.
اللي صار غلط.
Okay. Maybe I told the investigators that what occurred is wrong. I did not say that he knew it was wrong and that he did it. I do see it to be wrong, but I do see what occurred is wrong. I did not say that.
And you did not tell the investigators that your brother was not looking at you and appeared to move his eyes around. Is that true?
You mind repeating that? I'm sorry.
Sure. You never told the investigators that he would not look at you and would appear to be moving his eyes around.
ما خبرت المحققين في أي وقت إنه أخوك ما كان يبص فيك، يعني ما بيباوع مباشرة عليك وبيحول عيونه يمين وشمال.
أحمد كانت هي طبيعته، لما تحكي معاه ما يطلع عليك. فهو أخوي يعني طلع ما طلع، مثلا حكيت الشيء ومشيت أنه مثلا أعمل هاي، فهو مو إنه إنسان غريب لأنه أنا أركز معاه هو طلع علي ولا ما طلع علي عادي.
Okay. Ahmed, his nature was like that. He would not look into you, but if he looked or not, if I have said something, do this or do that, he's not a stranger. I don't focus to see if he has eye contact with me or not.
يعني هو أخوي، مثلا أنا أقدر أحكي معاه ما طلع علي أمسكه إنه يعني بص لي، يعني أعطيه حركات. أنا أخته.
He's my brother. I could be speaking with him and touch him and say, look at me. I'm his sister.
Okay. So my final questions for you about that, actually. He's your brother and you don't want to see anything bad happen to him, right?
سؤالي الأخير إليك إنه هو أخوك وما بدك أي شيء ما منيح يحصل له، صحيح؟
مو بس هو، كل أخوتي ما أتمنى أي شيء يصير لهم back.
Not only him, all of my brother. I don't wish anything bad happening to them.
Of course. And when you met with the investigators, you described your brother as quiet and well-behaved, but unhappy. Do you recall saying that to the investigators?
تمام. ولما التقيتي في المحققين وصفتي أخوك إنه هو هادئ، حسن التصرف، بس كان غير سعيد. تتذكرين خبرتيهم هيك كلام؟
يعني ما عنده مثلا شيء، يعني شلون بدي أعبر لك إياها، هو هادئ، ما عنده عصبية، بس إنه يعني أشوف إنه في عنده نظرات حزن، بس شنو هي ما أعرف. الناس دائما يقول لي، دائما الناس ملاحقتني، يعني هذا الشيء هذا يتعب الإنسان. لو مني أنت مثلا فوت على المطعم تحس ناس ملاحقتك، هو شنو كان بعقله ما أعرف، بس أنا كنت حواليه يعني إنه ما في شيء، إنه أحكي معاه إنه ما حدا ملاحقنا، نحن نظاميين عايشين حياتنا ما عملنا شيء، بس إنه هو سعيد ولا مو سعيد أنا ما أعرف هذا الشيء. يعني هو حياته، يعني وما يقدر، هو ما حكى لي إنه هو مو سعيد.
Okay. He doesn't have anything. How can I convey it? I mean, he is quiet, but he did not have anger. I look at him, I do see sadness, but what is it exactly? I don't know. But he would always say people are chasing me. Of course, this will make you tired. When you go into a restaurant and you feel like someone is chasing you. But what was in his mind, I don't know. I was around him, I would speak with him. and no one was chasing us. We're living, we're living here. We're not doing anything illegal. But either he is happy or not, I don't know. It's his life. I did not say that he was, sorry, he did not tell me he was unhappy.
Okay.
بس كان يقول لي إنه في ناس ملاحقتني، يعني أشوف هذا الشيء بنظرات عينه، إنه يعني أناقشه إنه لا ما.
But he would tell me that people are chasing me. I would see that and the looks in his eye. I would discuss it with him.
بس هاي
But wait, I'm sorry. If
Only
I,
that, mostly.
okay. But when you met with the law enforcement investigators, you told them there was just that one incident in September, October of 2019 where he said he was being followed. Is that true? With the law enforcement investigators?
تمام يا سيدتي، بس لما التقيتي في محققين الشرطة خبرتيهم إنه بس حصلت هاي المرة الوحدة اللي لاحظتي ب 2000 شهر 9 شهر 10 2019، قلتي إنه كان في ناس أو الحادثة إنه على أساس ناس بيتبعوه.
هي الحادثة هاي اللي صارت، اللي أنا حسيت عليها إنه يعني كثيرة، يعني لو من فات الرعبة اللي أعطاني إياها دليل على إنه فتحت الباب ورحت أشوف من الناس اللي ملاحقته، مثلا أطلع معاه بالسيارة، نطلع أنا وياه كل يوم. أنا كنت أشتغل 4 أيام، أشوفه يقول لي السيارة اللي ورانا، أقول له ما في حدا، يعني بهذا الشيء، بهذا يعني بحدود عملنا، مو إنه بس مرة واحدة، لا عدة مرات. بس المرة اللي صارت إنه أنا فتحت الباب ورحت أشوف الناس اللي ملاحقته، ما شفت حدا.
Okay.
فبعده كله صار مثل الكلام، يعني إنه.
Okay. I mean, that incident when it occurred, it felt like when he entered in such rush, he appeared to be in horror or in fear. And he told me, therefore, I opened the door and went to see what was going on. But in the car, daily, he would bring it up. I worked 4 days a week and I would see him. He would always say that the car behind us, that was during the work times, but many times during work, he has told me those. One time I opened, that one time I opened the door and went to see if there were people that were chasing him. I did not see anyone. But after it, he would tell me many things about people.
And no one's saying your brother doesn't have mental health issues. No one's saying that. But in looking at 2021, just to be really clear, that night when your brother was interacting and playing with your kids, you didn't have concerns about them or their well-being or how he was behaving towards them. Is that right?
No. طبعا ما في حدا بيقول انه اخوك ما عنده اي مشاكل عقليه، بس بتلك الليله هاي الليله اللي صارت يعني من كان في تفاعل او حكي مع اولادك وبيلعبوا مع بعض، ما كان عندك اي مخاوف او خايفه عن اولادك او صحه اولادك؟
هو مو عنيف، لأنه أخاف عليه، ما كان عنده عنف.
He was not violent for me to worry about him. He did not have violence.
Okay.
ما كان عنده عنف، يعني بالحياة حياتنا لا.
He did not have violence during our time. No.
And everything seemed normal that night on March 21st.
وكل شيء كان يبين طبيعي. يوم 31 9. Sorry, Counsel. Did you say March 21st?
March 21st, yes.
عفوا. وكل شيء كان طبيعي 21 مارس 21 3.
كحياتنا كنا طبيعي، كحياتنا. بس هو من بعد كورونا أحمد صار في عنده تغيرات بشكله، صار في عنده تغيرات بسمن، قل الكلام. هذا اللي صار معانا، بس إنه صار عنيف، صار إنه يصيح لا، ما كان هذا الشيء.
Okay.
قليل الكلام.
Okay. As our daily lives, he was normal, but after COVID, Ahmed had a lot of changes in his appearance. He got fat, he was not talking much. This have happened, but him becoming violent, no. And yelling, no, this have not occurred. But he was talking less.
Your Honor, I don't have anything further for this witness.
You just have a brief second, Your Honor. I just have a couple questions for you. You were asked by the prosecution about speaking with law enforcement shortly after the shooting.
تمام يا سيدي، بس عندي كم سؤال إليك. سألك المدعي العام الكلام اللي دار بينك وبين الشرطة بوقت قصير بعد ما صار إطلاق النار.
بعد بيومين اجوني على بيت.
And let me ask you some follow-up questions,
2
okay?
days later they came and spoke to me.
So-
خليني بسألك كم سؤال.
So 2 days later.
بعد بيومين.
يومين ثلاثة بأرض الأسبوع.
2 days, 3, same week.
And this is after you found out your brother had committed this mass shooting.
وهذا صار بعد ما عرفتي إنه أخوك ارتكب هاي الجريمة الجماعية.
إيه.
Yeah.
Describe to the jury how you were feeling at that time when you were talking to law enforcement.
أوصفي لهيئة المحلفين كيف كان شعورك في هذا الوقت لما كنت تحكين مع الشرطة؟
كانت أتعس أيام حياتي. شيء لا يوصف. يعني شيء جدا صعب. مو بس على أخوي، على الناس التانية اللي صار معها هذا الشيء. أول أسبوع لا أكل ولا نوم ولا شيء لا يوصف.
It was the worst days of my life. I can't describe it. I mean, it was very difficult. Not only my brother, but the people would have this have occurred to. That first week, no food or sleep or anything like that. I cannot describe it.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Great, thank you. Ma'am, you're excused. You're free to go
أعذر سيدي
from the subpoena.
والاستدعاء المحكمة كمان خلصنا منه.
All right, thank you for your patience. We'll break for lunch. Remember the admonition. Please continue to follow it, and we'll see you back shortly before 2 o'clock. Thank you. attorneys who are aware that there are certain spectators associated perhaps with your side. You are not to comment out loud, make any expression whatsoever that might be a distraction to the jury. Okay, and we're good. Thank you. Bring them in. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Good afternoon. As I think many of you know, I did issue a decorum order, just the expectations of the court in terms of how everyone behaves in the courtroom. And I did just now remind all of the spectators of that. And I want to remind all of you of that, that we're aware of that, and that if you could be conscientious of that as well, to not distract each other, that would be helpful. All right, with that, Ms. Harold.
Your Honor, the defense next calls Dr. Patricia Westmoreland.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor. If you'll make your way up here just by coming to your left. And then make your way just around over here and I'll swear you in before you have a seat. You're welcome to place your items down first if you'd like, of course. You'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. You can adjust that microphone. And there's some fresh water in that pitcher if you need. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for us?
Patricia Westmoreland, Westmoreland.
How did you become involved with Mr. Alissa's case?
I was asked by the court to conduct an evaluation of Mr. Alissa.
And when was that?
That was in November 2021.
And when you say you were asked by the court to conduct this evaluation, does that mean it was the court who appointed you?
Yes.
Okay. So neither the prosecution or the defense asked you to do this evaluation?
Correct.
Okay. And the evaluation that you conducted in November of 2021 was not a sanity evaluation?
It was not a sanity evaluation.
I'm going to have you tell the jury a little bit more about yourself. How are you currently employed?
I am the medical director of the Acute Center for Eating Disorders and Severe Malnutrition at Denver Health. I'm also a forensic psychiatrist in private practice.
Let's start with your duties as the medical director. Can you just explain kind of what your day-to-day is when you're acting in that capacity?
Yes, I supervise physicians, both internists and psychiatrists, as well as psychologists, social workers, occupational therapists, and physical therapists in taking care of severely ill patients who have eating disorders, either anorexia nervosa or other eating disorders, or may have malnutrition due to either other physical or mental illnesses.
And as a forensic psychiatrist in private practice, what do you do in that role?
In that role, I evaluate individuals in both the criminal justice system and also people who are involved in civil proceedings, such as lawsuits, personal injury, medical malpractice, and that sort of thing.
Do you have prior experience working in jails or prisons as a psychiatrist or forensic evaluator?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain what those experiences are?
Yes, early in my career, after I completed my residencies in internal medicine and psychiatry, I worked in a correctional facility for around 5 years, treating individuals in the criminal justice system who had been diagnosed with psychiatric illness. I also began conducting evaluations of individuals waiting to stand trial, and then did a forensic psychiatry fellowship where I continued to conduct those evaluations.
You mentioned your forensic psychiatry fellowship. Can you just share with the jury your educational background overall?
Yes, certainly. How far back do you want me to go?
Let's start from the beginning.
Okay. So I was born and raised in South Africa, went to medical school in South Africa. Medical school in South Africa is a 6-year program straight out of high school, just as it is in some other countries, but mostly not like that in the US. After that, I moved to the United States, and while I was waiting to complete my US examinations so that I could get into residency in the United States and practice here, I did a schizophrenia research fellowship at the University of Iowa with a well-known schizophrenia researcher for several years. I then joined the psychiatry residency program, and after a year, switched into the combined internal medicine psychiatry residency program so that I could be board eligible in both specialties at the end of residency. After my residency, I did a 2-year endocrinology fellowship, and then that was actually when I went to start working in the correctional facilities, because I decided I wanted to go back into the world of psychiatry. And then 5 years after that, I moved to Colorado to do my forensic psychiatry fellowship here at the University of Colorado.
You mentioned board certifications. What board certifications do you currently hold?
I currently hold board certifications in forensic psychiatry, consultant liaison psychiatry, and general adult psychiatry.
Okay. Do you hold any licensures?
I'm licensed in the states of Colorado and Montana.
Have you ever been published?
Yes.
Okay. And have you been qualified as an expert witness previously?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times?
I would say over 20 times at least.
Your Honor, at this time I move to admit Dr. Westmoreland is an expert in forensic psychiatry.
People have no objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Westmoreland, please explain briefly to the jury what it means to be a forensic psychiatrist.
So the role of a forensic psychiatrist is different from the role of a general psychiatrist who is treating patients. in forensic psychiatry, typically what we do is we evaluate people, as I said earlier, both in the criminal justice system and people who are involved in civil lawsuits. We do not enter into a treatment relationship with that individual. We interview the individual. We gather collateral information, which is talking to family, looking at other records, past mental health records, etc. And then we are asked several questions, usually before we begin the evaluation. And then we are required at the end of the evaluation to answer those questions. Sometimes the question is just, what is this person's diagnosis? Other times the questions are whether or not the person's competent to proceed with a trial. Sometimes the questions are sanity. And then in the civil domain, sometimes it's whether or not the person was injured psychiatrically because of a motor vehicle accident or because of some other thing that they have been through. And as I said, it's a conflict of interest for us to both treat and evaluate somebody. So we do the evaluation and then the treatment is left to somebody else.
So when you were appointed by the court in November of 2021 to evaluate Mr. Alissa, that was in your role as a forensic psychiatrist.
Yes.
So you've never treated Mr. Alissa in any way?
No.
So I want to talk a little bit about your evaluation with Mr. Alissa. Where did you meet with him?
I met with him at the Boulder County Jail.
And is there a reason why you meet with someone before you evaluate them?
Meeting with them is really part of the evaluation. We certainly want to meet with somebody and interview them if we are asked to evaluate that person. Yes.
And do you recall what days you met with him?
I believe it was the 9th of November, 2021 and the 19th of November, 2021.
Okay. On November 9th of 2021, you told us you met with Mr. Alissa at the Boulder County Jail.
Yes.
And approximately how long was this first meeting with him?
I can't recall exactly, but it was probably an hour and a half to 2 hours, maybe a little less.
And during the course of your meeting with Mr. Alissa on November 9th, did you conduct a mental status exam?
Yes, I did.
And what is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is basically what a psychiatrist does when they're interviewing somebody in terms of the things we observe about the person. We want to observe, whether or not they're alert, whether they're oriented and familiar with their surroundings. We observe their speech pattern. We observe their behavior pattern. We observe their eye contact. We observe how they interact with us. And we sort of make all of these observations while we're talking to the person. Sometimes we ask them questions that the answers to which are in the mental status exam, and some of it is observation.
And is this part of the reason why you said it's important to go meet with the individual that you're going to interview?
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about your mental status examination with Mr. Alissa on November 9th. What did you notice about his appearance?
I believe at that time, his appearance was a little disheveled and not well groomed.
Okay. How about his speech? Did you notice anything about his speech?
His speech was slow, and he was slow and took time before answering questions, and he did so in a manner that was not very descriptive. So he gave very short answers to questions without filling in any detail, even when detail was requested or required.
Did you notice that he was responding possibly to any internal stimuli during this meeting?
I certainly thought during both meetings, particularly the second meeting, I think, and I think somewhat during the first, that he was looking at things that he was sort of looking into a corner or looking at things that I could not see, that were not in my field of vision.
So when I use the term internal stimuli, does that mean maybe responding to something that others cannot see?
Yes.
And that's something you observed with Mr. Alissa?
Yes.
What about poverty of thought content or thought blocking? If you can first explain what that means to the jury.
Sure. So poverty of thought content goes back a little bit to what I said earlier about not giving a rich description of something and really not kind of thinking about it and describing it in terms that would be required or needed. That is poverty of thought content. And then thought blocking happens when somebody is in the middle of a thought and then they stop. Typically in an individual who is responding to something else that's stimulating their brain or something else that is requiring their attention.
You told us that you noticed some poverty of thought content. Did you notice thought blocking as well with Mr. Alissa?
Yes.
How about any paranoia?
I certainly thought that he appeared guarded and paranoid and appeared as though he were kind of worried about being in the room.
Did you notice anything about him experiencing any auditorial hallucinations?
I believe he told me he had, but I can't remember the exact time frame.
So we were talking about November 9th. You went back approximately 10 days later to see Mr. Alissa again?
Yes.
And is it typical for you to meet with someone a couple different times when you're conducting an evaluation with them?
It certainly depends on the type of evaluation, but yes, I mean, there are times when I do need to go back and ask additional questions and find out more details.
And is that one of the reasons why you did that in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And again, on November 19th, did you conduct a similar mental status examination?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that again, having just done it 10 days earlier?
Because every time we see somebody in either an evaluee or even when you are treating somebody in terms of a psychiatric issue, you want to evaluate them every time they come into the room, because certainly people change, their emotions change, their experience changes from day to day. And it's certainly, it's not something that you can sort of just copy and paste forward. It does change. So it's really important to assess that individual on each occasion that you see them and note changes that have occurred.
What observations of Mr. Alissa did you make on November 19th, 2021 while doing this mental status examination?
I thought that he appeared more agitated than he had the previous time. He appeared to be responding more to internal stimuli. He had also changed his appearance somewhat. He had shaved his beard. And some of the answers to the questions that are part of the mental status examination had changed since the first time that I saw him.
Talk to us about those changes. What changes did you notice?
So certainly, as I said earlier, I believed he was a little more agitated. He was responding more to internal stimuli. He was, again, very guarded. But when I asked him about dangerousness to himself, meaning, we always ask the question, do you feel as though you are a danger to yourself? Would you want to harm yourself or kill yourself? Whereas he had more definitively answered that question in the negative. The first time I saw him, he vacillated and seemed ambivalent and unsure the next time, which was concerning to me.
You mentioned that you did also notice a number of things that were similar in between these two meetings with regards to his appearance, his demeanor, those types of things.
Yes.
Okay. As part of your role in meeting with Mr. Alissa, was it, were you to consider whether or not he suffered from a mental illness?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find that he did in fact suffer from a mental illness?
Yes, I did.
What was your diagnosis for Mr. Alissa back in November of 2021?
My diagnoses were schizophrenia, unspecified depressive disorder, and conduct disorder.
Can you briefly just explain to the jury what schizophrenia is?
So schizophrenia is a very serious chronic mental illness that involves disruptions in the circuitry in the brain and in the chemicals in the brain, so that the individual who has the illness is not able to properly process some of the things that they see and hear from the external world, and their thinking about things is different from people who do not have that disorder. So, for example, individuals who have schizophrenia typically have what we call auditory hallucinations. So they hear things that other people don't hear. They see things that other people don't see. And they also have disruptions in their brain circuitry with regard to their speech. So their speech is very often disorganized, very often latent. It takes them a while to answer a question. They also are not able to describe things as richly as other people are. They very often have sort of abnormal movements, and they have a great deal of difficulty with thinking in a sort of linear and logical way.
And you mentioned a few different times that schizophrenia disrupts brain circuitry. Can schizophrenia then have an effect on someone's judgment?
Yes.
Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
So there are a number of areas in the brain that are involved in schizophrenia. And some of those areas are in the frontal cortex, which is the front of our brain, which is responsible for helping us assess what to do in certain situations and how to respond to things that are going on around us.
What is the prognosis for schizophrenia?
It's extremely poor.
And when you say extremely poor, what do you mean?
So sadly, individuals with schizophrenia typically have a very long course of illness that lasts through their lives. They are even with treatment, the episodes very often come back. They very often have auditory hallucinations. They very often have feelings of paranoia, etc. Multiple hospitalizations. They are at high risk for suicide, and they also, in general, tend to die 25 or 30 years earlier than other people in the general population because of medical reasons. Some of them related to the illness, and some of them related to lack of self-care, some of them related to the medications they take, some of them related to substances that they tend to use.
So how did you ultimately come to diagnose Mr. Alissa with schizophrenia?
So in diagnosing Mr. Alissa, I interviewed him and I asked him a number of questions. I also observed his behavior with me. I also looked at a lot of collateral information from family, information from teachers when he was at school. And I put all of that together and looking at it and looking at the pattern, I diagnosed him with schizophrenia because he had very clearly to me, there's evidence that he had suffered from auditory hallucinations. There was evidence that he had suffered from what we call paranoid and persecutory delusions. I certainly observed normal speech. I also observed abnormal thinking patterns. And then I also observed some of what we call the negative, what used to be called, although we're trying to get away from that terminology, the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, which are things like guardedness, withdrawal, what we call avolition, which is just sort of not wanting to do much and not moving around very much. So putting that all together, that was the diagnosis that I came up with.
Was Mr. Alissa's family helpful in you ultimately coming to that conclusion?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because there were multiple interviews of family members who reported some of these things going back over the preceding several years, which in an individual who is diagnosed with schizophrenia is very important because it doesn't just sort of spring up out of the blue one day. Typically, there's a pattern of behavior that starts in late, especially, well, with males in particular, in late teens, early 20s, where the individual becomes more guarded and more paranoid and does things that indicate that they are guarded and paranoid, such as, in Mr. Alissa's case, breaking a laptop computer because he thought that somebody was watching him through that, and putting tape over a camera because somebody was watching him through that, and breaking a key fob because he felt people were monitoring him through that. And these are all things that family members had seen in the months and about 2 years leading up to the alleged events. He also had expressed to family members that there was something talking to him in his head. And he didn't want to be in a certain part of his house because of that, and that somebody was following him in a car, and he thought the FBI were following him. And these are all things that had preceded him coming to any attention.
As part of your consideration in diagnosing Mr. Alissa with schizophrenia, did you consider his psychosis due to any other medical condition?
I did.
And what medical condition was that?
So, when as a psychiatrist, we're making a diagnosis, we have to look at other things. Mr. Alissa had his family had COVID, and it was thought that he had COVID with them. And there is some evidence that individuals can develop mental illnesses as a result of COVID, typically more anxiety or depression, but certainly that can be something. Substances and other issues are also looked at by psychiatrists when we make diagnoses of individuals.
So I want to back up for just a moment. During the pandemic, tell the jury what you were doing for work.
So during the pandemic, I was a residency training director at the Medical Center of Aurora, where I was supervising residents on an acute psychiatric unit, where I was treating both females and males throughout the hospital with various psychiatric problems, including schizophrenia.
And so would it be fair to say during the pandemic, you were working in a more clinical role?
I would say during the pandemic, I was working in sort of more in the realm of acute psychiatry and on an acute psychiatric unit than I am now. Yes.
And what observations were you able to make while working with mentally ill patients and the effects of the pandemic on them?
So certainly, and I think this applies to many people, not only individuals with mental illness. People suffered a lot in terms of depression, stress, anxiety because of the isolation of the pandemic and lockdowns, etc. But there certainly was a lot being written, and there's been a lot written since then about the effects of a virus like COVID-19 in terms of how it affects the neurocircuitry of the brain, because viruses cause inflammation, and inflammation is never good for our organs, and the brain, being one of those organs. So definitely, I saw a number of people who had either depression or anxiety, some people who had psychotic illnesses whose symptoms were actually worse after having COVID.
So you'd mentioned that you made personal observations, and there's also been a lot of research around the effects of COVID-19 on individuals with mental illness. Can you talk to us specifically about what you saw or what you've read with regards to individuals with pre-existing psychotic disorders and what you may have seen if they had COVID-19?
So again, that sort of alludes to what I was talking about earlier. So, individuals who have a psychotic illness have abnormalities in their brain chemistry. When somebody has a virus like COVID-19, it's having a virus incites what we call inflammatory mediators, so cells in our body that fight to protect us against infection. Sometimes those cells disrupt what we call the blood-brain barrier, so the barrier that sort of keeps our brains safe from bad chemicals, so to speak, even if they're our own chemicals in the blood. And when that blood-brain barrier is leaky, some of the inflammatory mediators can cross over into the brain and can make any pre-existing brain condition worse.
So if someone had schizophrenia pre-pandemic, and we know they had schizophrenia from the symptoms that they were demonstrating that would fall into that category, and then they were to get COVID-19, could their symptoms get worse after COVID-19?
Yes, their symptoms could certainly get worse.
I want to move on next to talk about individuals who are untreated when they suffer from a chronic and severe mental illness. Were you aware that Mr. Alissa was untreated prior to being involved in the criminal justice system?
Yes.
And just kind of explain to us what can happen if you have untreated psychosis.
So, for the past 30 or so years, there has been a literature involving what we call duration of untreated psychosis. And, there are actually similar descriptors for other mental illnesses like depression and bipolar disorder, that if you have a psychotic illness, the chemical imbalances in your brain, if they're not treated, can actually damage the nerves in your brain. And the longer you wait before treating a mental illness, the more damage you may be doing to your brain. Obviously, that's sort of a difficult thing to study, and there have been different articles over the years looking at this, but certainly it is a concern having a long duration of symptoms before medication is used to treat those symptoms, because it's possible that there can be irreparable damage.
So if you go years without being untreated, it sounds like to me that over 30 years of research surrounding untreated psychotic disorders can have an impact on the brain.
Yes, it certainly can.
If I can just have a moment, Your Honor. So again, you only saw Mr. Alissa in November of 2021, correct?
Correct.
You told us that you saw him on those 2 separate days.
Yes.
And that was in order for you to conduct the court order evaluation that was ordered by Judge Bakke.
Yes.
And it was apparent to you after those 2 meetings and after considering all the collateral information, which included interviews of the family, that Mr. Alissa suffered from schizophrenia.
Yes.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions at this time.
Whenever you're ready.
Yes, Sharon, thank you. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Well, thank you. You covered this on direct, but I just want to make sure it's clear. You're not here today to talk about whether the defendant was sane or not on March 22nd, 2021. Am I right?
I am not here to talk about that.
You're aware that other doctors examined him and the sanity evaluation in this case was completed earlier this year, 2024.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And the defense has called you to testify about the work you did in this case in November of 2021.
Yes.
Have you done sanity evaluations during the course of your career?
Yes, I have.
And you were not asked in this case to conduct the sanity evaluation?
No, I was not.
And you cannot then provide the jury with an expert opinion on sanity as of March 22nd, 2021.
I certainly cannot provide the jury with an opinion on sanity.
Thank you, doctor. I had a couple follow-up questions for you based on what you said during direct, okay?
Certainly.
The impact of COVID-19, fair to say it caused a strain on everyone, but especially those with mental illnesses.
Yes.
And you touched on them, anything ranging from depression to anxiety to psychotic illness. Not all individuals, but individuals felt a greater strain during the course of the pandemic.
Absolutely, yeah.
And in your career, you've also worked in correctional facilities, prisons, and providing mental health treatment to individuals.
Yes, I have.
So fair to say you have a lot of experience in this area.
Yes.
In your work on this particular case, did you have an opportunity to look at the records that you referenced in direct, but also to develop a better understanding about the defendant's life prior to the mass shooting?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to confirm he had never been evaluated by a counselor or psychiatrist prior to the shooting?
Yes.
Never diagnosed with a mental illness prior to the shooting?
Yes.
Never treated for any mental illness?
Yes.
Never reported feeling depressed or sad to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
No indications of suicidal thoughts prior to the shooting?
No.
No head injuries or seizures that you're aware of?
I believe there may have been a head injury when he was a child and was thrown from the back of the car to the front of the car in a car accident, but I don't have much detail or any more detail about that.
So staying with that for a moment, no hospitalization that you're aware of related to any head injury?
No.
And I ask all these questions leading to this, which is, are those things that are important to consider in your role as a psychiatrist?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you tell the jury why, please?
So it's important to look back on the trajectory of somebody's life before you were asked to evaluate them, to see how things in their life had gone, including their schooling and including their relationship with other people, and to see if there were changes along that trajectory.
Especially in a case of this nature where no one's contesting that the defendant's mentally ill, but there's a question for the jury of whether he was sane on March 22nd, 2021.
Yes, certainly the life history needs to be looked at, yes.
And is that why when you became involved in the case in later 2021, you looked at pre-shooting, but also the defendant's time at the Boulder County Jail after he was arrested?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to examine jail videos from when the defendant was incarcerated in the first few weeks at the Boulder County Jail?
I believe I did. I can't remember which ones, but I believe I did.
Did the defendant appear to be engaged and promptly answering questions when asked?
I honestly can't recall.
Did his eye contact appear to be appropriate when he was first at the Boulder County Jail?
I believe he had better eye contact in his initial evaluations, yes.
Did his movements, when you watch these videos, appear to be more fluid?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what we mean by more fluid?
More fluid means moving, instead of being still for long periods of time, kind of moving around normally.
And his grooming and hygiene appeared to be adequate when he was the first few weeks at Boulder County Jail?
The first few weeks, yes.
You also had an opportunity to watch a video of his initial medical screening into the jail.
Yes.
And that was on March 23rd, so the day after the mass shooting, 2021.
Yes.
And during that medical screening, he was asked if he hears voices. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall what he said?
I recall that he said he hadn't.
And is it possible he said that he also heard voices rarely?
I can't remember his exact statement, but yes, he may have said he hears them occasionally.
And that the voices had never told him to hurt himself or others?
Correct.
And he was not suicidal at that point?
Maybe not at that specific point, but very soon thereafter, he was placed on suicide watch, I believe.
Thank you. And I'll come to that in a moment. Thank you, doctor. But March 23rd, he's at the Boulder County Jail, and you're watching on video this intake process with medical personnel at the jail. And his responses are immediate, articulate, and to the point. Is that accurate?
To the point, yes, but certainly not providing much detail.
And then he was later that same month booked into the Broomfield County Jail. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he was taken there for safety precautions because inmates at the Boulder County Jail had learned about what he had done. Is that right?
Yes.
And they have a similar medical screening process that's also video recorded, right?
Yes.
And you had the opportunity to watch that.
Yes.
And he basically the observations you made of that screening process were much like what you just described for the Boulder County Jail.
Yes, they were.
But he declined to answer some questions based on direction from his attorneys.
Yes.
And that was on March 26th, and he was described as being oriented and engaged. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I'm asking these questions because I'm going to start to transition, if we can, to any possible decline you saw during his time while incarcerated in the jail, Boulder County, and Broomfield, and back to Boulder County.
Yes.
And based on your answer, did you see a decline during his time he was incarcerated?
I mean, certainly if you look longitudinally at his decline or at his course in the jail, he seemed to be worse closer to the end of the year when I saw him.
So worse when you saw him than he was closer?
Than he was immediately after he was arrested.
So can I move into April?
Absolutely.
Tell me if I'm going too fast, or the court reporter will tell me if I'm going too fast, okay?
Okay.
April 5th, he's placed on suicide precautions just due to the severity of the crime he had committed.
Yes.
So nothing other than he committed the mass murder, so we may want to put him on suicide watch. That's the
Objection calls for speculation.
And to be clear, Your Honor, I'm asking based on her review of the records.
I don't think it calls for speculation.
She can answer it if she knows. So overruled.
Go ahead, doctor.
Yes, I believe that was the reason.
And from April, and I'm going to take you through September of 2021, there were times where he refused to answer questions, right?
Yes.
But he did not appear to be responding to internal stimuli from April through September, based on your review.
Yes.
There were no signs or symptoms of psychosis between April and September of 2021.
Well, we don't know that there weren't symptoms. There may not have been signs that other people could observe, and he may not have complained about symptoms. So we don't know that there were no symptoms, but he may not have complained of symptoms. Yes.
Thank you. So no signs that you could see or symptoms you were aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, but I didn't evaluate him then, so.
Correct. But you did then, and I'll move into our next area. You did watch body-worn camera video from jail deputies from April through September.
Yes,
And in your report, you included some observations that you made from watching those videos. Am I right?
yes,
He was making eye contact with people. Is that fair to say?
yes,
He was answering questions appropriately.
yes,
His movements were more fluid than they were later in the year when you examined him.
yes,
And then in November, on 2 occasions, as you pointed out, you met with the defendant,
yes,
November 9th and November 19th.
yes,
Based on your review of the video and the records, and then your own observations of the defendant, did you determine that the defendant over time had deteriorated at the Boulder County Jail?
yes, I did.
What do you attribute that deterioration to?
Well, certainly there may be a number of reasons. The first one would be being in jail. The second one could be, the natural course of schizophrenia, like any other chronic illness, waxes and wanes from time to time, and that is not always in response to an external factor. So that could also have been the sort of natural waxing and waning. It could certainly be the stress of an upcoming trial. All of those things could certainly be involved.
Can I ask you a few follow-up questions about that?
Yes, certainly.
So based on your experience, fair to say being in jail is obviously a very stressful experience.
Yes,
Do you agree that having killed 10 people can have a significant impact on the person who's committed the murders?
it certainly can.
Would being isolated from human contact have an impact on anyone?
Yes,
And would it have a particularly significant impact on someone who has a mental illness?
yes,
Could even exacerbate the mental illness?
it certainly can. Yes,
And based on the review of the records, were you aware that the defendant was isolating himself from human contact during that period of time we've just covered?
yes,
In fact, even refusing to go out and exercise when allowed to exercise with others,
yes, he was.
not having any contact with his family during that time period.
Yes,
So fair to say he's in a cell 24/7 after having killed 10 people.
yes,
And goes on for months before you meet him, so it's March through November.
yes,
And did he seem, when you look back on when he first arrived at the jail, those videos that they have from the screening, he seemed more responsive, engaged, and appropriate in March than he did when you met with him in November?
yes, certainly from what I could ascertain, yes.
And then you met with the defendant at the court's direction on 2 different occasions, the 9th and the 19th of November.
Yes,
Fair to say that was made more difficult by his refusal or inability to answer questions?
yes, it certainly was.
Would you attribute that to his mental illness? That's one factor.
Certainly it could be a factor, yes.
Would a second factor being having been instructed to not answer questions?
That can also be a factor, yes.
Can you tell the jury the impact of that, please?
I I'm not quite sure what you're asking. Are you asking the impact of him not answering questions on my evaluation, or
The impact of him being told to not answer questions?
him being told to? Yes, certainly. I mean, if somebody is told not to answer questions, then they're not going to answer questions, and there may be difficulty getting information from them.
So mental illness, any volitional decision to not answer questions. And then the third factor is awareness of the seriousness of the criminal case that he's being prosecuted for.
Yes.
And that major diagnosis perhaps a little bit harder to reach.
It did in some ways, but it didn't in other ways.
Because it was clear at the end of the day, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but it was clear at the end of the day that he had schizophrenia, unspecified depressive disorder, and conduct disorder.
It was clear to me that he had a history that way preceded the events of March 2021, not only of schizophrenia, but of two other diagnoses that were listed.
And I'm going to come back to that in a minute if I can.
Yes.
But even between November 9th to November 19th, there's a decline that you see.
Yes, I did see a decline.
And do you think him not getting mental health treatment during that period from March through November 19th played a role?
Yes, I think it did.
Because to your knowledge, he wasn't getting mental health treatment during that time. Am I right?
Correct.
So jail cell, 24/7, having committed the mass murder, no mental health treatment from March through November.
And just so that we're clear, I believe that you mean no mental health treatment in terms of medications.
Yes.
Yes, that is correct. He did see mental health counselors.
Right. Thank you, doctor. But no medication.
No.
Can I ask you a question, actually? I mean, I know I'm doing that already, but I have another question for you. Slightly off topic. Not off topic. It's relevant on topic.
I'm sure you'll be told if it's not. So.
Yes, I imagine so. Do you, medications are obviously critically important, right?
Yes.
Do you think doctors are important in the treatment of someone suffering from a mental illness?
When you say doctors, do you mean MDs? Do you mean PhDs?
I mean, treating psychiatrists.
Treating psychiatrists, yes, absolutely.
So if I were to tell you that the state hospital had 0 doctors on staff to provide treatment to the defendant from July of 2022 through March of 2023, just in your expert opinion, how do you view that?
Objection outside the scope, 401, 403.
It is outside the scope of her direct.
I think, Your Honor, given that she's an expert in this field, and also she's talking about treatment and how people make progress, I think in the overall dynamics of the entire trial and the testimony the jury's heard, I think it's fair to ask one expert, what do you view about the fact that the state hospital had no doctors there for this period of time and the impact on someone's prognosis?
Your Honor, we have the rules of evidence for a reason. This is outside the scope of direct.
Sustained.
During his time at the jail, do you think the fact that they had medical personnel there and mental health counselors there was important?
Certainly important that they had them there, but whether or not he saw them or received treatment is a different matter. You can certainly have mental health personnel available, but if somebody refuses treatment, or the individual who is supposed to see them doesn't see them, that obviously is not going to help.
Thank you, doctor. When you met with the defendant, you had asked him about voices, am I right?
Yes.
And with regards to frequency, he told you he does not really hear them that often.
Yes.
And they've said nothing in words to him.
As far as I recall, yes.
And he denied experiencing hallucinations when you spoke to him.
Yes.
And you mentioned, just to circle back on something else, you mentioned the family input was very helpful, but just to be clear, you relied on other records of interviews of family members, not your own contact with the family members.
Correct.
And you talked on direct about how patients who have schizophrenia in their late teens, early 20s, if it goes untreated, it can damage the brain further.
Yes.
Would you agree that being diagnosed with schizophrenia does not mean someone is legally insane?
A diagnosis does not equal insanity.
And committing a mass shooting does not mean someone's legally insane.
Correct.
In fact, there's a large percentage of people in the world who have a mental illness, even a serious mental illness. And in your experience and the research you've done, do not commit violent acts.
Correct.
You touched on something on direct, and I wanted to follow up on it. Can you tell the jury what it means to have a conduct disorder, please?
So conduct disorder is something that is diagnosed typically in late childhood, early adolescence, in which individuals have a pattern of misbehavior that is sort of abnormal or abnormally bad in terms of things like truancy from school, cruelty to animals, setting fires, deceitfulness, lying, stealing things, getting into fights, etc. Some of those symptoms are symptoms that we worry about very early in childhood as being problematic. Others, the truancy, skipping school and then getting in fights at school and things like that, are things that we worry about later in sort of early adolescence, mid-teens.
And without getting into the details, based on your review of everything in this case, you diagnosed the defendant as having conduct disorder.
I did, yes.
Is conduct disorder a precursor to antisocial personality disorder?
Yes, it is.
Tell the jury what antisocial personality disorder is, please.
So about
Under 401, this juncture, Mr. Doherty has told us at length that they're not contesting the fact that Mr. Alissa has schizophrenia.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
the doctor diagnosed the defendant with schizophrenia, but also, as counsel brought out on direct, unspecified depressive disorder and conduct disorder. And I'm following up on what those diagnoses mean.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So conduct disorder is an antecedent to antisocial personality disorder. About 40%-ish of individuals who suffer from conduct disorder go on to develop antisocial personality disorder, and that is a personality disorder diagnosis that we can only make in individuals once they're 18 or older, who have a pervasive pattern of lying, deceitfulness, using other people, engaging in impulsive acts, not showing any remorse. And they have to have 3 of a number of the criteria that are listed in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual in order to have that diagnosis.
And your diagnosis of the defendant included conduct disorder, which is that precursor to antisocial personality.
Yes.
I have nothing further for the doctor. Thank you very much, doctor.
Thank you.
Let's pick up where Mr. Doherty left off in regards to talking about antisocial personality disorder. Just so we're clear, you didn't diagnose Mr. Alissa with that.
No, I did not.
And when you saw him, he was over the age of 18, which means if he fell into the criteria, you could have diagnosed him with antisocial personality disorder.
Yes, but one of the exclusion criteria is that the individual, the symptoms that you're seeing do not occur exclusively within the time period that somebody has suffered from schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. So there is that exclusionary criterion.
So in essence, Mr. Alissa is excluded from being considered for antisocial personality disorder because he has schizophrenia.
If the symptoms that somebody is looking at to consider somebody for antisocial personality disorder occur exclusively within the time that they have had schizophrenia. And it's obviously very hard to delineate an exact time, but typically once somebody has that diagnosis, they have the diagnosis of schizophrenia. It's not a curable illness.
Absolutely. And so in no way are you telling this jury that Mr. Alissa has antisocial personality disorder?
I'm not telling the jury that he has antisocial personality disorder.
Even though you diagnosed him with conduct disorder?
Correct.
Because conduct disorder happens before the age of 18?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were asked about individuals with schizophrenia and if they're usually violent. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And you stated that typically they are not violent.
Approximately 10% of individuals with schizophrenia do engage in violent acts, but people with schizophrenia are actually more likely to be the victim of a violent act than actually perpetrate the act.
Absolutely. But when someone has a diagnosis of conduct disorder and schizophrenia, does that mean they typically are more violent?
It certainly confers a higher risk, yes.
I want to move back to some questions you were asked about noticing some deterioration while Mr. Alissa was in the jails from March until November of 2021.
Yes.
Okay. And you told us that one of the reasons could be because he was in jail.
Certainly.
And you told us that you have extensive experience of providing psychiatric treatment to individuals in the jail. Is that correct?
In a correctional system, yes. Most of my work was post-adjudication.
Okay. And so when you say that being in jail can generally cause someone to deteriorate, tell the jury what you mean by that.
Certainly being incarcerated, having to be in a place that live 24/7 in a place that's not your own, where you can't pick your cellmate, where other people around you may be threatening to you, maybe yelling and screaming, where you don't have a comfortable bed and may not be able to sleep well, and not have the life that you have had is obviously an extremely stressful thing to happen to anybody. And whatever pre-existing mental health condition somebody might have, it's certainly apt to make those symptoms worse.
So how about for someone who is actively psychotic, suffering from a severe and chronic diagnosis of schizophrenia? How can being in jail just generally exacerbate that for them?
So it can certainly make their symptoms worse. They can become more guarded over time and paranoid and worried about people around them. They may withdraw. They may have an increase in some of the internal experiences that they're having, so auditory or visual hallucinations. They may refuse interaction with people. They may refuse to engage in activities that would be helpful to them, such as exercise and recreation. They may refuse visits from family.
And would you also agree that treatment for an individual with a serious chronic mental illness may not be as good in the jail as if they weren't in the jail?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, objection. And we're referring to the time frame from March through December of 2021.
That's my understanding.
Yes,
correct?
that was my specific question.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Absolutely. What would you say about treatment for individuals in a jail or incarceration situation versus outside of that situation, how that could affect their deterioration?
It could certainly make it worse if they do not get the same care that they could or would in the community. It really varies from jail to jail in this country, and it varies between jails and prisons. Sometimes, and this is a very unfortunate commentary on our society, treatment for some people might actually be better in a jail or prison than they could or would get in the community because they can't afford any treatment in the community. So, but it certainly varies, and certainly the thought process is generally that you can't pick your treatment provider in a jail or prison. And that you're obviously very dependent on the individuals who are treating you, some of whom are very dedicated professionals and do a very good job. And, in some places they may not have people who are well trained. It just depends.
Okay. You were asked a number of questions about the isolation you noticed with Mr. Alissa while he was in the jail prior to your evaluation. So I'm going to move on to some questions around that. And I think you told us that a symptom of a severe psychotic illness, such as schizophrenia, can be refusing to engage with people, generally just isolation in and of itself.
Yes, certainly withdrawing from people around you is very common in individuals with psychotic illness.
And from the records that you read with regards to what his family was telling people, telling the police, they were seeing this for years before the shooting.
I believe they'd seen it for at least 1.5 to 2 years, maybe even longer.
Okay. So the fact that Mr. Alissa is continuing to isolate in the jail when we know that he was isolating at least for 1.5 to 2 years before that isn't surprising.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. Then you were asked some questions with regards to whether or not Mr. Alissa was having an inability, so because of his symptomology, because of his serious chronic mental illness of schizophrenia, he was unable to answer your questions, or whether or not it was volitional. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
An objection as to narrative and the form of the question.
I'm just trying to direct her to where I'm going. Now, as part of your evaluation, you spoke to defense counsel, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Included Mr. Dunn and I.
Yes.
Okay. And why do you talk to defense counsel? Why is that important?
Well, it's certainly important.
Doctor, sorry to interrupt. Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope of cross, conversations between the doctor and defense counsel were not something I thought I could or did explore.
Your Honor, he absolutely did explore that when he said that we told Mr. Alissa not to talk to anyone about the case. This has been a theme throughout this trial, that somehow, some way, we thought it wasn't good for Mr. Alissa to talk to the doctors.
I'm going to overrule the objection
Thank you.
for that reason.
So, doctor, I had asked you, why is it important for you to talk to defense counsel?
To find out what your interactions were with Mr. Alissa, in not the content of the discussion, but how he was relating to you.
And why can that be important to see how he's relating to his defense counsel versus, say, relating to you while you're evaluating him?
Because you are his attorneys and you are working with him and seeing him over time and on multiple occasions, and you may observe things that I don't get to see in 2 evaluations, and it may give me some context.
And so did you learn during the course of your evaluation that Mr. Alissa's team had been visiting with him on a regular basis?
Yes.
And that we had made a number of observations that caused us concern about his mental illness?
Yes.
Okay. And did that include our concerns about him?
Objection, Your Honor. The question I asked on cross was, had the defendant been instructed to not answer questions? The answer is yes. Conversations that the defense attorneys had with the doctor or Mr. Kuffner had with the doctor, I don't think any of that's admissible, relevant, or appropriate, and it's also all outside the scope.
I believe at this point, you're outside of that limited scope of what Mr. Dougherty brought up in cross-examination, the objection sustained.
From your conversations with, and I'm not asking about the substance of the conversation, I'm asking generally from the conversations that you had with defense counsel, do you believe that they had his best interest in order?
Sorry, objection, Your Honor. Again, outside the scope and irrelevant.
Sustained.
At any point during the conversations with defense counsel, did they tell you whether or not they were encouraging Mr. Alissa to speak with you?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I believe they did encourage Mr. Alissa to speak with me.
If I can have a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Westmoreland. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
I should note, folks, that the evidence that you just heard from Dr. Westmoreland, you may consider as to the question of the defendant's sanity with respect to first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, first-degree assault, and possession of high-capacity magazines. You shall not consider it for any other purpose. With that, Dr. Westmoreland, you are free to go, and you are also released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness?
Judge, the defense is calling Ahmad Alissa.
Good afternoon. If you'll just make your way up here, coming to your left. And then just going around that table and over the end there by that screen, I'll swear you in. Thank you. You'll face me before you have a seat. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thanks, Brad. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Alissa.
Good afternoon.
Sir,
Could
if you
you-
could get a little closer to that microphone.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you so much.
Could you state and then spell your last name for the court?
My name is Ahmad Alissa. Last name is Alissa.
And Mr. Alissa, how old are you?
Right now I am 27.
And where did you grow up?
We grew up mainly in Denver. Most of our life was spent in Denver, Aurora. Then we moved to Arvada and our first house on Independence. And then we moved to the current house that we're living in.
And that was going to be my next question. Where do you currently live, sir?
In Arvada.
Okay. Were you born in the United States?
I was not.
Okay. When did you come to the United States?
2002, I believe.
And was that from Syria?
Yes.
Okay. So how old were you then when you came to the United States?
I was 5 years old.
So fair to say you were very young when you came over to the US?
Yes.
And how do you know Ahmad Alissa?
Ahmed is my brother.
And are you older or younger than Ahmed?
I am older.
Okay. By how many years?
About 3.
Okay. Just in general terms, how would you describe your and Ahmed's childhoods?
Our childhood was a very normal childhood. We went to the Boys and Girls Club. We played sports, football, basketball, soccer, baseball. We went to Syria, learned to read and write Arabic. We would play with the kids in the neighborhood, soccer all the time. Came back to the US. Back in the US, we went right back into sports. We played, sports with the Boys and Girls Club again. After I graduated, I stopped with the sports. He continued, and he did wrestling in high school, I believe.
Okay.
And he continued with jujitsu afterwards.
Okay. So you said a lot there, so I'm just going to try to break it down a little bit, okay?
Okay.
So when you're growing up in Denver, it sounds like you're an Ahmad, like you said, had a normal childhood where you're playing sports, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And then you did move back and live in Syria for a short period of time, right?
Yeah, about a year and 9 months, 2 years.
Okay. And it sounds like while you're in Syria, you described your childhood to be pretty similar. You played sports with neighborhood children, things like that?
Yes.
And then when you returned to Denver from Syria, how old were you?
14, 15.
Okay. So then if you're 3 years older than Ahmad, just doing some simple math, he would have been around 11 years old.
Yes, I believe he came back 5th grade or middle school, 6th grade.
Okay. And then it sounds like when he came back, he's in 5th or 6th grade, sort of picked up where he left off.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about how in high school, Ahmad played sports.
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, you mentioned wrestling.
Yes.
And then you talked about how he continued on with jujitsu afterward. Okay. So it sounds like activity, exercise, playing sports was really kind of, a major part of Ahmed's life.
Yeah, I would definitely say it was a huge part of his life.
Okay. And we mentioned that he wrestled in high school. Where did he go to high school?
He went, I believe, Denver South High School first, and then Arvada High School. And then in the end, he went to Arvada West High School.
And did he end up going to Arvada West because your family had moved to Arvada West? Or Arvada, excuse me?
Yes.
Okay.
So when we first moved to Arvada, the first house was rent. So he went to Arvada High School. The second house we purchased, that's when he went to Arvada West.
Okay. And because you're 3 years older than Ahmed, you guys didn't really overlap in high school, right?
No, not at all. I think my senior year, he was a freshman
Okay.
when we were in Denver South.
So you never went to Arvada West with Ahmed?
No.
Okay. But you are aware that he was on the wrestling team?
Yes.
And at the time, when he was in high school, you were also still living at the family home in Arvada, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're living with Ahmed during these high school years, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that he had hopes, dreams, ambitions, goals when he was in high school?
Definitely. When he was in high school, he was very interested in sports, and he always thought about either going into the medical field as like a dentist or to be an engineer.
Okay. So it sounds like he was involved in sports and he also sort of had these academic goals as well.
Yes.
Okay. Towards the end of high school, specifically towards the end of his senior year, did you start to notice changes in Ahmad's behavior?
By his senior year, he started changing a little bit and he cut off all his friends.
Okay. So you say he cut off all his friends, meaning he pretty much was socially withdrawing himself?
Yes, I would say that.
Okay. And you also talked about him speaking less, right?
Yes.
Could you describe that for the jury?
His answers became very, very short. He started speaking less, expressing less. We would share videos on Facebook, stuff like that to laugh about. He was just completely different.
So it sounds like he was speaking less, right?
Yes.
And sort of not really emoting even, or, like reacting to funny videos.
Yes.
Okay. And then after high school graduation, did you notice other changes in Ahmed's behavior?
Some of his like paranoia. One time we were going, I believe it was to work. He said there was a car following us. So first thing I did, I went and turned right into a neighborhood. Houses, not anybody would turn there. Drove for like a minute between the houses and there was like no cars behind us. I was like, there's nobody following us. And he was just like, okay. Like he short answer at that time.
And you just sort of brought up this very specific story of a time that you were driving to work, right?
Yes.
And you described people following you.
Yes.
And it sounds like you took measures to try to see if someone was actually following you, right?
Yes.
And you said that his reaction was like, okay.
Yes.
How would you describe sort of, like how his appearance was? Did he seem afraid? Did he seem nervous?
I would say both afraid and nervous.
Okay. And you mentioned that you were going to work together.
Yes.
Okay. So this is post high school graduation for Ahmed, right?
Yes.
And were the two of you working at the same place?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury about that.
Well, basically after high school, he signed up for college, or that's what he said he was going to do. He never went. So he said, I'll work with you guys. And so we had him work with us.
And where was that?
It was at the Salt and Grill.
Okay. And we've heard testimony previously that the Salt and Grill is a restaurant that your family owns in Arvada.
Yes.
So it's basically kind of this small family business.
Yes.
Okay. And on the topic of work, did you notice any strange behaviors that Ahmad displayed while you would work together?
What year specifically? Like first 2019 when he first started working with us, or like later in 2020 during COVID, or throughout?
Why don't you talk about sort of all the stages that you identified as, maybe where it sounds like there were different behaviors that you noticed?
So 2019, I feel like people were following him all the time. That's like something that he would bring up. He covered up his phone camera with tape, his laptop camera. We had a Chevy Cruze. He broke the keys to it, said there was a tracker in there and they're following him. He was really scared at that time. I would say after 2020, one time, he told me he was going to go to King Soopers, which is by us in Arvada. It's about 2 minutes from the store. He said he went, got some Red Bulls, came back, and he looked scared. So I asked him, Ahmed, what's wrong? He goes, there was a guy with a hat in there. He knew stuff about me. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, he knows a lot of personal stuff about me. I'm watching pornos, and he told me which specific pornos that I was watching. And, I was like, that's crazy. And I was like, just go inside. I'll see if anybody comes in, and nothing.
So you just mentioned that there's a King Soopers by the Salt and Grill in Arvada, right?
Yeah, it's about 2 minutes from where we work.
Okay. And that's the King Soopers that you were just describing that Ahmed went to in early 2020, it sounds like?
Yes, it was, I would say this is 2020, late 2020.
Late 2020.
Yeah, because it was winter time. It was during COVID as well.
And he basically is describing an incident where he believed that a man came up to him and started telling him all these personal details about his life.
Yeah, he told me it was stuff that, like nobody would know this. Like how does he know what I'm watching? And yeah, that was basically it. Kind of told him to go inside.
And that story, what did you think when you heard that?
I mean, first off, I was like, that's extremely crazy. Either some like super strong hacker got into his stuff, or, he's like mentally not all there.
You also mentioned him breaking a key fob to a Chevy Cruze.
Yes.
Was that a car that you had given Ahmad?
It's he was using it, him and my brothers, to go to and from work. So it was him and my other brothers, yeah. But he was mainly using that car.
And it sounds like he did this under a belief that there was a tracker in the key fob. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Ahmad ever mention to you this idea that he was being hacked in his brain?
I'm not 100% sure.
While Ahmed was at work, did you ever make observations of him that made you think something's not right with my brother?
There's times.
Did you make observations of him that made you think something might not be right with my brother?
Sometimes he would just kind of just look at the wall instead of looking at like the grill where he would be working or at what he's doing. He'll just look straight forward, you know, and he'll stand there for like a minute. So kind of just him wandering off into his own mind. I feel like he just gets lost in his head and he wouldn't focus. So it was something that, you know, hey, do this instead of just standing there looking at the wall.
So you just mentioned it seemed to you like he was lost in his own mind.
Yes.
Okay. So he's staring off sort of at the wall when there's nothing there to look at.
Yes.
Did you ever notice him kind of like blink his eyes a lot?
He would blink a lot. Yes. That was something that I noticed about him. Yes.
Did you describe that for the jury?
He would just.
And just for the record, Mr. Alisa just sort of demonstrated with his own eyes by blinking kind of rapidly in quick succession. Did you ever see Ahmed like laugh to himself?
Sometimes, yeah.
And did you notice him being forgetful at all or having impairments to his memory?
Sometimes he would forget to send out stuff. Sometimes I tell him like, hey, get this cooking, get this started. He wouldn't, you know, get it started until I remind him a second time.
Okay. So it sounds like generally he really struggled with his performance at work, particularly with remembering to do tasks.
Yes. It was a little bit easier to kind of cover for him because there was always me and another brother. Usually most of the times, especially like when it was really busy, like dinner time, we would all be there. So we would kind of all work together. So even if he was slacking, somebody else could pick up the slack.
I want to kind of move forward a little bit in time for it's 2020 and 2021. Okay.
Okay.
So in that period of time, what was sort of Ahmed's presentation? What sort of other odd behaviors did you start to notice?
In 2021, it was a withdrawal, complete withdrawal, not talking, very short answers. Let's say me, my brother Mahmoud, and him are having a conversation. You know, we talk about sports a lot, like football, Broncos, and stuff. And we'll be talking. Me and Mahmoud will be talking, and he'll be with us, and you know, he's part of the conversation, but he wouldn't say anything. So we'd ask him like, "Hey, what do you think about this?" He'd be like, "Huh? I don't know."
And when he said that, you said he was like in the conversation, but would he engage in the conversation at all?
No, he would not.
And when you directly addressed him, it almost sounds like he had no idea what you guys were talking about.
Yes.
Describe sort of his emotions around that time.
I would say emotionless.
Okay.
You know, we work in the kitchen, so sometimes you'll get a dot of hot oil on you. It'll burn, it'll hurt. I think he's burnt himself 2020 to 2021 about a couple times. Zero expression. I have a spray for burns that kind of calms the pain down. I told him if you want to use it, he said, no, I'm good. You know, and if you just got burnt with oil burns really hurt. So, you know, that's something
And you're talking about oil burns working in your family restaurant's kitchen, right?
Yes.
I imagine, you know, you've got oil from fryers, you've got oil from flat top, oil that gets pretty hot.
Yes, very hot.
So you had sort of special, you know, I guess, a special treatment ready in the event that that occurred, right?
Yes, it's a spray. It like cools down. So because after you get burned with oil, it'll still burn. 30 minutes afterwards, you'll still feel like you just got burned. So it just kind of calms down the pain.
And when Ahmad would get burns, his reaction was nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
During this time, you're working together at the Salt and Grill, okay?
Yes.
You're also still living together at your family's home, right?
Yes.
All right. While you were at home, was there a period of time where Ahmed actually lived in the basement?
For a short period, I believe so, yes.
Okay. And we talk about it being a short period.
Yes.
Were there any instances while he lived in the basement where he would, have these like really strong reactions in the middle of the night and sort of wake up, in an odd manner?
Yes, we would sometimes find him sleeping in the living room. And a lot of the paranoia that he had was when he was in the basement with his phone and stuff like that. So he would, whenever he would get started, he would go sleep in the living room.
Okay. So, for example, let's say that, you happen to wake up at 3 a.m., to use the restroom or something.
Yes.
And at the time you were living upstairs, right?
Yes.
But there's sort of a balcony in your home where you can look down into the living room area.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Yes.
And you might see Ahmad up in the living room at that time.
Yes.
And this is while he's living in the basement.
Yes.
Okay. And he eventually was moved out of the basement, correct?
Yes.
And was one of the concerns being that sort of this odd behavior that he'd been displaying was connected somehow to him living in the basement?
Definitely, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about even after him moving out of the basement, okay?
Okay.
So this is sort of in this time period of late 2020, early 2021, all right?
Okay.
He's living in one of the upstairs bedrooms at this point, right?
Yes, right next to my bedroom.
Okay. Right next to your room.
Yes.
And you noticed that he was staying up pretty late at night, right?
Yes.
And there's also kind of a bathroom up there, isn't there?
Yes, there's a bathroom and a shower.
Okay. Talk about what things you sort of noticed while you're in the bedroom next to Ahmad's that he was doing late at night in the bathroom.
So he would take very late showers, which is, very odd. Somebody would shower at that time, like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. I've seen him a couple times sitting on the stairs around like 3 a.m., just sitting there.
Okay. So he's showering really late at night.
Yes.
And then he's just sometimes sitting on the stairs by himself.
Yes.
Okay. And again, this is early 2021, okay?
Yes.
So is he like going to the gym and doing stuff like that where he would need to shower?
So he should be showering daily after going to the gym, but after COVID, he really let himself go. So I would say this is late 2020. Stopped getting haircuts. He was always into fitness and keeping himself in shape. But after getting COVID, he completely let go.
So after getting COVID, which we know is sort of November of 2020.
Yes.
It sounds like, in the words that you just said, he really let himself go.
Yes.
It sounds like he gained weight.
His hair was going, his clothes when he would come into work, they weren't clean a lot of the times. So stuff like that.
And it sounds like he's also around this time sort of just up for no reason in the middle of the night.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about the day of the shooting, okay?
Okay.
You went to work at the Salt and Grill that day, right?
Yes.
Okay. Ahmad gave you a ride to work.
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys talk at all on that ride?
Barely anything.
Okay. Was that normal if you guys were in the car together?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of sort of what the plan was that you were aware of, okay? Ahmad was going to use the Mercedes to go get a haircut.
Yes, because in the morning my mom had told him like your hair is getting really long, kind of like a homeless man's hair. And she even told him, I'll give you money to go get a haircut. And he said, okay.
And he actually didn't have a vehicle of his own at that time, right?
He did not.
Okay. And the Mercedes was your vehicle.
Correct.
But because you were going to be at work, you thought it's okay that he take the Mercedes to go get a haircut.
So I would usually, like when he had a day off, I would leave my car with him just in case he wanted to go out, get something to eat. He would order, Panda Express. He'd go to Taco Bell, stuff like that. So he would use the car. And then also if he needed to get a haircut or do some shopping, buy snacks for himself.
Okay. So that's why you let him use the Mercedes, because you thought he was going to just basically get this haircut or go get something to eat.
Yeah, just like every other time.
During this sort of time period, particularly right around the time of the shooting, okay, Ahmad, it sounds like, was isolating himself.
Yes.
Okay. His responses were almost nothing if you try to talk to him, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at home, would he sometimes sit on the couch by himself,
Yes.
away from the rest of the family?
Yes, he would sit on the right side by himself, and the whole time we would be conversing or watching TV or something. He was never in any of the conversations or anything like that. He was just in his own world.
And kind of an example is what you brought up, like if you're talking about the Broncos or something, he'd be there, but he wasn't really there.
Yes.
And then he's also, for lack of a better way of putting it, really kind of let himself go.
Yes.
Okay. And this is also when you're noticing these odd behaviors surrounding his sleep patterns, right?
Yes.
And you've caught him laughing to himself before,
Yes.
looking off into a distance at nothing in particular, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, in your opinion, sort of working with your brother, living with your brother, do you believe that he was capable of distinguishing right from wrong on March 22nd, 2021?
I do not think he was capable of making any decisions at that time.
And what makes you say that?
Just from his mental health at that time with, not talking to anybody, secluding, always looking off and stuff like that. That's not something that a normal person would be like.
I just have one moment.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions at this time, Mr. Alisa.
All right, thank you. You want to take a break first, or are you ready to go on fairly short?
I defer to the court. I'm ready, or we can take an afternoon break now.
Why don't we go ahead and take our break now? Let me just remind you of the admonition once again. I know that you nod every time. I appreciate that. And then we'll have you come back at 10 till, maybe a little shorter. Ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thanks, Brian. All right, please be seated. Mr. Alissa, I just remind you, you're under oath. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I want to follow up on the incident that you shared with the jury about the King Soopers interaction that your brother had.
Okay.
That was at the King Soopers in Arvada, is that right?
Yes.
And someone, a stranger, had come up to him and said personal things to him.
Yes.
And those things in particular were about him watching pornography.
Yes.
And it was very disturbing to him what happened inside that King Soopers.
Yes.
And that's the King Soopers that you and your family would shop for, not only for home, but for the restaurant. Is that right?
That one is just closer to the restaurant. So for when we wanted snacks or something, we'd go to that one.
Okay. So there's a King Soopers close to your house and a King Soopers close to the restaurant?
Yes.
And you go to one for the home and one for the restaurant?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still go to those King Soopers?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever gone to the King Soopers at Table Mesa?
I have done no.
You haven't gone since the shooting?
I've never been to that King Soopers.
I imagine you never want to go there.
I do not.
But you still go to the King Soopers that you and your family have always gone to over the years?
Yes.
And you still feel comfortable going to the one that you and your family would use for the restaurant?
Yes.
I want to follow up on, just backing up a step, there's no one contesting that your brother had and has mental health issues and mental illness. The jury has to make a determination about mental state on March 22nd, 2021.
Okay.
So I want to follow up on what you said about March 22nd, 2021. Obviously, that's the day of the mass shooting.
Yes.
And he was actually supposed to work that day, am I right?
I believe it was his day off.
Am I wrong that you switched days with him because you wanted to go for a haircut on Wednesday?
Probably, yeah, because sometimes I schedule with my barber, so we would switch days off if anything came up.
You saw him that morning before you went to work.
Yes, I see him.
He was having breakfast in the house.
When I came downstairs, he wasn't having breakfast. He was just sitting in the living room.
Smoking the hookah after breakfast.
Yes.
And counsel asked you, and I think it's significant, you said he was incapable of making any decisions at that time.
Yeah, I mean, after what happened and stuff like that, he definitely was not capable.
Right. And that was your impression of him that day?
I would say even before that day, I felt like he was not mentally all there. He's had that paranoia, the seclusion to himself, wandering off, and you feel like mentally he's in his own world. Starting, I would say 2020, and after COVID, it got worse.
Not capable of making any decisions at that time.
I wouldn't say not capable of making any decisions, but definitely his mental state was completely degraded to the floor.
He was not acting ordinary.
If you want to compare him from like 2017, from when he was in high school, so at that time, he was definitely not normal.
Then you ask him to drive you to work
Yes,
in your Mercedes,
yes,
and he's going to drive, not you.
I believe so. Yes, he drove.
Do you remember him being in the driver's seat?
I think so. I don't remember if I was driving or if he was driving.
Do you remember pulling out of the driveway at your house?
I don't. I don't.
Remember driving to the restaurant?
Yeah, kind of blemishes of the ride there. I was on my phone, I think, so he was probably driving then.
Okay.
Not 100% sure though.
You remember being on the right side of the road?
I do not.
Well, you don't remember being on the wrong side of the road, right? Like driving against traffic?
Yeah, no, we were on the right side of the road.
And obeying all the traffic laws,
Yes,
not getting lost,
no.
driving you directly to the restaurant?
Yeah, the restaurant's just a straight line, basically. One street, take it, keep going straight, and then you're there at the restaurant.
And then he was going to take your Mercedes for the rest of the day, all right?
Yes,
But now it's your testimony that he is not capable of making decisions at that point in time.
yes.
So if I tell you this guy here in the black shirt's not capable of making decisions, and you loan him your Mercedes after you get out of court, what was your reaction?
He's a stranger. So.
But if he was your brother and he was not capable of making any decisions, you're good with Mercedes.
So when I'm saying decisions, I'm being like, what he wants to do, basic stuff. He still was coordinated that he could drive, walk. I mean, he wasn't at a point where he was blind or something. He was just mentally not all there.
But he's obeying all the traffic laws. He's driving the speed limit. He's not talking to himself in the car. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Is that fair to say?
At that time, I didn't notice anything like that.
Did you know if he had guns at that point in time?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
It was a rifle. I had come home from work, and from what I heard, there was a bullet jammed into it. And I went and sat in the living room.
And that was about a week prior to the shooting?
Just about, yes.
Okay. Where were you when you were talking to your brother about the rifle?
I didn't talk to him about the rifle at all. The next day, I think I just took a picture with it because he was supposed to return it. From what I heard from my brother Ali and my dad, that he was going to return it. And he said he was going to return it. I took a picture, I believe, with it, and then he was going to return it.
And I guess you were glad that he was going to return it based on your concerns about him?
Definitely, because I was going. He should not have had weapons at all.
And that's the only time you saw him with a weapon, just that 1 week before the shooting, and then he says he's going to return it.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall sending a text message to a friend on February 4th, 2021, Jesus Hernandez, with photographs of his guns and your guns?
So I think that's probably the photo.
So the
But
jam gun,
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, I don't know when I took that picture. That's yeah.
the jam gun you're referring to is March 16th. The photo that I'm referring to is February 4th, 2021, and included an assault rifle, a SAR handgun, and your Beretta that you sent to your friend Jesus Hernandez.
Yes,
Do you recall that?
I do recall.
So on February 4th, did you say to your brother, you shouldn't have these guns. I'm very concerned about you. You can't make decisions. Get these guns back?
I did not know.
Because you did not have those concerns at that point in time. Is that right?
At that time, no. It was when the jammed rifle and stuff like that, and the family had concerns. It was definitely like, okay, yeah, he's banging a rifle on the floor with a jammed bullet. That bullet could literally just pop, go, hit him, hit somebody. It's not something a sane person would do.
But when you told the jury that the only time you saw him with a gun was that jammed rifle, that's in fact not true, right?
So if I sent that photo before with Jesus, it was at a different time. I don't know the exact date of that photo.
You recall talking to the law enforcement investigators in this case, sir?
Yes.
You recall telling them, or you just told the jury, that the only time you'd ever seen him with a gun was the jammed gun on March 16th?
I told them about there was a photo I sent. I told them I didn't know the exact date, but I believed it was after the jam.
Isn't it true that you actually told law enforcement the only thing you knew about was the jam gun? Then they come back to you after they get the photo from the text message and they say, what about this? And then you tell them the actual story.
Yes, but you also have to put into account that when they first came to us, it was at a time we were complete shock. You know, I mean, memory was not great at that time. And then the second time when they came in and they showed the photo, I had remembered that I had taken the photo and I didn't even know if it was after or apparently it was before.
But it's fair to say we just went through that exact same process here. You told the jury that the only time you saw him with a gun was the jammed rifle.
Hmm.
Then I confront you with what I know about the text message and you say, oh, that's true. It wasn't earlier.
What I did say that I did take a picture with it. From what the investigators, when they showed me the picture, I told them it was after because I did not recall the exact time of the photo. So I did tell them that I did take a picture when they showed it to me and I told them it was afterwards, but I wasn't sure of the time.
And this is after, in the initial interview, you told the investigators that your brother was not at all interested in guns.
He was not until COVID. He went to the gun range one time and that's all I know.
The text message you sent on February 4th to Mr. Hernandez, and you were his best man, am I right?
To Jesus?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You sent to Mr. Hernandez, the Beretta is mine and the SAR and the AR are my brother's. And that was February 4th.
I don't remember.
When law enforcement found the text with that photo and they came back to talk to you, that was October of 2021 by the time it was discovered.
Okay.
So from March through October, you never contacted law enforcement to say, you know what, in the shock and the sadness, I forgot to tell you, I actually knew about this assault rifle and I knew about this SAR 45 earlier than I told you.
I did not, but I mean, even after 6 months, I would say I'm probably still in shock till today from what happened. So.
And when you were confronted with the text message in October of 21, you said you didn't have any concerns. You just thought your brother had picked up a new hobby. Is that right?
Yes, because he had gone to the gun range and everything was closing down because of COVID. So I thought it was just a hobby that he was picking up.
You also told him you had never seen any red flag or anything that might be indicative of him doing this shooting.
He has never said that he wanted to kill or hurt or do anything to anybody before at all.
But it's your testimony now that at the time he was not capable of making decisions at all.
Based off of what had happened, yeah, I would say he was not mentally capable.
But at the time, you knew he had guns and you didn't take any steps to take them away, right?
We knew that he was sick. He had something wrong, but we don't know what it was. There's lots of things that basically we sent him on vacation with my mom once or twice. New Year's after COVID, after he got really bad and very secluded, he went to Las Vegas, to California, to Mexico with my older brother because we didn't know what was wrong with him. So we basically came that maybe if he went out, relaxed, that, you know, he would go back to normal. But he never showed any violent tendencies or said he was going to hurt anyone or do anything like that. So I think that's the thing that kind of held us back from, you know, that he had the gun.
And to be clear, when you spoke to law enforcement, the first time was in March, the second time was April 1st. Both times you explained that the morning of the shooting, he seemed completely ordinary.
I mean, I only sat with him for about 2-3 minutes before he dropped me off at work. And the ride is only about 5 minutes. And already at that time, he was already very secluded and didn't talk at all.
So if law enforcement said you told them there was nothing out of the ordinary at all, is that true or not?
So I would say it's normal that my brother went and took me and dropped me off at work. It was normal that he dropped me off because it was something that I would regularly do is leave my car for him if he wanted to go buy food, snacks, get a haircut, buy clothes. So in that sense, yes, it was ordinary. But at that time, he was not ordinary.
Okay. So I understand. I think you're saying that he would drive you and that was ordinary. But what I'm asking you is how he was acting that morning and on the ride to work. Was that ordinary or not?
Again, if you go to 2017 where he would talk and stuff like that, he would be ordinary. But at that time, the ordinary became he was secluded and didn't talk. So when I would say he's ordinary, I mean he's secluded, not talking and just not bothering anyone and just in his own world.
But when law enforcement asked you if anything seemed abnormal about him, and you said no, everything seemed ordinary, you didn't provide them any of this information you're now sharing with us about how you compare ordinary and how normal looked at one point or another. You just said everything seemed completely ordinary. Isn't that true?
It was just like a regular time. Like he would drop me off.
And you recall that law enforcement video recorded that conversation?
I know they had cameras on them, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have the screen, please?
Yes, sir.
Is this you standing in the kitchen of your house, sir?
Yes.
This is on April 1st, 2021.
Yes.
I'm going to play this clip and ask you if it's accurate with what you're saying and consistent with what you're saying.
I know you guys went to work. Did you guys converse at all in the house? You know, he was smoking on food there, and I was just sitting there drinking some tea. You know, I said, well, you know, got you guys, can you just take me to dinner? Because, you know, today if you want to get a haircut or anything. And he was like, all right. And I leave with me there. So my man was here in the morning, and my dad left before we went champagne. Okay. And he was just my grandmother really good. No one else was here. Nobody else. Was it possible that anyone else was here and they've just been sleeping or haven't come down yet? Did you? So you said you smoked a hookah in the seat on his phone? Yes, it was on like on Facebook. So on Facebook, did you take any phone calls or anything like that? Did you didn't hear him talking to anybody or texting anyone? Were you aware of any like chemicals that were in the house? You know, he's gonna drop me off, probably go get something to eat, get a haircut, smoke hookah, relax on his day off. Did he say what he was planning on doing? Not at all. I just don't get a better idea of that morning. Just can you kind of just walk me through from like you get.
Yes, you can approach.
Sir, that first one I played, that was from the second interview that you had with law enforcement. That was April 1st. That's the one in your kitchen, right?
Correct.
Okay. And now I'd like you to listen and look at what I have here. It's the March 25th interview when law enforcement's asking you specifically about that morning and the drive to work.
Yeah, I'll be go get some just like we were every time just to say all that he was going on doing.
One moment, Your Honor.
And Judge, I would just reiterate that if there's impeachment on a specific statement, that the impeachment be limited to that specific statement. That's what I think Mr. Doherty's attempting to do. But I can't imagine that this entire 4-minute clip is relevant for the purposes of impeachment. So I would just, renew my objection.
It needs to be specific to the statements to which you are impeaching him.
Yes. You had a conversation with law enforcement on March 25th where they asked you specifically about your brother and how he appeared and looked on the day of the shooting, March 22nd.
Correct.
Okay. You did not share with them anything about what you just shared with the jury. Is that fair to say?
What specifically are we?
In terms of him not being capable of making decisions and him not seeming normal or ordinary that morning.
I have told the investigators the first time I seen them when I drove into the neighborhood that I honestly thought he was one of the victims. I told them about my brother, he's mentally sick, he's not there. So from the start, I told him that he was not normal. But maybe in this interview in the morning when he was he was normal, he was on his phone and smoking hookah.
Yes.
We'll play it now, please.
Was like, he's gonna drop me off, probably go get something to eat, get a haircut, go home, smoke hookah, relax on his day off. Did he say all what he was planning on doing? Not at all. I just want to get a better idea of that morning. Okay. Just can you kind of just walk me through from like you getting up to any interactions with family and kind of happening? So I was basically woke up, take a quick shower. I moved where he went to open up, and I just texted him because I was now a little sleepy. I was like, open up shop by yourself. It's funny. It's going to be slow, and a little bit later. Just like, okay. Woke up, took my shower, stuff like that. Came downstairs. My mom had just made breakfast. She was cleaning up the breakfast. He had eaten breakfast. And my mom looked at him and she was like, you want tea? Or he was like, oh, I'll take a bottle. She opened up a bottle for him. And my dad were like, we're going to go, get shopping, get some stuff for the house. We're like, okay. So they went. He was smoking his hookah and stuff. About myself and stuff like that. I was like, all right, can you drop me off? He was like, yeah, I can drop you off, He went and dropped me off, and that was basically it. What time did you guys leave the house? 12:30, 12:45. Okay. So what time did you guys rest on the thing? The restaurant's only about like a 6-minute drive from our house. So it's like, it was fine. Did he say anything to you? What did you guys talk about in my car? Nothing. We had the radio playing some music, How did he seem emotionally? Seemed just like he would every time, just calm, not talkative, Mm-hmm. How was he dressed? He was in the clothes that he woke up in, which was his shorts and.
You would agree with me, sir?
Sustained.
Sure. We could stop it there. It's okay. You would agree with me? You would agree with me, sir? You didn't share with the law enforcement investigators on either of those two occasions your belief that your brother was incapable of making decisions at the time he drove your Mercedes to drop you off of work and then took the Mercedes for the rest of the day.
They never asked.
They never asked you what you thought of how he was doing that morning. Is that what you're saying?
They're asking me how he was. I told them just like how he normally was, which was in, you could say, the last year or so of him just being very secluded and very calm and not talkative at all.
He had stayed at home the night before the mass shooting, right?
Yes.
And there were no concerns or problems at home. Is that right?
No, we were celebrating Mother's Day.
And you talked with Mr. Dunn about the work of your brother at the restaurant. Do you recall that?
It was a very long time ago, so I'm not 100% sure.
I'm sorry. I mean, earlier today, when Mr. Dunn was asking you questions, you talked about.
Oh, Sam. Okay, yes.
Yes, sorry, Sam Dunn. He was asking you questions about the restaurant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And the restaurant stayed open during the pandemic, right?
Yes.
And you referenced in the video clip, one of your brothers, Mahmoud, going to the restaurant earlier in the day, on the day of the mass shooting, right?
Yes.
And that would happen on occasion. One of you would go and open the restaurant.
Yes, because we were very slow in the mornings.
Sure.
Most of our sales was dinner. So very slow lunches. It was very common during COVID.
And at times your brother was responsible for opening the restaurant on his own as well. Is that right?
Sometimes.
And by opening the restaurant, I mean, opening the door, turning on the lights, turning on the
Yes,
everything in the
but
kitchen.
we would always try to keep two over there at all times. So that morning, as you see in the video, it was supposed to be me and Mahmoud opening up. So it was always two of us going and opening up. So yes, opening the doors, turning on the grills, the lights, and that's about it. That's how we get started.
And I imagine at the restaurant, you want customers to be treated well, right?
Yes,
You want them to enjoy the food, come back to the restaurant.
correct.
And your brother was the chef.
He's one of them. So in the back, it was me, my brother Mahmoud, my dad, and him.
And you explained to Sam Dunn, you explained that he was forgetful and he would be staring off and not doing a good job. Is that right?
Yes.
And assuming that's true for a minute, you still kept him as the chef.
I mean, he's my brother, and at the same time, we would all work together. So even if there was a mistake, we would correct it. Has been a couple instances where I would get mad at him for burning stuff. Yes.
Isn't it true he was actually, as a chef, doing totally fine and doing a good job?
I wouldn't say he was a perfect chef. No, he had mistakes.
Okay. So you disagree with my assessment that he was totally fine and doing a good job?
Yes.
Okay. Can we play clip 2, please? Your Honor, may we have the screen?
Yes.
Be a little friendly and stuff and spoke with whenever
No, 1 second.
Just the same.
be a little friendly and stuff and spoke with whenever there's a storm or something, you get an extra half day or I get a half day or whenever something happens, a holiday or something that we know is usually slow. One of us would take an extra day off, but it was just never scheduled. Because of COVID, it was kind of slow. So you would get an extra half day, like, hey, today is slow. Go take a half day off.
And on this clip, you actually go on to describe that he was totally fine as a cook and would do a good job. Do you recall that?
Yes, because he was working with other family members.
And when you spoke to the law enforcement investigators and you told them he was totally fine and did a good job, you didn't mention anything about him forgetting meals as the chef and family having to help him because he couldn't do his job. You didn't mention any of what you just shared with the jury. Is that right?
It just never came to my mind.
When they were asking you, how did he do at the restaurant as a chef?
I just try to keep it short and simple. So he was doing fine, but he did have mistakes.
He never missed a shift, am I right?
Well, he wouldn't miss because we would wake him up. So, and then usually two of us would go in the morning together.
Although on the morning of the shooting, as we know, Mahmoud was going in by himself, right?
Yeah, I was supposed to go in with him, but I went in at like an hour or an hour and a half later because usually in the mornings we're usually very slow.
And there were times where your brother actually worked 7 days a week, am I right?
I would say a very short period. Yeah.
But that's accurate?
I'm not 100% sure.
Do you recall? Sorry, sir, go ahead.
Sometimes we would work 7 days a week if we're like one of us travels or something. So we just kind of cover for each other. But even if we work 7 days a week, we would always have breaks, like 2 hours or 3 hours a day.
And you touched on this on direct, but your brother had applied and been accepted to college, am I right?
I believe he did go to college for like a year, and then he said that he was gonna reapply, but he just never went.
And he was working at the restaurant.
Yes.
And the family, your father, wanted him to open his own restaurant. Am I right?
My dad always kind of pushes that I want you guys to own businesses and work for yourselves.
And specifically, he wanted your brother, this brother, to open a restaurant and be a partner in the restaurant.
Yes, he wanted all the brothers to open a business and have a business.
And he wanted them to be a partner with you, actually.
He did want them to partner with me.
And your brother did not want to do it.
He didn't want to basically own a business at that time. And we would even joke like he can't even run a business. There's no way.
There's what?
No way that he could run a business because he was still young.
So your father offered him the opportunity to be a partner with you in the restaurant.
Yes.
Right? And when you spoke with the investigators, isn't it true? You said he did not want to do it. He wanted to be an engineer.
I think so. I know that he didn't want to be part owner or anything like that.
So saying today that we joked about he wouldn't be even able to do it.
Yes.
That's not something you shared with the investigators when they were investigating the shooting back in March and April of 2021.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Sure. Did you tell the investigators at the time
Yes.
that he would not have been able to run the restaurant?
I'm not sure, but I know that he didn't want a partner or anything like that. He just wanted to work.
Right. He didn't want to be a partner in the restaurant.
Yes.
That's what you told.
Yes.
And I imagine, you come from a really hardworking immigrant family.
Yes.
The shooting must have been truly just devastating to you and your family.
It was very hard. Yes.
And fair to say you spent a lot of time with your family talking about how did this happen and what happened?
We spoke about it. Yes.
Not only the night of, but in the days, weeks, and months that followed, right?
Yes.
And I see you getting upset now, and I'm sorry to make you upset, but it's
fine.
Obviously something
It's
your
really
brother committed the mass murder, and you, like anybody, look for answers, right?
Correct.
And you look to his mental health as a possible answer.
After it happened, I mean, we kind of knew that there was something wrong with him, but we didn't know what it was. Eventually we found out that from the doctors that he has schizophrenia. So of course, just like everybody else, we want to know why it happened. Yeah.
Right. But if we were to go back in time,
Yes.
and it's you and me talking, and it's March 21st,
Yes.
your brother's working full time, right?
Yes.
He's the chef.
Yes.
You're loaning him your Mercedes.
Yes.
He owns guns.
Yes.
All of those things at that point in time, if you and I are talking and I say, are you okay with that? The answer then was yes.
I mean, again, with like the work and all that stuff, it's because we worked as a family. So yeah, with the guns, I would say he should have never had them. And I would say it's one of my biggest regrets that, not saying something, calling the cops or no, like my brother, he's not all mentally there.
I get that we're here in court
Yes.
for a mass murder, and that's how you view it. And I believe you when you say it. But back on March 21st, 2021, you had no idea and no concerns that he would do such a thing.
Yes.
And I want to follow up on Mr. Dunn had asked you about your brother becoming paranoid. And you talked about him believing he was being followed. Is that right?
Yes.
And that happened once. Is that correct?
From being followed, it was one time in the car, and then a lot of the tracking from the phones, the car keys, and the laptop.
So once in the car,
Yes.
and then it went away after that. You didn't see it again after that.
I would say because after COVID, he became very quiet. He stopped talking. So I don't know if he was going through it or not. He just didn't talk at that point.
Do you recall, sir, telling the investigators that the paranoia went away after that one time?
I never told them it went away. I told them that's the one time probably that I seen it.
During this time, he also was maintaining a normal sleeping schedule. Is that true?
Sleeping wise, I don't know if I told him it was normal or not. I don't 100% remember, but I do remember seeing him on the stairs late at night.
that one time?
I believe it was once or twice. I'm not sure. It's a long time ago.
Do you recall telling the investigators that he was maintaining a normal sleeping schedule?
I do not remember.
Do you recall that he was having normal eating habits back then?
Yeah, his eating habits was normal.
And he was showering every day, am I right?
At the end, no, he was not.
Do you recall telling the investigators that he was showering every day?
I do not recall.
And the two of you spent a lot of time together, am I right?
You could say, because we would interchange with the brothers. So about 4 hours a day at work, and then at home, majority of the time, he would sometimes be in his room. And whenever he's sitting with us, he would just sit in his corner and not talk.
And not do anything with you at all?
Rarely.
Okay. Do you recall playing video games with him and Jesus Hernandez over a period of time?
That was probably 2017, 2018. He was high school, maybe after high school by a year, maybe 2019. Around that time, yes.
So through 2019?
Yes.
And if Mr. Hernandez said it was through 2020, would that be accurate or no?
I'm not 100% sure, but I would say 2019 because I stopped gaming in 2020.
The gun that was jammed,
Yes.
you said you didn't actually see it. Was that what you?
No, I seen it.
You did see it. Sorry.
Yes, I told them that I seen that Ali was like at the very end because I was just coming in, and Ali came into the living room. So I seen them take it. The bullet was jammed in it, and then after a while, Ali came and said that he's gonna return it and he shouldn't have it.
You didn't take it from him yourself that day, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. And when he said he was going to return it, he was returning it because he thought it may not have been working right.
It's that, and then also my brother Ali told him that you shouldn't have any weapons.
And when you got done with this conversation that you're telling us about, you left the gun with your brother.
Yes, because he bought it and he said he was going to return it.
You're here today testifying in essence that what happened was caused by him being incapable of knowing what he was doing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you love him very much, I assume.
He's my brother.
Yeah.
Of course.
You don't want to see anything bad happen to him beyond everything that's already brought us here.
Yes.
Okay. So knowing that, from your perspective, knowing that he was incapable of knowing what he was doing, how many times have you visited him at the Boulder County Jail?
0. They basically, every time we ask, they always tell us that he doesn't want to see anybody.
How many times have you visited him at the state hospital?
0. Same thing. Doctors say that he doesn't want any visitors.
The doctors have talked to you about him not
Not
wanting
the doctor. Basically, from what Ali tells us from the lawyers and the doctors, they're mostly in contact with my oldest brother.
How many letters have you written to your brother since this happened?
None.
So you've had no contact with him for 3.5 years.
Yes.
And in fact, you referenced the attorneys or the doctors, but in October of 2021, you told the investigators you had no desire to see your brother again. Do you recall
Yes.
that?
At that time, I was extremely heartbroken by what happened and just in shock and kind of my way of dealing with, something like this. I tend to just like to block the problem out of my life and keep it away from me and not even think about it.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have anything further.
Mr. Dunn? Thank you.
Mr. Alissa, Mr. Doherty asked you several questions about interviews that you did with law enforcement. So I just want to sort of go over some of those things, okay?
Okay.
So law enforcement first interviewed you March 22nd, 2021, which was the day of the shooting. Does that sound right?
Yes, they came, basically they interviewed us or they talked to us the first time But when they came in the house and had us all there was after midnight.
And it was after midnight, and they were also searching the home that you lived in, correct?
Yes.
And there was a lot of law enforcement there that night, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know how to delicately ask this, but they were asking you questions kind of related to whether or not Ahmad was a terrorist.
Yes.
Okay. And then they also came back a few days later, correct?
Yes.
And we didn't see this clip played, but you explained to them that Ahmad's senior year of high school, he started to become paranoid.
Yeah, you could say at the end of high school, around that time, or after he graduated. So I don't know the specific times, but it was definitely around that time.
And I'm not going to ask you for specific times. You've been asked a lot that already.
Okay.
But it was to the point where you had noticed that everyone just started kind of keeping an eye on him.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. And when we talk about everyone, we're just talking about his family, really, right?
Yes.
Because he was isolating.
Correct.
He was socially withdrawing.
Correct.
He didn't really have friends.
Correct.
Really, his interactions were at work and at home.
Correct.
Mr. Doherty asked you questions about a text message that you sent to Mr. Jesus Hernandez. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Now, law enforcement asked you for your phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you were explained that you didn't have to give them your phone, right?
Yes.
And you gave them your phone.
Yes, they asked for it, and we told them whatever you guys need, we're willing to offer anything for the investigation.
Okay. Now, we've also heard in these video clips comments about Ahmad smoking hookah.
Yes.
And smoking hookah is a fairly common thing in your culture and specifically within your family, right?
Yes.
But I don't think everyone maybe on our jury knows what smoking hookah is. So I just want to ask you a few basic questions of that.
Okay.
Is smoking hookah smoking like flavored tobacco?
Yes.
And is a hookah itself sort of like a large communal pipe that you use to smoke it?
Yes.
Was Ahmad the only person in the family who smoked hookah?
No.
So when we're talking about him smoking hookah, there's a hookah in your living room. Everyone's able to use it. And
yes, we had multiple, like 3 or 4.
And again, I don't know if everyone knows what hookah is, but there's sort of different tubes you can hook up to this pipe, right?
Yes.
And just to be clear, we're talking about smoking tobacco.
Yes.
Okay. There was mention of Ali, and
Yes.
I just want to ask you, Ali's your older brother, right?
Yes.
He's actually your oldest brother, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that Ali has a pretty dominant presence within your family?
Yeah, so in our culture, it's basically respect your elders. So like the eldest sister, the eldest brother, the dad and the mom, they're kind of like also heads of the household.
So if you hear Ali sort of telling one of your siblings to do something, you pretty much expect it's taken care of because Ali said it, right?
Definitely, because like I said, the oldest brother and sisters are kind of considered also head of the household, just like the dad and mom. So their word is just like dad or mom telling you something.
Okay. So just going back real quick, you were interviewed by law enforcement very early on in this case, right?
Yes.
And you explained at that time, observing that Ahmad had become paranoid, correct?
Yes.
That he had become withdrawn,
Yes.
that he didn't speak much.
Yes.
And just like we saw in that video clip, you explained on the day of the shooting, when you were given a ride to work, that it was ordinary because he didn't talk at all.
Correct.
That was ordinary at that time, him not talking.
Correct.
He didn't say anything to you.
Yes.
No other questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Sir, you may step down and you are released from your subpoena.
Okay, thank you.
Your next witness.
The defense calls Aisha Alissa.
Ma'am, if you could please come up here towards me to your, and then turn to your left and come around. There you go. And just make your way up to this black chair up here, please. Or you have a seat. I will swear you in. If you'll face me and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, thank you. Please have a seat and get really close to that microphone if you would, please. Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Aisha Alisa. My last name Alissa.
I saw you look over at my table over here. Did you see your brother?
I did, yes.
And when's the last time you saw him?
When it was Mother's Day in March of 2020.
2021, would that sound correct?
Yeah.
The day before the shooting happened?
Yes.
Okay. And Ahmad's your younger brother, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to just start by you telling the jury a little bit about yourself. Are you working?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what kind of work do you do?
Home care. I work with a home care company.
Okay, and are you also a mother?
I am.
How many children do you have?
I have 2 boys and a girl.
Okay. And will you just describe your family generally for the jury? Are you guys close? Do you spend time together?
We are a close family. We do spend time together and very close family, and we love each other too.
And would you say that your parents' house is kind of the family hub where you all go together and meet together?
Yes, we do.
And so when you told us that you, the last time that you saw Ahmad was in March of 2021, were you all together at the family home that night?
Yes.
Celebrating Mother's Day?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Describe how Ahmad was as a child.
He was kind, smart, very beautiful kid.
At some point, do you start to notice changes with your brother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall when you started to notice those changes?
So I worked at the restaurant many years, like on and off. I did see changes probably late 2018 or so.
Okay. And what are the initial changes you're seeing around 2018?
Most likely talking to himself, smiling for no reason, laughing for no reason.
And you mentioned working with Ahmad. Did you work at the family restaurant together?
Yes.
How long did the two of you work together?
So I used to work like 2 days a week, and then the other restaurant, and then another 2 days. So most likely I am with him like almost 2 days a week where like he works at.
And while you were at work with him, how was he as a worker? How would you describe him?
He forgets a lot of stuff. Like sometimes I have to like remind him to do this, to do that. Sometimes I call the other workers if Muhammad is not there, like, hey, come and help him. Yeah.
Is there normally more than one family member at the restaurant at one time?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And you're all working together and helping each other?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you would notice things with Ahmad about making mistakes, would you help him with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And fair to say, because he's your brother, you want him to be doing well?
Of course, yes.
You mentioned some things you noticed starting in 2018 about him talking to himself, smiling to himself. As the years go on prior to the shooting, do you continue to see more changes with him?
Oh, yeah, yes, absolutely.
Can you describe some of those changes you noticed over the years?
Most of the time, like when I go visit my family's house, he's always like isolated. He's like alone, unless if you ask him a question. He answers. If not, then he would be just sitting, either smoking hookah, watching his phone. That's mostly it, yes.
And you don't live at the family home?
No, I do not.
And you didn't back in 2021?
No.
Okay. But how often are you going over to the family home?
2-3 times a week.
Okay,
honestly.
And these are observations then you're noticing 2 or 3 times a week prior to the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice any changes in his hygiene? So the way, whether he was showering or not, or his clothes or his hair?
He doesn't cut his hair. He looked different. He gained a lot of weight. He lost his hair. It's like not the Ahmad I know, like when before, like how he used to take care of himself, go to the barber shop. Yeah, and one time I remember working with him in the restaurant. Was lunchtime was over and he was inside sitting, and I just did this, and I was like, Ahmad, I was want to ask him for something. And Ahmed was, I can even act it for you guys if you want me, like what he did. When I looked it up at him and I said, Ahmed, he was doing like this. I was like, Ahmed, he looked at me like this. I was like, who you're talking to? He's like, no, 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 no. I was like, can I join you guys? I need to know who are you talking to? He's like, no, no, no. And then that's one of the most things that even did scare me. I was like, cool.
So just for the record, when you were reenacting what you saw your brother do, it was kind of like he was talking or laughing to himself?
Yes, it's like it's like what I see is like he's talking to someone in front of him, but there's nobody.
Did you notice that he'd be more forgetful sometimes?
Oh yeah, a lot.
Can you talk to us about that? What did you notice with his forgetfulness?
He forgets, like he's like, where did he hide them? Like, or like his pants, like he asked my mom, like, where is it? I don't remember. And she told him like, it's in your room. Things like that.
So you told us that you started notice some changes around 2018. They started just by smaller things. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then over time, things start to progress where you notice more things that are odd or different, for lack of a better word?
More isolated.
More isolated?
Yes.
And did this cause you concern?
So I am a mother of 3. I was mother of 2 actually, and then now I'm mother of 3. I used to like look at him in a way like, what's going on? What's wrong? You know, but I never thought anything, over.
So even though back then you were noticing all of these things about him talking to himself or isolating himself, are you trying to tell us you could never imagine what happened would have happened?
Oh, yes.
Because he never showed anything that made you think this could possibly have happened?
Did not show any aggressive sign or any violent sign in the house.
It was kind of the total opposite of that. Would you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Because you said he's not talking to anyone.
Yes.
He's not engaging with anyone.
Yes.
He's just being by himself.
Yes.
If I can just have a moment. Thank you, Aisha. I have no further questions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you found out about the mass shooting, fair to say it was shocking for you
Absolutely.
and very upsetting.
Absolutely.
And since then, your family's been looking for answers.
Yes, sir.
And you spoke with the FBI about how sometimes families never know when a mass shooting is going to happen
Yes.
and never get an answer.
No.
You married in 2014, am I right?
Yes.
And that's when you moved out of your family's house?
Yes.
Did you know that in the lead up to the mass shooting, your brother was buying guns and ammunition and bomb making chemicals?
I don't live at the house, so I don't know any of that.
You were talking to him during that time period. Did he share any of those things with you?
No.
He didn't disclose any of that to you.
No,
You've been to the shooting range with other brothers, but never with this brother.
never.
Never with this brother, but yes, with other brothers.
With others, yes.
And fair to say this brother was very smart and did well in high school.
What I remember, yes.
And he did well, as you know, he took online college classes for some period of time. He did well in those.
I heard he registered, but I never asked him or asked any member of the family how is he doing in college or if he does go to college or not.
And Ms. Harold asked you some questions, the attorney asked you some questions about his work at the restaurant. Do you recall those questions?
Yes,
Do you recall he was working as a chef when you worked with him?
with other chefs, yes,
Sure, busy, popular restaurant.
yes.
Right. But your brother was one of the chefs for the restaurant.
Most of the time, sometimes, yes.
Did you find that he would stay calm and focused even when it was busy?
No.
How so?
Unless if you tell him something like, hey, Ahmed, don't forget this. Hey, Ahmed, I need a chicken kebab. Hey, Ahmed, I need this. And sometimes he forgets. Sometimes he makes, one time I remember I asked him for a chicken kebab and he made a gyros entree. And I was like, Ahmed, what is this? Gyros entree. So I was like, Ahmed, what is this? You made a mistake. He says, okay, I'll just fix it. And I did, as I mentioned before, I only worked 2 days with him. So, yeah.
So if I were to tell you that someone told me he was calm and focused even when it was busy, you would disagree with that?
Say that again.
If I were to tell you that someone told me that your brother was calm and focused at the restaurant even when it was busy, you would disagree with that person?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall you saying that to the law enforcement investigators when they interviewed you?
It's been 3 years and a half. And when the law enforcement came to us, we were completely shocked. So I think I did say something like that.
And I recognize, to the extent I can, that you'd be shocked, but they had a long conversation with you.
Yes, yes,
They typed up an 11-page report based on that conversation.
okay,
You're aware that it was video recorded as well.
yes.
And now that you think about it, do you recall telling them you would stay calm and focused at the restaurant even when it was busy?
Objection asked and answered. She
Over.
said she may have done that.
Overruled.
You can answer it.
Can you repeat the question again, please?
Sure. Now that we've revisited this topic, do you recall telling the law enforcement investigators that your brother would stay calm and focused while at the restaurant even when it was busy?
Probably, but I'm not remembering because it's been 3 years and a half.
And you share with them some of the other issues that you shared with us already, right?
Mhm.
You also, do you recall sharing more with them about his personal life? What he was doing in his time?
They asked a lot of questions.
Sure. Do you recall your brother being on Facebook often?
He used to be on Facebook, yeah,
Watching sports,
I think so.
watching football,
Yes,
wrestling,
yes,
kickboxing,
yes,
doing a lot of different things.
yes.
And during this time, your brother was sleeping normal hours, right?
Yeah, that's what I remember. I told you I don't live with my family because I only work 2 days and then, I visit them like 2 or 3 times a week and I'm most likely with my sisters, mom,
So not as much time with him as with others.
no.
Okay. Your Honor, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Aisha, what was it like for you and your family finding out that your brother committed this shooting?
Was really shocked. We were shocked. I never forget the morning call I got the next day from my other sister telling me about what's happening and oh my God, I was running in the house like back and forth, like what? Shocking, sadness.
Were you still in shock and still having this sadness when law enforcement came and interviewed you?
Yes.
But would it be fair to say you tried to tell them as much as you could at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you had no reason not to share with them everything you could about what had happened.
Yes, ma'am.
And to the best of your recollection, that's what you did when you spoke with them?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned it's been 3.5 years since this occurred.
Yes.
And so you may not remember everything to the best of your ability.
No.
But are you here telling the jury what you can from what you remember about what your brother was like prior to the shooting?
Prior when he was a baby, or is it
Right before, right? When you talked about the observations you noticed?
right before? He forgets a lot. Most of the stuff you have to like remind him of it. He forgets a lot. Doesn't take care of himself as much as before. Yeah.
And these are things you're sharing with us so the jury can have a better understanding of the changes your brother had from 2017, 2018 until the shooting.
Objection, Your Honor, reading.
Sustain.
Are these things you're trying to tell the jury so they have a better understanding of who your brother was prior to the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You are excused and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
It's probably a good time to break. 10 to 5.
Sure.
Okay. All right, we'll take our evening recess. Heed the admonition. And we'll see you in the morning.
Support to give the full admonition at the end of the day since they won't be back until tomorrow.
I will read it to you.
Thank you.
We will now have a recess. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone by any means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know about it immediately. You must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. You must not consult any outside reference materials, do any internet searches on this case, any other cases like this case or any of the parties, and finally submitted to you. With that, have a nice evening. I mean, it could be tomorrow afternoon.
That's not gonna happen.
Okay, all right,
Knowing their rebuttal, that's gonna take at least a half a day.
okay, all right. So then we're looking at Thursday. It would be helpful if you could shore up what you do agree on in terms of the jury instructions in anticipation that maybe we would talk about them as early as Thursday morning or as late as Thursday afternoon. And
I
then,
think that was my thought process, not knowing what they're doing for rebuttal,
okay,
but thinking hopefully Thursday we could talk about jury instructions. And then the question is how we want to do closing and reading.
how much time do you know what that each of you are asking for closing?
I do not know what they're asking. An hour.
You're asking for an hour.
So just to back up one step, Your Honor, in terms of overall schedule. So the defense plans to call 3 witnesses and take us through till the morning to the lunch break. At this point, we still plan to only call 1 witness on rebuttal. It's an expert witness. I anticipate he would take up a significant portion of the afternoon, perhaps not the entire afternoon. So it might make sense for us to plan to talk about jury instructions at some length, whatever time we have left tomorrow.
So one thing we could do is reserve that time for the 2 sides to have their own discussion.
Sure.
Come back Thursday, include the court, and see if we can solidify the instructions. And then we could, and I'm just throwing this out there to think about, have the jury come back Thursday for the reading of the instructions at some point, and go to closings Friday. You said an hour for closing. I don't believe you said.
But people would be requesting 3 hours, Your Honor, given the nature of the case and the insanity events.
Okay. All right. Well, those are just ballparks.
What I was gonna propose, and I know it's not ideal, but depending on where the court ends up with the length of closing, so hypothetically, we both had 2 hours. If the court split it, that's 4 hours, which I don't believe I will take up my whole time, but I would ask the jury come in early, so maybe like 8:30, and we read instructions and do closing, and they'll still have a couple of hours on Friday versus reading the instructions, just because I think they're really important. And particularly with the insanity piece, if we don't have to take that break, that would be ideal.
I was thinking along those same lines. That's my preference, is try to jam everything in there and a couple of hours for them to get settled. Okay. All right. We'll see where we're at tomorrow, but thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.